Sports National Championships. These men have competed already in 4 events yesterday with some phenomenal performances across the field. The officials are closing the track now. These athletes are behind their blocks, getting ready to race 60-meter hurdles. We've got Josh Tam, Jake Neufeld, Jackson Turner, Kilty McGonigal, Clark Winston Clark. "60-meter hurdles. Excellent start from Jackson and Jake. Great attack from Josh Tam on that outside. He's really attacking those hurdles. Kilty McGonigal as well, pushing to the line. It looks like Jake Neufeld, Josh Tam, Kilty McGonigal. Jackson Turner very fast through there, as well as Winston Clark. All clean through the hurdles. Every performance counts in heptathlon. There are 7 events. Athletes are scored using a scoring table on each event, and they want to accumulate as many points as possible by the end of day 2. After the hurdles, these men will move on to pole vault and then end with the toughest of them all, in my opinion, the 1,000-meter race. So that was heat 1 of our men's heptathlon 60-meter hurdles. The officials will reset any of those hurdles that have come down during that race and prepare for the next athletes. We can show you the heptathlon standings after 1 day of competition. We'll see if we can pull those up for you. Our leader so far in this competition is local athlete Max Spicer. He'll be in heat 2 of the hurdles. He's currently leading with personal bests in every single event yesterday. A 7:29 in the 60 meters, a long jump of 6:70, a shot put of 12:69, and a high jump of 1:98. Max is currently our leader. Jake Neufeld and Josh Tam there on the screen now, consulting with some coaching staff and some fans. Jake Neufeld with an excellent performance in that hurdle race. Very clean hurdle race from Jake, and his colleague, his teammate Josh Tam, was attacking hurdles just really proficiently. A lot of guts in that race. It's easy to try to play the hurdles safe because it is a points-based combined event scoring table, but both of those athletes, all of those athletes came out with a tremendous amount of attack. These are 42-inch hurdles. This is men's high hurdles. This is a hard event, a very difficult event, and one that requires a lot of courage. We're seeing the warm-ups. We see Max Mazurel, very nice form in his warm-up there. That was a lovely first hurdle. Hopefully he can bring that to the race proper. With combined events, some of these events could be relatively new events for some of these athletes, and so we'll see a range of performances, but the biggest goal for all of these athletes is to have a clean and fast race to register as many points as they can. Our first heat was very strong, led by Jake Neufeld, followed by Josh Tam and Kilty McGonigal. In this heat, we have Denis Zetkov. Excellent performance his first day, followed by Brendan Grimaud. Brandon set a Spartans record in the shot put yesterday in the high 12s. Saw on social media his teammates celebrating along with him that he had broken a school record. So congratulations, Brandon, for the shot put Trinity Western record. We've also got Mason Eltrogi from the University of Saskatchewan Huskies, Max Spicer there in lane 5, having a quiet moment before the race. We've got Max Mazurel, Aiden Grout, and rounding out the field is Oliver Arnfast from the University of New Brunswick. So these athletes are getting prepared. The track has been closed by the officials. The hurdles are set.
Mustangs, Denis Svetkov. In lane 4 with the Trinity Western Spartans, he's currently in the silver medal position, Brandon Grimaud. In lane 5 with the Manitoba Bisons, he's the leader in this competition, Max Spicer. In lane 6 with the Saskatchewan Huskies, currently in the bronze medal position, Mason Altrogi.
Du Montenegro, Max Mazeral.
In lane 8 with the Toronto Varsity Blues, Aiden Grout. And rounding out the field in lane 9 with the UNV Reds, Oliver Onfast.
Best of luck to all of these athletes here in the 60-meter hurdles, second heat of the men's heptathlon, 5th event. They'll compete in 3 events today. Clean start. Excellent attack by Max Spicer to the first hurdle. Coming through Aiden Grout. Max Spicer second. Perhaps Mason Altrogi caught him at the line. All of those are excellent points for all of those athletes. Smooth hurdles all around. Fantastic start by all of the athletes. Powerful to the first hurdle, very much attack. Max Spicer taking out the first 2 hurdles, coming off a little bit off kilter off the 3rd hurdle, but salvages the race, stays in the runnings. It won't be his fastest time. Aiden Grout takes the lead in the hurdles, 8:46, excellent hurdle time. With Mason Altrogi and Max Spicer battling it out for second. Not only are the athletes competing against each other, but they're competing against that scoring table. Every event is scored according to IAAF standardized scoring tables, and at the end of the day, all of the points are added up to see who is the ultimate champion of the heptathlon. Max Spicer is currently in the lead, followed by Brandon Grimaud and Mason Altrogi. That was an excellent showing by Aiden Grout, and that was nice to see. He had a disappointing night in the high jump last night for the heptathlon high jump, but he really reclaimed, had a bit of a reclamation there with that excellent hurdle race and taking that heat 2 with the fastest time of the day at 8:46. Having a consult with his coach, they're very proud of him. So some redemption after yesterday's high jump. I think we'll see lots of really good things from Aiden Grout today. And we will see Aiden again in the men's high jump. He'll have another shot at it. So while last night's high jump was disappointing for Aiden with a no height in the men's heptathlon, he is a phenomenal high jumper, jumping in the 215 to 220 range. A very confident high jumper. Couldn't put it together last night, but we're going to see him later this weekend in the men's high jump. He's currently ranked number 2 going in with a 214 seed, following behind Noel Vanderzee. Aiden is really within striking distance in that high jump of potentially dethroning Noel. It's going to be a very exciting high jump competition coming up later in the weekend. And in the heptathlon, he had an excellent performance there in the hurdles. That was a very smooth hurdle race from those men. Fantastic running, all of them through clean, which means they'll all head over to the pole vault. They'll have about 45 minutes between the events, head over to the pole vault. Now, pole vault is a make or break event. For many of these athletes, they may be new to the pole vault in the heptathlon. They may still be putting together their technique. So we'll see performances there that they'll look at opening heights, and we're really going to be watching those opening heights to make sure that athletes get that score on the table, even if it is a little lower than their personal bests. Will be joining us. We'll be heading over to that pole vault next for heptathlon. In the meantime, on the track, we've got hurdles for women. We've got some prelims coming up for women's in hurdles. So stay tuned. We are at the 2024 U Sport National Championships here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, hosted by the Manitoba Bisons. around the world, you'll often see athletes counting down to themselves. You may even hear it as they approach the bar, counting down 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, preparing for the takeoff. And this rhythm is something that is incredibly important to the success of the jump. We have Max Mazarel, and you'll see now he's down at the end of the runway, very likely a 6 or 7 step left foot approach. So he will bring with him a lot of speed. With that extended runway. All right, the bar is now at 350. Our first athlete up at 350 is going to be Max Mazarel. It looks like Aiden Grout is also getting ready to enter the competition at 350. And we're just waiting for a few technical changes on the pole vault pit. The officials are conferring on some details. Pole vault is a highly technical event that requires quite a few officials, a lot of moving parts. The bar itself can move backwards and forwards in relation to the box that is in between the two pole vault fronts there of the mat. The mat is in a U shape. Inside that U-shaped mat is a box that goes down into the ground. It's a triangular reverse pyramidal shape that the athlete plants the pole into to stop the pole's momentum and create that upward trajectory of the athlete. The bar itself can move front and back, and that's what's called a depth, the athlete's depth. Ideally, an athlete wants to have their depth align with their hip height at the very pinnacle of their jump. And so athletes will change their depth from 50 centimeters away from the box, the back of the box, a measurement of 50 centimeters away, all the way to 90 centimeters away, sometimes closer, sometimes further. So Max Mazarel has set the depth of his bar at 70 centimeters back, and we'll see if he can achieve that optimal hip height over this bar at 350, putting all those pieces together. All right. So Max will be making a few adjustments, coming down on the bar after the hip height, perhaps moving that depth in. We'll see what he does, or perhaps giving it a little more speed to that 70 mark with a bit more energy through the last 3 steps of the runway. 2, 1. And up and over. He has the hip height. A little more speed through the swing, an upside down inversion, and he should be over that. Max Mazarel's personal best is 4 meters, so this is a relatively safe height for him. And we'll see if he can bring a fast acceleration through the last 3 to 4 steps as he brings the pole down for a plant into that box and converting all of that forward momentum into upward energy. He's keeping his depth at 70. So for a successful jump on the second will require a little more speed, and his hip height should align with that depth. Up and over. He's done it. A much better runway. Building to that final step, that 3-2-1. A wonderful jump from Mac Mazarel. He's safely in the competition. So you'll see he has 6 left, starting 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Much better acceleration for Max Mazarel. And up and over with a perfect hip height at 70 depth. An excellent jump. He's got room to move there. This event is all about fine calibration. You'll see a lot of coaching staff up and down the edge of the runway here, making fine adjustments with these athletes. An incredibly exciting event. So we have Dennis Zetkoff on this shorter approach. Looks like a 4 left runway, perhaps even a 3 left runway, which has Dennis relying on his technical proficiency over the bar as opposed to speed that might be garnered with a longer runway. But many athletes are more successful over a short runway, focusing on that technical aspect of the jump, than they might be over a long runway. So there may be very good reason for this short runway. And we'll see if Dennis is up and over in a moment's time. The officials opening the pit, taking the pylon off. And here's Dennis at 350. 3 steps. Okay. His last clearance was an excellent clearance, so if he can put these pieces together. We'll see if he can be successful on his second attempt. We want to thank our officials down at the pole vault pit. We see some very experienced pole vault officials from across Canada here today. And it's a high intensity and highly technical event from an official's perspective, with all of the different calibrations that need to take place. So we've got Jackson Turner on the runway now entering the competition. He's up and over. And Jackson there is up and over. A great opening height for Jackson. Here comes Aiden Grout, quick off the top. Up and over. And he's looking to his coach for some advice on how to go up for the next one. He'll have lots more in him for this. That seems to be a very fairly safe height for him. We're here at 360. Aiden's personal best is 4 meters. Very nice jump, Aiden. So again, hip height, right aligning with where the bar is. Here comes Oliver Arnfast, running quickly. Very nice runway, Oliver. Up and over. Oliver carrying the pole nicely, planting with great timing, and up and over at 360. Oliver's personal best, 385. A very confident runway there. And up and over. Right off the hop, it looks as though Oliver's strength in this event is coming in with courage and moving quickly through those last 3 steps. It's really hard to sprint fast down the runway when you've got a pole in your hand and a bar in front of you. It's a scary event. Brandon Grimaud, he's up. a matter of timing. He's got the hip height. Brandon is a very experienced pole vaulter. His personal best, 4 meters 21. And he'll have another attempt at this. As a pole vaulter, I know that people often ask, how do you start this? And why? We get asked why often too. Many of these athletes are former gymnasts. In the pole vault competition proper. When we get to pole vault later in the week, you'll see a lot of former gymnasts that become pole vault athletes. Multi-event athletes often start the pole vault a little later, in their late teens. So some of these jumpers today may be relatively new to the sport. We've got Brandon Grimaud back on the runway for his second attempt. This height is well within his abilities. We're hoping to see him put it together. Brandon has a strong runway. And he's over. That's what we like to see. Much stronger through those last 3 left steps, bringing the plant down smoothly, getting a nice strong takeoff. May have taken off a little inside, but he salvaged the jump. Unlike long jump, the pole vault does not have a board that the athletes must hit, but there is a range where the athletes do want to take off from. And ideally, they want to have a takeoff that puts their foot firmly underneath their extended top hand to make almost like a right angle triangle with the ground and with their pole. Brandon taking off a little bit inside, pushing his shoulder and top hand back further than necessary, but still salvageable. Here comes Denis Zetkov. Up and over on a 3-step runway is very impressive. Pole vaulters will know that a 3-step runway is hard to put together a full vault from a 3-step runway. And it requires a lot of technical work because you don't have the same speed as a full runway. But it is a skill to be able to vault over a bar from a 3-step runway and have a successful clearance is really great. For training and for fun, pole vault groups will often do 3-step competitions to see who might go the highest from a short runway, and it can get pretty exciting. It can be a little wild. We've got Mason Altrogi entering the competition. We've got our officials making some adjustments. Just doing our best to see the indicator board from up here. I think we've up to, I'll check on this. All right, we've moved up to 370. $3.70. So we're getting, we're moving through this competition quickly. We're approaching where Oliver Arnfast, his personal best 385, he's still in the competition. And Jackson Turner, his personal best 390. Jackson is still in the competition. We've had successful clearances so far. Everyone who's come in is still in. All right, we have Mason Altrogi. Mason Altrogi is on the runway getting ready while the technical changes happen over on the side there. We've moved to an 80 depth for Mason Altrogi, so he's anticipating that his hip height will be a little further back into the pit, further away from where that box is where the athletes plant their poles. So giving himself a little more room to invert, turn, and achieve a hip height at 80 centimeters depth. And a good estimation, as his hip height was right in line with the bar. He has lots of room to move there. That is what we would call a safety height, I would say, for Mason Altrogi. He's high over the bar, didn't even have to invert too much to get that. Was able to achieve that height without doing a full inversion, more of an L-sit. His personal best is 430. Here's Dennis. He needs more pole. So the poles have a flex rating. And if you bring a lot of energy into the pole, it will overbend. And when it overbends, that depth is all shot. You end up what we call getting spit out the back of the pit. So your trajectory is out horizontally instead of vertically. So right away we know there Dennis really loaded a lot of energy into that pole. It bent right like a candy cane. And he's ready for another pole. I see him going back. He's putting the pole on the rack. He's getting himself a new pole. Excellent call. All right, Max Mazarel. Let's see if he brings the energy. That's the big key for Max, is he has to have a fast runway, accelerating to that plant. That's a nice runway. Wonderful. And that 70 depth worked perfectly for him. Lots of hip height over that, lots of room to grow. And definitely an accelerating runway. So the first jump that he had must have just been an anomaly, where it was a little slower, didn't get off the ground and missed his opening height, but he did get it on the second attempt. Now we're on 2. Higher heights, and he's been successful. So we're now at 370, successful over 370 for Max Mazarel. Jackson Turner on the runway now. Looks like a 5-step approach. And he's up and over. And much like one of the athletes previous, with this lower height for Jackson, he did not have to do a full inversion and get in that handstand position to achieve the height. But does rock back very nicely and makes it over the height. Here comes Aiden Grout. Up and over. And this is the bar now is at 370. And Aiden is on a 4-step runway. So again, with that little shorter of a runway, relying on the technical proficiency over the bar as opposed to the speed to get that energy to get over the bar. Oh, almost a break for Oliver. The most impressive thing I see about Oliver on his is his runway. He's got a very calm, smooth runway, an accelerating runway, a lot to work with there. Pole vault is a sprinting event. All elite pole vaulters are sprinters. The faster one can handle a runway, the higher they go. Brandon Grimaud backing off a little bit on his runway and jumping from inside again, but a clearance. So we'll see if his coach backs him up a little bit. He may be an athlete that likes to jump from inside. Some athletes do prefer jumping a little closer to the pit than others. And a jumping bell from that position.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the 2024. I'm just going to let these introductions finish here.
Lane 6 from the University of Calgary Dinos, Sienna McDonald. In lane 7 from the Guelph Griffins, Nike Abiodun. In lane 8 from the University of Calgary Dinos, Natasha Gatsky. And in lane 9, representing the University of Toronto Varsity Blues, Helena Prosick.
That is your first heat of 2 for the women's 60-meter hurdles prelims. Keep an eye on Sienna McDonald running out of lane 6 there. She's our number 1 seed in the event.
You can't go any closer. Yeah. Thanks, man.
Clean start there. Looks like Sienna's out front. And just a really clean run there from start to finish. That was a very quick start that we had there, but this is day 2 of the 2024 U Sports National Track and Field Championships here inside the James Daly Fieldhouse in the Max Bell Center, Winnipeg, Manitoba. I'm Connor Boyd, and I'm joined by Maddie Lawrence, who was on our field broadcast yesterday, who's coming in to talk to us a little bit about the hurdles. Maddie, what did you see in that first heat?
I saw some phenomenal hurdling in that heat. Sienna came out strong and ran a really clean and relaxed race, and I'm excited to see what they can do in the final. Everyone had a really good race, and yeah, it should be a really fast final.
So, as we were mentioning there, lane 6, Sienna McDonald, just coming fresh off of her gold medal pentathlon performance last night. What's that transition like going from day 1? She had a full day of events. I think she started around 2 in the afternoon, right up until they were the last event of the evening. What did she have to do to prepare overnight to get ready for the second event today?
No, probably just getting as much recovery in as possible, making sure you're eating enough, and then getting a good sleep. In terms of preparation, yeah, just making sure you're relaxing the body and, taking it easy all day just to recuperate as much as you can.
Absolutely. And Sienna, we had a lot of really talented athletes in that first heat right beside Sienna in lane 5, Julie Welburn. She's currently ranked 5th in U Sports. She's also the bronze medalist at Canada West, I believe, this year. Kimonia Edwards was beside them as well, a really talented athlete. Abby Gaudry out of Dalhousie, who I believe recently got 2 gold medals at the AUS Championships and set the Dow record in the event. So it was a really impressive heat. What is something that people who might be unfamiliar with hurdle should be keeping an eye for in this event? Some technical stuff to look for. What's your favorite part of the event, basically?
For me, the end. But I don't know. I guess in the hurdles, watching the trail leg get through.
We're just getting into the blocks here for Heat 2. A couple people to watch in Heat 2. Lane 6 is going to be Haley Reed, the Guelph Griffin. She's currently our number 2 seed there. As you can see, right beside her in lane 6 is going to be Timmy Adelugba of the Huskies. So she is currently our number 3 seed in the event. She was also the Canada West silver medalist. You're a hurdle athlete yourself.
Yes.
That's one of your main events. What is the most exciting part about this event for you?
I don't know, just having barriers to get over. It's just like a different kind of race opposed to a flat sprint. Sometimes it just adds some excitement, and you know, you get off a hurdle and sometimes you feel really fast, and it's just such a rewarding feeling.
Absolutely. So the time breakdown here, if we can get the That is the starting lineup of Heat 2, the 60-meter hurdle prelims. Just a reminder that the top 3 in each heat, plus the next 2 best times, will advance to the finals later today. Once again, lanes 6 and 7 are your number 2 and 3 seeded times in U Sports. Clean start there. That seems to be Haley Reed out front. Appeared from our angle to be Haley Reed, Molly St. Germain, and Timmy Adaluba, kind of 1, 2, 3. Anything stand out for you, Maddie, in that race? Just a really clean run.
Yeah, just really clean and relaxed running there.
Is there much, I was talking to Tegan yesterday when we were discussing the 60 meters and that kind of time gap between the 2 events. Is there a strategy to sort of tone your race down early in the prelims to kind of set yourself up for the finals, or where's the balance lie in that?
There's the balance, because it's sometimes when you know that you're in a good position to qualify, you're saving a little bit left in the tank for the final, but then there's also the other side where you really want to make sure you get your qualification in, so sometimes you do have to give it a bit more. Yeah, I guess it's just kind of seeing what happens in the race and adjusting to your environment to make sure that you can put together your best performance in that final race.
Well, and so I come from a distance background, obviously, where one person can really dictate a pace of a race. Does that ever come into play in these kind of short sprints at all? Obviously, you're laned, it's a little bit different, but can somebody set a standard that this 60 meters is going to be fast?
I think that is can happen sometimes. You do see some races where a lot of girls will PB just because one person really had a phenomenal race and set the pace there. And then there's sometimes in the short sprints where you're really just getting out and giving it your all, and it's sometimes hard to even know what's going on in your environment just because it's so short and you don't have a lot of time to process what's going on.
And it's just about getting to the end of that.
Yeah,
end
exactly.
Of that track. Awesome. We have a very exciting day ahead of us. We're going to take a look at the schedule here. A few events coming up. We've also already gone through a few events today. We had the men's weight throw started this morning. We're going to get you some information on that very shortly. Here's our Friday schedule. So like we said, men's weight throw competition happened at 1. 2 Bisons podium in that, which was very exciting. Congratulations to Graham Wright in 2nd and Joshua Solsley in 3rd. As we are in right now, 60-meter hurdles, or we had the 60-meter hurdles heptathlon, and now currently on the field broadcast, we have the pole vault happening. Our schedule here today, this is looking at the track events coming up. We're in the 60-meter hurdles. The 1,000-meter finals are coming up, 300-meter heats, the 3,000-meter finals, and then the 300-meter finals, followed by the 4x8, which is always a exciting event. I'm a little biased in that, but I love the 4x8. We're going to get you a few results from earlier in the day today as soon as I can pull them up. earlier today. So our gold medalist, Abdella Hassar of Laval, took home that first place in the weight throw, 21.22 meters. Graham Wright closely behind him, 18.65 meters. And right behind him, as we said, Joshua Solsley of the Bison, 17.77. A really strong performance to kick off the day. We've been talking about, or Ty mentioned yesterday, momentum. And that coming off of the initial events, those medals can really go a long way in like amping up a team.
That's right, Connor.
How does that impact them coming into this second day?
I think that sometimes having those really good performances early on within the competition puts you in a really good mental space for the rest of the competition. You just feel like you can do anything, and you're really excited to keep going and see what you can do. And it just sets an overall good tone for your weekend.
One, for the team, how does it help in bringing, because obviously these teams are a little bit smaller. It's usually around 20 to 30 people competing per team. How does it help unify that team into sort of a, we were talking a little bit, it's an individual sport, but at the same time it's not. This is a real team mentality.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes when you see your teammates do well and contribute a whole bunch of points, like it motivates you to do the same. Like you always want to feel like you're making a difference within that total score. And so when your teammates are successful, you just want to match them on that energy.
Absolutely. So looking ahead at this, we have the whole weekend left, 2 more days. What is an event that stands out that you're really excited to see?
I'm really excited to watch the women's high jump tomorrow, and then probably the 4x400 meter relays.
Always another exciting event. Really a classic way to end off the weekend. Mm-hmm. Track is packed. What we're looking at right now is Heat 1 of the men's 60-meter hurdles, just warming up, getting ready to go. We have another very busy heat. Our number 1 ranked athlete, Craig Thorne of the Guelph Griffins, is going to be in this first heat. There's our overall season standings that we're looking at. So it's a very close field this year, and it's going to be very exciting to see everybody perform. We obviously have the Bison's Adam Andres, who will be in our second heat. He'll be in our first heat, and he just recently broke the program record, 7.97. Mm-hmm. So he, I know, is very excited to see what he can lay down on the track.
Yeah, totally, and it's really exciting to see that there are 5 individuals who have broken that 8-second mark this year.
Yeah, absolutely, a huge barrier to overcome, and I think as any track athlete will tell you, once you get past that,
you just keep going.
You just keep going. So it's as it's been all weekend, it's anybody's race for sure as we get to the starting line here. Beside Craig Thorne, to his left there, that is Justin Rose of Alberta, currently ranked 4th. So he'll be another athlete we want to keep an eye on, as well as Adam Andres to his right, currently ranked 5th. In terms of, this is a really off the top question here. In terms of practicing for hurdles, how much of your time is devoted to that technical, if we're looking at a week, how much time is devoted to that technical getting over the hurdles? Because obviously you need that raw speed. That technical element is very present in the hurdle.
Yeah, well, in a lot of practices, you'll do some kind of hurdle drills and exercises just to practice getting that trail leg through, or focusing on the lead leg and just kind of breaking down those 2 parts to make sure that they're both working together but also solid individually.
Absolutely. See, stuff like that, I'm very thankful never had to deal with that. Don't have the technical skill that these gentlemen do. That is for sure. While we're waiting, we can tell you, as of standings after the weight throw today, the men's team, on the men's side, the Manitoba Bisons are currently leading the team score, 32 points, followed closely by Laval with 20 points. And our system's a little messed up. It's not telling us the 3rd place at the moment. I apologize about that. But on the women's side, University of Calgary is currently leading with 29 points. Western Mustangs are currently second with 19 points, and Laval in third with 13 points. So it was a really busy first day. We had a number of medals given out. We had the 60-meter, and Audrey Leduc showed up and performed exactly the way that she had planned to, bring home that gold, and was followed closely by second and third place.
Well, the 2023 Sports Canadian University Championship Championship, this is heat number 1 of the men's 60-meter hurdles. In lane 4, representing the Saskatchewan Huskies, Diego Diamond. In lane 5, representing the University of Manitoba, Alan Andre.
Big cheer for the hometown hero. That is the first heat. Now ready to go. 60-meter prelims. 60-meter hurdles prelims.
Can't get any closer, guys. I need to hear my shot. Thank you.
Green start on full field. That appeared to be Justin Rose very comfortably out front. Craig Thorne, pardon me. Craig Thorne of Guelph, very clearly out front. Maddie, what stood out to you in that race?
Oh, Craig just got out really, really quick, and he soared over those hurdles. Yeah, it was incredible to watch.
That was a really textbook race, and
yeah, he looked very relaxed throughout, and it just looked easy.
yeah, and it looked like he was closely followed by Justin Thorne. From our vantage point, it's a little tough after that. Things are getting a little mixed up. Everybody was very close together, so another quick heat. It looks like unofficially 7.88. Once again, to find official results, you can just head over to the gobisons.ca, click on that championship banner button, and it'll take you to the information page with all the live results. What you'll see on the screen is close, but we don't want to call it official until everything's been clocked. But again, like you were saying, under that 8 mark very comfortably, which is not an easy feat.
Yep, that's definitely a big barrier to overcome in the hurdles for sure.
Is it sending a bit of a message to everybody that he's going right under that 8 right off the hop in these hurdles, just letting everybody know that the race is on?
I think it's just showing us that we're in for a big race in the final, and it's just setting the tone for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. We do have a little bit of an update from the women's 60-meter heats that just happened. So it appears, this is unofficial as of right now, but it looks like Sienna McDonald qualified first, 8:36. Haley Reed close behind her at 8:37. Malloy Saint-Germain, 8:49. Adienke Abidon, 8:51. Natasha Gatsky, 8:52. Timmy Adaluba, 8:55. Jolie Welburn, 8:65. And Paulina Prosic, 8:69. So a really close field. A lot of people kind of in that mix. So they will be coming on a little bit later. The finals will be happening at 5:15. So not too long now. It'll give them enough time to rest. And then they'll be right back.
Exactly.
if we could see, and we're going to pull up the heptathlon leaderboard at the moment, because a reminder that the heptathlon event is still ongoing. Obviously, it's a 2-day event, and they're currently in their pole vault, and we're having some really exciting performances there. I believe Manitoba's Andres is leading, last I looked.
Max Spicer.
Max Spicer. I'm really focused on hurdles at the moment. I apologize, Max. Max Spicer is currently leading the pentathlon, and I believe he's PB'd 4 times.
He has, and pole
yesterday.
vault's a very, very strong event for him. So we're looking forward to see what he can do.
There is a energy. The crowd is packed around the pole vault, the pole vault runway right now. So we're getting a little sneak peek here. Just getting set up. So unofficially at the moment, just keep everybody in the loop of the heptathlon, our #1 leader, Max Spicer.
Time now for the second heat of the
Here comes the
men's
second.
60-meter hurdles. Top 3 from each heat, plus the next 2 best times advance. In lane 4, from the Brock Badgers, Colton Spencer. In lane 5, from the Guelph Griffins, Zaid Alawamle. In lane 6, Toronto Varsity Blues, David Adelaide. In lane 7, from the York Lions, Tamari Lindo. Lane 8, Western Mustangs, Alex Collins. And lane 9, from the Western Mustangs, Aiden Blaine.
This is heat 2 now, getting into the blocks. A couple people to watch. David Adelaide of the Blues, currently ranked #2. Tamari Lindo, currently ranked #3. He's in the lane beside him. Clean start.
Very comfortable race.
Really smooth. There's very little to say about that, except that it looks like these guys are.
Yeah, it looked easy.
Yeah, it's almost like they're the best in the nation. So it's almost like what we're watching there. So that appeared to be David Adelaide of Toronto there. Currently, our #2 seed, 7-8-8, so very close to that. 7-8-8, 7-8-9 in this heat unofficially, very close to the first heat as well. So it's going to be a close final when we get those results. Really smooth.
Yeah, I think we have a really exciting evening ahead of us.
Yes, and again, we'll find out the official results very shortly, and we'll keep you posted, but from now, we're just going to have to wait and see. Coming up next on the track, we are going to have the first heat of the women's 1,000, which will be starting very shortly. We're going to take a very quick couple-minute break, and then we'll be back with you right away.
strong runway. A beautiful, nice high plant. He's got full extension on the arms when he takes off. Very important in the pole vault. His step is right on. Now up, we've got Jackson Turner. He's on his second attempt at 4 meters. So that was Aiden Grout. Jake Neufeld is next up on the runway for men's pole vault for the heptathlon. Now, things are heating up here in the track and field. We've got track events starting very soon, so if you want to check out the 1,000 meters, you can check out our live stream on the track side. We're covering field on this stream. Jake's up and over. And so our cameras may be panning to different events from time to time. So we'll try to stay with the pole vault as much as we can, but we also want to bring you the upcoming long jump competition. The
women's we just completed the heats of the 60-meter hurdles, some really exciting stuff there, and we thank Madison Lawrence for joining us, as I know nothing about hurdles, unfortunately, except that I am always in awe of the gentlemen and the ladies and gentlemen who can get over those barriers. We are now heading into the first sort of long distance event of the meet, the women's 1,000 meter one heat final. I'm joined here by Darby Goodall, who is here for the 600. Darby, how are you?
I'm so great today. How are you, Connor?
I'm doing well. What are you most excited to see in this 600 or 1,000 meter?
I don't know, to be honest. I think anyone could win it, and I'm excited to see who maybe has the best tactics in this race.
Absolutely. We have a few standouts here. Emma Desan, pardon me. We have a number of our top youth sports athletes. Obviously, we're looking at the best in the country. Number one ranked, we have
Geneviève Paquin from Montreal Carabins, Emma Desgagnés from Laval Rouge et Or.
Yes, Emma is our number one seed here.
Varsity Blues, Christina Esposito.
She's currently ranked 12th.
From the Waterloo Warriors, Hillary Clark. From the Alberta Pandas, Olivia Cooper.
Laval Rouge et Or, Camille Boudreau. Montréal Carabin, Geneviève Paquin. Laval Rouge et Or, Emma Desgagnés.
That is your number one seed.
From the Saskatchewan Huskies, Jenica Swartz. Representing the Dalhousie Tigers, Chloe Richardson. From the Western Mustangs, Hallie Nielsen. From the Guelph Griffins, Cameron Ormond. From the Saskatchewan Huskies, Avery Pearson. And from the Guelph Griffins, Julia Agostinelli. These are the athletes in the women's 1,000-meter run.
Now, if you're asking yourself how come you don't count all the athletes that were just announced, it is a double waterfall start, meaning that our last handful of athletes are a little up ahead, and will cut down at the first turn.
Yeah. Those are the top 4 ranked athletes coming into this race.
Yes. Except for Emma, who is on the line.
Oh, a little bit of pushing there, but
A little dicey, and it's always a tricky for that double waterfall. They want to get out ahead, but they also don't want to overextend themselves so early on in the race.
A little surprising they didn't call that back because it happened so soon off the start line, but Olivia Cooper seemed to recover pretty well from it, so
yeah,
she should be okay.
Absolutely. It was a really, really solid performance from her.
This race definitely has the potential to be tactical, and we can kind of see that with the athletes bunched up coming through that 200-meter mark.
Just going through that first turn. You'll see them coming around the bend here right away.
That's Avery Pearson from the Saskatchewan Huskies out in front right now,
followed
closely with Olivia Cooper from the Alberta Pandas.
And that is Waterloo's Hillary Clark, I believe.
Yeah, looks like it.
This is a really tight race here. This is a really close pack.
These girls are all the way out in lane 3, but it looks like it's starting to pick up now, maybe.
Hillary Clark out front. And that is Cameron Ormond with Guelph right behind her. Yeah, and even with this being 1,000, we can never discount that final 200 meters.
Absolutely not.
The speed these women have is just incredible.
Especially at a championship race like this, when they start off slow, they're going to finish strong. And you can see that now. They're definitely picking it up.
Yeah, we're starting to see kind of two groups develop, and it's a small gap between second and third, but those extra steps really do impact coming into this final 200 meters. Once again, that's Clark and Ormond, 1-2 right now. Followed closely by Pearson and Agostinelli. Bell lap here.
Avery Pearson making a big move
Really
around
making a
that
push.
corner. We'll see if she can get around Ormond.
Making a real big push up the backside.
Yes.
Just very in control here.
And she is taking off.
This is what we're talking about, that final 200-meter speed coming into play here as Avery Pearson comes down the home stretch. A really commanding last 200 meters to finish gold.
Followed by Ormond and Agostinelli in second and third there.
A really impressive showing by the two Guelph athletes as well. A really strong heat, top to bottom.
Yes, absolutely.
What did you see that stood out to you in that race?
Definitely just comparing it to yesterday when I was here for the 600s, it is a totally different race. Like the 600s, you have not really that kind of slow start tactics, but the 1K, we definitely saw that. Those athletes started off nice and easy, and then they kicked super hard for those last like 400, 500 meters. Yeah.
And what does that, so, you know, as we were talking, that was a really close pack for that first three laps. What's going through their head knowing, because those athletes are smart, they know what's coming up, is that final 350, kind of 200-meter kick. What are they doing in preparation for that?
I think you're definitely thinking about, like, when am I going to make my move so that I can hold off these other really strong athletes until the end, right? And so Avery Pearson did just that. She started her making her move with about 200 to go, and she did not look back. She just kept going, and she managed to hold them off. So really good.
A really controlled race from Avery Pearson there.
She looks a little surprised, so hopefully that was a good time for her.
Absolutely. Once again, times that we're going to be seeing. Here we go. Avery Pearson, 2:47. A very solid performance. Yeah. So anybody who might be familiar with the times, these are not the ladies' fastest times, but that can happen at these championships. A little bit tactical, a little bit controlled. These are athletes you might never have competed against over the year, and you really got to maintain some tactical mind.
Yes, this is definitely not a race you're going to PB in. You're going for that gold, silver, bronze here. So, yeah definitely a different type of racing for sure.
Absolutely, and congratulations to those athletes. We are going to have the first heat of the men coming up shortly. We can see them warming up on the track here. We are going to be joined by former 1,000-meter athlete Simone Berube very shortly. Darby, is there anything else you want to add here? We're going to be hearing from you a little bit later today for the 4x8s. Is there anything you want? How are you feeling about the event so far?
I think it's going really well, and I always have to hype up my team, so go Bisons.
There we go, go Bisons. And it's working. The hype's working. They are having a tremendous start to the season. So thank you, Darby, for joining us for the 1,000. We will hear from you very shortly.
Absolutely. See you later.
So I'm glad we brought Kirsten in. Kirsten and I have a pole vault background. Kirsten has a long jump background. We're going to bounce back and forth from event to event. This is a bit of a difficult way to watch track and field, but we know that many of you at home are parents, friends, coaches, teammates. So we want to try to bring you as many events as possible. And while we know the split screen is not ideal, we want to try our best not to leave anybody out. So we're going to bounce back and forth from long jump to pole vault and do our best to bring you results from both. Here we're going with our first long jumper from Dalhousie.
Meter competitor Simone Berube. Simone, how are you?
I am very good, Connor. I'm just happy to be here.
Excellent. You've been watching the meet so far all weekend. What have you been seeing from the Bisons that's really exciting for you?
You know, 1-2 in the 60, 2 and 3 in the hammer or the weight throw. That's huge points for us.
Yeah.
Great start for the weekend. Hopefully we can continue that with distance events. Yeah.
Absolutely, and we have obviously Bison's Cal Reimer is going to be in this heat. Cal managed to clinch a spot when he went silver at Canada West in a really strong performance. I actually got the chance to talk to Cal a little bit earlier today, and he was talking about just how proud he is of the Bisons this season, and how proud he is to how inspired he is by the dedication and the grit and fight of this team. And I think we're seeing that come out both on the field and on the track. So right now, we're looking at our rankings of the men's 1,000 here, so you can see our top 10 performances of the year. Obviously, Max Davies is kind of our front runner. Jude Wheeler-D close behind him, and Jonathan
Podbielski.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Really strong this season. Simone, you've been following these guys kind of all year. What are some standout things people should be looking for in this race?
Honestly, 1K now, more than ever is just going to be a hot pace. I think right from the gun. Used to see a lot of tactical races. I think this is going to be fast right off the start. Try to run the kick out of other people. So could see that being a little different. Everybody's just so much better nowadays. Like,
Yeah.
it's unbelievable.
Well-
Sorry, just shout it out. Like, there's so many sub 4 milers now, so that definitely affects the 1K. Everybody's just so fit.
Well, and so you competed in this event the last time U Sports was hosted here in Winnipeg in the 1,000. What was your experience in that event? How did that play out, and how has things changed, as you're saying? Because we have seen those times drop significantly over the last 5 years. What do you think's changed?
Well, my time that got here wouldn't even get me here. So now that shows how good these guys are. Yeah, it's deafening in here. It's really, really good environment, very loud and quick track. So should be good.
Absolutely. And yeah, Simone's making a comment. The track is packed already today. It's, just a little shy, I believe, of 5 o'clock, a little bit early, and it is wall-to-wall in the stands right now. It's a good energy in here. We've had some really stellar performances, some records, or personal records and bests and season's bests having happened, and that really brings a crowd to a high level of energy, for sure. So a couple people that we want to make mention to watch here, like we were saying, Max Davies of the Guelph Griffins, currently ranked #1. He got gold just a couple weeks back at OUA Championships. Jude Wheeler-D of Queens, currently ranked #2. He was right behind him in that race, that silver medal. What kind of racing style do these guys have that you've seen over the season?
Yeah, I think they're just now, like, nobody's scared to go after it. So maybe before, people were a little bit timid towards just going out really fast, running it more like an 800. Now I see that people just go for it and see what happens, right? They're just so much better now that they can kind of bank the time on the first couple of laps and just rely on their strength to hold on.
Well, and so we just saw in that women's 1,000, it was a pretty controlled first couple laps. It was a strong run, but they really lit it up kind of going into that last 350 meters. Do you think we're going to see something similar here? Solid run right into, or should people be paying attention to that last 250, 300 meters?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I think I'd be surprised if it was really slow. But yeah, I think it's going to be a last fast 400.
Absolutely, and we talked about it a little bit with Darby. This will be a 2-lane or a double waterfall start, so you're going to see a handful of gentlemen, usually kind of your top 5 seeds, a couple less, are going to be on a little bit up on the bank, and they're going to cut down at that first turn. How important is getting a good position coming off of that waterfall, both for the people who are fighting to keep their space on the inside and the people coming in?
Yeah, you got to go quick. 600, very fast, get out and trying to hold. 1K, you only really have one move, so you want to be in a good spot when you use that move. It's really important to try and get out quick, maybe settle into your spot. But yeah, you definitely got to get out and try to get to the front if you want to be competitive. It's an indoor track, super tight. It's really hard to get around people.
Yeah. Well, in Darby, we were talking that the gap that can kind of form between a lead pack and kind of the following pack might only be a meter or two from where we're looking at it, but that gap is huge.
Yeah, it's not only like physically big, but mentally, when you get gapped, it's hard to overcome.
Yeah,
definitely.
Absolutely. So we see these gentlemen here; they're just lining up on the inside. Once again, that's Manitoba Bison's Cal Reimer right on the inside on lane 1 there. We're going to get an introduction of these athletes very shortly. The officials are just giving the gentleman on the outside the double waterfall instructions. They've done it before. They're all professionals.
Oh yeah, they know what's going on.
There is a crowd forming right along this, all the way around the track. There is some excitement in the air. These athletes have been laying down some really exceptional times here this season. So, like Simone's been saying, it's going to be a fast race. Cheer goes up for the hometown hero there. Sports record in this event, 2:22:09. Hard off the line.
It's always a battle to try to get a good spot here.
See everybody checking in. And it looked like a real pace drop there by Max Davies of Guelph. Came right down and really slowed the pace down off that fast start.
That's Podbielski at the front there. He's going to make sure it's not a slow pace. He likes to go out fast.
And people are getting antsy and moving up. I believe that's Adam Schmidt of Guelph and Davies coming up. A little bit of bumping and shoving happening in this top few people.
That's an honest pace, 57. You can see they're starting out now, so that means it's quick.
I would not say that those first 3 laps are super smooth between everybody, but are really strong. It's kind of started to even out here, give some people some space to start opening up.
You can see a gap forming there. Top 3, Davies, Drew Wheeler D, Jonathan Podbielski.
Podbielski just a couple steps behind. And a big pack forming between himself and 4th. Bell lap, Davies out front.
I think we're on a something special here. That was 152 at 800. You should look out for that U Sports record, championship record.
And it is Davies' race, it looks like, out by himself there.
Davies out by himself. Podbielski making a move for 2nd place. Jared House closing hard in 4th.
Podbielski in 2nd now, real move on the corner there. Davies right out in front.
Wow.
Davies, Podbielski.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's a new championship record.
We might have just seen it happen here, folks. It's going to take a second to get us some times up, but that was based on the cheers we were hearing from Davies, I would imagine he knows something that we don't, but.
That guy is scary fit. He even had time to celebrate, 50 meters to go.
That was a race.
Yep.
There was a little bit of everything in there. A little bumping, a little shoving, a little back, a little 4th, some real speed at the end there. That's what you like to see. And a real commanding performance from Davies in the last 2 laps. Really felt like he was in control of that race.
Definitely, kind of like what you said, honest pace from the start, take over with 500 or 600 meters to go, and just bring it home.
Absolutely. We're going to hopefully Once those times are up, we'll be sure to let you know. 5th place being 2:25, I would say we have a pretty good shot at a very fast 2:21. I believe that might be a new U Sports record based on the information that we.
That's a championship record, I believe.
Championship record, yes.
Yeah. That is quick. Yep.
Congratulations to Davies. A really strong performance there to achieve that. Simone, what stood out to you in that race?
Just took the lead. I believe it was around 600 or 500 meters and never looked back. You know, just he knows he's good enough to do that and just take over the race and control it on his own will, right? Yeah. So.
One, how does that confidence coming into the race, kind of knowing yourself and your ability, kind of impact how you approach such a long race?
Well, winning OUAs 220 on a flat track
yeah.
probably shows that you're fit. Yeah, so it's very much physical and mental, right? So having confidence going into a big race is huge. It definitely helps a lot. So, yeah.
He knew he was fast. He knew what he wanted to do. He clearly had his mind, looked like he had his mind set on that U Sports record. That was a men's 1,000 meter championship race. There's some really strong performances, and it was tough to catch on camera, but Cal Reimer made a really strong push there in that last 200 meters of the Bison. So a little bit of Bison love on the side. Congrats to Cal, a really strong performance there.
Yeah, like I said earlier, very tough to even just get in here. Big second place at Can West to qualify for U Sports. Huge for him, so super proud as one of his teammates. Yeah, just rest up, get ready for that 4x8.
Yeah, he's got, what time is it now? He's got about 4.5 hours, plenty of time. He's going to make it through.
Yeah.
Coming up next on the track, we're going back to the infield to see the 60-meter hurdles, which will be starting soon. The finals of the women are going to be coming up very shortly, followed by the men, and then we're going to go right into the 300 meters, which is going to be some exciting stuff. Simone, looking ahead at the weekend, we have a few other major events obviously coming up all weekend long. We got the 3,000s today, then the 4x8. What's something that you're really looking forward to? You were here, part of the 4x8 team, the last time it was hosted here, won the gold medal. What are those guys, what's the energy like in here at the end of the day?
You know, I don't think I was able to hear for like an hour after that race. It was so loud. You being a part of it as well, you know, it was crazy. This place knows track very well. So 4x8, really respected race. That's probably my most excited event for this entire meet, being a distance athlete. 1,500 tomorrow, it's going to be really good too. 3K is always a very good race to watch. 300s, yeah, everything.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, it is. We got a packed weekend here. We're going to take a short break before we come back to you when we are on the infield for the 60-meter hurdle finals. We'll talk to you very soon.
So I believe now we're back to the top of the runway for the long jump. And this is our Brock University athlete. Oh, perhaps not. No, Dalhousie, Abby Gaudry. Abby also competed in the pentathlon last night with a lot of really wonderful performances. She's representing Dalhousie Tigers. A run through for Abby.
Yeah, it looks like she wasn't quite able to complete her jump. Potentially a little bit of nerves being on the runway. This is a little bit of a harder track that she's probably used to training on, so a little bit of adjustments to her approach.
Yeah, compared to the Dalhousie. Now, Abby was her conference championship, I believe, gold?
Yeah, gold.
Good for Abby. Now we have from Brock Badgers, Sarah Salduto on the long jump runway, and Max Spicer in the pole vault. Up and over 420, pushes the bar away. So Max beautifully over his opening height. We believe that's a 420 opening height. They just have not yet changed the indicator board, but they're looking at getting that switched over. Kilty McGonigal. A beautiful runway, beautiful takeoff for Kilty. He really has a high extension on the takeoff and takes advantage of the energy that he loads into the pole to make it bend in that arc shape. And when that pole unloads its energy, bringing Kilty to the apex of his jump, he has it perfectly timed with his hip height over at an 80 depth measurement. Very impressive for Kilty. Former university football player.
So on the track, long jump runway, that was Kaylee Wojtas with her second jump. So we'll see what it is.
Let's see if we can get a reading on Kaylee Wojtas. Has she been over 6 meters this year?
Not yet, no.
All right, but fairly close, 579. We had a foul for Miss Wojtas. Her best so far this year for Kaylee Wojtas is 579. If she can get a jump in, personal bests can happen in the 10 and 20 centimeter range in long jump. It can happen with a big jump. So
yeah.
We'll see if she can't approach that 6 meter mark herself.
Yeah, and fun fact about her, she actually was also in the 60 meter yesterday.
Oh.
So she's been very strong in the 60 meter throughout her career.
Amazing. Well, long jump, just like pole vault, is a sprinting event.
Yeah.
You're jumping, but you're sprinting.
Yeah, you have to be able to run fast to jump far.
It is essential. So we had, I believe, Max Altrogi at 420. I don't think he made that first attempt. He did make the first attempt. Good for him. We had our eyes on long jump for a moment, but I'm being told that Mr. Altrogi was successful over Mason Altrogi was successful over his first attempt at 420. We've got Max Mazarel on the runway now, who's got a very smooth. We're going to give you a repeat of Mr. Altrogi. A little inside on the takeoff, but he still goes for it. Love it. Very good. On the runway next, Max Mazarel. Smooth runway, nice plant. A little inside and a little bit backing off on his last 3 steps. He can accelerate through that a little more and he'll for sure have that height. We've got Fiola Tejofo from Laval on the runway for long jump. How's Fiola's best performance so far this year?
It is 590. So she is sitting in 9th right now. So she has definitely a good chance of making the final, but she'll have to put out something pretty good.
Right, and a 590 brings her within that striking distance of 6 meters. That would be a pretty fun personal best to make today.
Yeah, for sure.
6 meters is the mark for many of these women. They're all in search of it.
So Fiola, she is a very strong. She looks like very strong on the runway, and always is she executes the jump very well.
A foul for Fiola, but a powerful jump. So with a little changes to her runway, we're going to see big things from her in round 3.
Yeah, for sure.
So Max Mazarel is going to give this another shot, and he's talking with his coach now. It's interesting to watch athletes as they speak with their coaches. You can tell the advice that's going back and forth by the gestures that they give one another, and you can tell that Max is going to be thinking about rocking back into that vertical position as far back as he can get, and also bringing a powerful takeoff, a powerful acceleration to bring him over this 420 bar on his second attempt to long jump. A nice jump, and it's clean. And this is Molly Saint-Germain from Sherbrooke.
So probably not the lift that she really wanted on that. So we will come back
See
to you
what
with
that
a
measures
distance.
at. Let's see if we can see.
So yeah, 5:39. She probably wants to get a little bit more pop off of that.
Her personal best, 5:91, or season's best. Here comes Max Mazarel. Oh, so close. It was a great jump, and that was his, based on the claps, I think that may have been his third attempt. We'll see if he, yes it is. It's his third attempt. Very nice jumping from Max today. Max set a personal best at 4:10. A lot to be proud of there. Brand new personal best, more points than he expected to get potentially in this pole vault. This is the men's heptathlon pole vault. So along with this event, they are competing across 7 events for a combined point total score.
So that was just Joelle Wellburn in long jump. So she had a clean jump. Hopefully she will be looking to put something.
And we'll see what we have for a distance on that. Here's Miss Wellburn. Excellent jump.
It looks like she was pretty nicely positioned on the board, 5:76.
5:76.
So it's decent jump so far from what we've seen, but she will definitely be looking to improve that.
The bar is going up over at pole vault to 4:30. We'll have a few athletes still in the mix here. Try to get a rundown of who's in. I believe Josh Tam is successful. I believe we have Jake Neufeld still in the mix. All right, we've got Sienna McDonald on the long jump runway. It'll be close on the board. It's a white flag. The athletes want to get as close to the pit as practically possible without going over that toe board, which is tantamount to a foul. So we see that Sienna's 6:04.
There we go. She will be happy
Wonderful.
with that.
So that's a lead so far today.
Yeah, so that we've only seen one person over 6, but it's
Okay.
only the second attempt.
And who, so this is the one. Sienna's the one, or have we had another?
Just the one. That's
Just the one?
Just one.
Okay, so Sienna's leading the charge over 6 meters. Let's see who can catch her. Here's Mason Altrogi in the pole vault he's running through. That's okay. This happens, and more than anything, athletes need to be safe in pole vault. So if something has changed, and we know that we can't salvage the jump, we will at times run through. Ideally, you want to stop if you can, because then you have you haven't counted your attempt. But by crossing the plane there, crossing through the pit, that does count as a fault, and it will mark an X for him for his first attempt at 4:30. But with the pole vault, it is sometimes better to be safe and run through, try again on another height.
So we just saw Jasmine Liu at the long jump.
Excellent. Here's a replay.
Her personal best, she hasn't jumped this year, but is 6:22, her indoor PB.
Wow.
So she will be.
So she may take this.
Yeah, she's a strong contender.
So our indicator board marks a 5:08.
Yeah. So with her, she's
happened.
Yeah, it happens, and she's definitely one of the athletes who have been less consistent. So I feel like her approach changes a bit, and she might not have been on the
right
board.
On the mark, yeah.
She might have been a bit behind. So potentially that could be the reason.
Could be. And we have one more round for qualifying.
Yes, that's correct. So they're only on round 2.
Okay. More long jumping here. We've got our Spartan athlete. That'll be Shalina Wiley. Her season's best, 6:01. Very nice jump. Josh Tam on the pole vault on a replay. Unsuccessful on that attempt, but still has 2 more. Here comes Max on his first attempt. 5:38 in the long jump. Max Spicer over at 4:30. And every 10-centimeter increment gets these young men more and more points towards their heptathlon total. Max Spicer is leading the pack. He had 4 personal bests yesterday. Every event was a personal best. This is his, I believe, his last year competing in U Sport. He's in his 5th year of eligibility. It'll be nice for him to have a final feather in the cap. We'll see if anyone can catch him in that first place position. What I like right now about the men's hep pole vault is that this is the last event wherein you could potentially register a no mark. After this, they move over to the 1,000 meters. On the pole vault, we have Kilty McGonigal up and over.
So with long jump, we just saw Taylor Schultz. She jumped 570, so that's definitely a little safer one for her.
Yeah.
From what we've seen, that has a possibility of putting her in the top 8. So,
So we're going to try to pull up some live results for the long jump to see if we can start to see who might be close to that top 8. We'll do that on our computers here in the background while we talk to you about both the long jump and the pole vault that's happening right now. So Kilty McGonigal was up and over 4:30. Kilty is a former football player turned track athlete. And here we are with the athlete from Guelph, Milen Habash. And Mason Eltrogi over in the pole vault. Milen's season's best is 6:07. And we may have had a foul. They seem to be raking without measuring. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, it looks like a toe foul. Oh, no, it's in 574. I apologize.
she must have been really close on the board. So for officiating, we do have a camera there. So if there's any kind of so that they
protest
yeah
or question, they can take a look at the camera.
Yeah, so they can review it and then they can get a definitive answer whether they
It's
have fault or
incredible.
not.
Now there's some talk about learning changing the long jump board.
Yes.
It's controversial. I don't like it.
I don't like it either. I mean,
hitting the board is an integral part of the event.
Yeah, it takes a lot of the precision away from long jump, which is one
and
of
you
the
should be rewarded for precision.
Yeah, it is one of the hardest things to do, to try and execute your approach perfectly and also take off while at high speed, while getting as close to the board as possible.
So the changes being discussed are measuring from wherever the athlete takes off within a window.
Yeah, within 1 meter, I believe, which it'll be interesting to see whether they go through with it. Recently we had to change the long jump board as well. So previously, they used to use plasticine and if you made a mark in the plasticine, then it was marked as a foul.
Yeah. So over in pole vault, we just had young Tam, Josh Tam, over the 4:30 mark. So now on the runway, Mason Altrogi. And I think we may have had an athlete do a long jump as well while we were listening to that overhead announcement. There's a lot happening here. A run through. So we had a run through while we were chatting about the pole vault. And we're still on round 2 of the... We may be entering round 3 here fairly soon.
Yeah, I believe that we are
now into it.
Yeah, now into round 3.
So Mason Altrogi successful over the 3rd attempt. It's a nail biter. You can see the excitement on his face. He's got a look on his face like he got away with something. So Mason Altrogi looking like he got away with something there. He's happy to be over that third attempt. Mason's personal best is 4:30, so that matched it. I want to see him go higher. He's got such a good attitude about this event. He's been a very good competitor throughout the weekend and has shown just a lot of pluck and respect for the sport and a lot of energy and a lot of joy as he's competing in these events. We like to see these guys succeed. We're with them for 2 days, and so you kind of get to know the athletes as you watch them through different events. It looks like Mason's going to go up a pole. He's measuring out his hand grip potentially onto a stiffer pole, onto a pole that will give him more resistance, and I agree with his coach on that one. I think moving up a pole to account for the adrenaline that comes along with a personal best and giving him that much more resistance to have that energy on the top end. So the energy that you put into a pole is the energy the pole gives you as it's vaulting you off into space at the top. So he seems to be measuring out his hand grip from one to the other. So he might be on a pole he's never been on. If he's measuring hand grips across, this may be a brand new pole for him. This may be uncharted territory. I love to see it. One of the best feelings in the world is trying a new stick that's going to give you more resistance and being successful on it. There's nothing that compares. Pole vaulters who are watching will know it's a refreshing feeling. It feels like it's giving you what you're giving it. It's resistance that you need to get the job done and set new personal bests. So it looks like he's going to be on a new pole. He's doing some visualization as he waits for his next attempt. So as he's moving up poles, as he's moving up flex ratings and the greater resistance that the next pole will give him, we'll move to the long jump for a moment and then I'll explain this. So we had a jump that was successful, but a little bit of an injury for a young athlete.
I believe that's Sarah Saldudo.
From the Brock Badgers. So with the pole vault, Mason Altrogi has gone up a stick. He's gone to a pole that will give him more resistance. And we will see it's going to work for him. That is his first attempt now. So he's working out the jitters with a new pole. You can see that it did not bend as much as the last one, but that's actually a good thing because that shows that it's giving him the appropriate resistance. If he commits to that pole, gets into that inverted position, the energy that he loads into that more resistant pole will translate into vertical energy for him, throwing his frame over this new personal best bar of 440. So as intimidating as a new pole can be, and it is intimidating, so there will be some nerves about going on to a pole with greater resistance. Whenever you move up poles, you're also running the risk of a little more danger. We have Miss Waitis on the long jump.
And it looks like she might have been slightly behind the board there.
Yeah.
So with a jump of 5:33, it is difficult to mentally focus after you see someone that you've competed with get injured. So that could be a large factor there. So you have to mentally regroup after seeing that.
Many of these athletes are competitors, but we compete together so often that they're also friends.
Yeah, for sure. And it's really hard to see that when your friends are getting injured, and especially jumping right before you.
Yes.
It is really hard to not let that mentally affect your jump.
100%. Josh Tam was up and over at 440 is where we're at right now. Is 440 Josh Tam up and over. And we'll want to see him maintain that inverted position a little longer so that he can be successful over 450. Coming out of what we call the inverted tube.
Welcome back. We are just getting
60-meter hurdle.
perfect timing.
In lane 3, the Canada West bronze medalist from the Saskatchewan Huskies, Jolie Welburn. In lane 4, she's a Canada West finalist from the Calgary Dinos, Natasha Gatsky.
Sherbrooke VBR, le gagnant, Réseau du sport étudiant du Québec, Mallory Saint-Germain.
In lane 6, from the Calgary Dinos, she's the fastest qualifier and this year's U Sports Pentathlon champion, Sienna McDonald. In lane 7, the OUA champion from the Guelph Griffins, Haley Reed. In lane 8, OUA silver medalist from the Guelph Griffins, Nike Abiadan. In lane 9, from the Saskatchewan Huskies, she's the Can West silver medalist, Timmy Adalugba. And rounding out the field of this final, from the Toronto Varsity Blues, an OUA finalist, Paulina Prosek. This is the women's 60-meter hurdles final.
As you just heard, this is the women's 60-meter final, setting into blocks in a moment here. A really stacked heat here. U Sports record is 8.15. Championship record, that is.
So we have our Spartan athlete, Shalina Wiley, on the runway. And we may be waiting for a gun before these athletes take their jumps in both the long jump and the pole vault, as we have a hurdle final. You can see on our top screen now we've moved to the hurdle final, and they're in their set position. So we'll bring you on the field screen.
Clean start. That looks like McDonald out front. And that appeared to be the second gold medal for Sienna McDonald over the weekend. A really clean race there.
It's an incredible weekend so far.
Yep, and she's still going, also competing in the long jump at the exact same time. She'll probably be heading back over to that runway very shortly. What did you see in that race that excited you?
You know, I think Sienna just got out really strong and held her position the whole way through. You could see that there was no panic there, and she just ran through with ease.
Yeah, and we're seeing a replay here, just really strong off the line.
It barely looks like she's running over anything.
No, and our 2 and 3 really close behind, a really strong race by everybody in the heat. We do want to make a quick announcement that as of right now, the live results, which you can find online, are down. The website is down. It might be back up, and as we're looking at it, it actually looks like it has just come up. So please ignore this announcement. It does look like live results are back up and running. If you have not checked it out, head on over to the field stream. You can see Sienna also compete where she's trying to go for gold in the long jump against a really deep field there.
Woohoo!
Next up on the track, we are going to have the men's 60-meter hurdles final coming up very shortly. They're just getting that cheer you hear is for Max Spicer. I always get the two of them mixed up, and I really shouldn't. Max Spicer in the heptathlon over in the pole vault, clearing a really incredible height. Some really exciting stuff happening in the heptathlon. We're seeing a replay here. There goes Max Spicer, really clean jump. Currently leading the heptathlon, 4 PBs in the last 2 days. So some incredible stuff happening. We have a couple minutes here, and we can see on the line the men's hurdles are just getting set up here. Madison, what are you looking forward to seeing in this hurdle competition?
I'm not even too sure. I think that this is going to be a really fast race, as we saw multiple people dip under that 8 second mark in the prelims, and I'm just really excited to see what happens for these men and some great hurdling.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's been an exciting week. Here we go. We're looking at our top 10 Craig Thorne. These are the rankings of the year. So as we know, some athletes might not be in the finals based on this list, but you can see that a lot of athletes under that 8-second mark, as we were talking about earlier today. Some really exciting stuff. Coming up very shortly here. Madison, you were just tuning into the long jump. What was some exciting stuff you saw on that runway?
There are multiple girls who are in the high 5 range right now, and then Sienna, our double gold medalist, is currently leading the competition with, I believe, a 6:04 jump.
She really is getting the most out of the weekend here.
Yeah, definitely came to Winnipeg with a mission.
Yeah, and that is showing on the in the results. What's that doing to boost the team? You were talking with some of the Calgary athletes. How are they feeling, kind of seeing Sienna lead the charge?
I think everyone's feeling pretty excited. Yeah, they're just here soaking in all the energy, and they're good vibes. They seem like they're having a good time.
There is a really good energy in the crowd here today. We are looking at the starting lineup coming up soon in the hurdles. We have Alex Collins of Western, Colton Spencer of Brock, Tamari Lindo of York, David Adelai of Toronto, Craig Thorne of Guelph, Justin Rose of Alberta, Tiago Diamond of Sask, and Zaid Al-Alwa of Guelph. So we have a really busy heat here coming up, some really talented athletes. It's going to be an exciting race here. A lot of these gentlemen will also likely, like we just saw, a lot of the hurdlers in the last year are also participating in the long jump. So most of these hurdle athletes have a couple events on the go, and you can catch them all over the next 2 days. Madison, what's been one standout performance so far from the weekend that you've been really impressed by?
There's been so much. I'll need to think about that. I'd say a big standout for me has been Sienna's performances. Her 173 in high jump I know was a really big one, and that was a PB I know that she was very excited about. And then just the whole pent, I loved watching the pent and like supporting all of those girls. Yeah. It's a little weird not being there with them, but I'm glad that I can still be here and kind of involved in the ways that I can be.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been an exciting weekend, as we've been talking about. Both the pentathlon had a really strong finish yesterday, and we're coming up to the tail end of the heptathlon. Now, I don't know how much it transfers. Obviously, the men's and women's. Women will be running the 800-meter pent last night. Men run the 1,000-meter. Is the sentiment towards both of those distance events kind of unanimous, men and women approaching it?
I would think so, yeah. For most combined event athletes, I think the last event, you're going out with a bang. Most of the time when you're waiting for it to happen, you're hoping the fire alarm goes off or something so we can just go home and don't have to run it. But, you know, that never happens, and we all end up running it, and it's fine. But before, you're just standing there like, oh, you just know the feeling. And looking at the rest of the field, you know that they're all feeling the exact same way as you. Like, you just don't know how you feel about that race.
Yeah, a real bonding experience for everybody.
It definitely is a bonding experience.
Well, and how does the crowd energy help push the athletes through that final? Again, everybody kind of knows that these athletes aren't necessarily, they don't love that race particularly. How does that energy kind of impact them trying to get through?
The energy definitely helps. It makes a difference, especially when you've been through so many events in the past day or two. That, like, having the energy from the crowd really boosts your energy and helps you get through that last event.
Excellent. We're just getting lined up here, so we should be back on the track very shortly. A couple standouts here in this final. Craig Thorne, obviously our #1 U Sports ranked athlete. Some really strong performances coming from him as well. But a deep field all the way, as we've been talking about. And, you know, Simone was on as we were watching the thousands, and he's just talked about the improvement that he's seen over the last, the last time Winnipeg hosted this, last time Bison's hosted this was 2019. And it was a really strong showing from the teams. And since then, it's only gotten better. You've been here pretty much the whole time, kind of in and out. Have you seen that improvement in the athletes and that sort of drive?
I think in a lot, if not all, events on the women's side have definitely seen an increase in performance. And it's great to see the track community, improving and growing. Like, the faster that everyone else gets, the faster you'll get, right? So it's nice to have competition that will push you and lead you to better results.
Awesome. And do you think that there's you know, obviously it's impossible to point to one reason as to why we might be seeing times really accelerate and get faster, but is there something that stands out to you in the last couple of years that might have changed in track culture to kind of push things forward?
I think we're just bringing in a lot of competitive individuals, and it's great to see. You see that one person is running a certain time, and then suddenly I think a lot of people are like, if they can, I can too. And
Yeah.
that's like a great mentality to have. I think, you know, people are breaking barriers, and then once you see that someone else do it and you know it's possible, it just makes you want to work that much harder to get there as well.
Yeah, that success breeds success type of mentality. If you're hearing some cheers, that's also coming from the field side as the heptathlon pole vault continues going on. So remember to poke in there every once in a while and show some support to the guys who are been going on a really long 2 days, a really tough battle. And again, like we said, a lot of these HEP athletes have other individual events, like we've seen in Siena in a couple of events where you see these guys popping up all over the place. So they are busy all weekend, that's for sure. The U Sports record here coming out for the men's 60-meter hurdles is 7.77. So that is the championship record. As we've seen, that is a very achievable time. Do you think that's in a lot of the guys' head right now to be going after that time?
Yeah, most definitely. A lot of them are probably seeing that time and realizing that it's very well within reach, and you know, hoping to put together the race so that they can get there.
Yeah, focusing on that process over one hurdle at a time. You can see here the crowd is really lining the infield here. It's an exciting event for everybody, and one of the best parts about U Sport is that everybody is here pretty much the entire time. It's a really exciting environment for all these athletes.
Yeah, some of it must be the team aspect, and you know, really being a part of your university and immersed in that culture and wanting to support your teammates that you see every day.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we talk about teams, we'll just give you a short little update here. Right now, currently ranked number 1 on the men's side, Manitoba Bison, 32 points. Laval close behind them, 23 points. Guelph in third, 15 points. On the women's side, Guelph Griffins are currently in first with 18 points, Huskies with 17, and Laval with 15. So a really tight race on the women's side. Is there anything that you think people should be keeping an eye out for as things come up?
I'm sure that tonight there will be a lot of points earned, just given that there's a lot more finals tonight, and I think the rankings will be starting to shift a bit more once we see some more final performances.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming up later today in terms of finals, we do have the 3,000-meter final shortly, followed by the 4x8 is kind of our last event of the day. On the track side, we also have the 300-meter finals coming up, as well as the heats a little bit earlier on. And that's on top of having events like pole vault on the field side. So like Madison's saying, a lot of points are going to start getting decided today. And I think by the end of the day, we'll kind of have a better idea of where the battle is going to be tomorrow as we get into the twilight of the event. Here we go as the gentlemen sit up here, the men's 60-meter hurdle final.
The men's 60-meter hurdle final. Here are your competitors in the field. In lane 3, he's an OUA finalist from the Western Mustangs, Alex Collins. In lane 4 from the Brock Badgers, also an OUA finalist, Colton Spencer. In lane 5 from the York Lions, OUA bronze medalist, Tamari Lindo. In lane 6 from the Toronto Varsity Blues, the OUA silver medalist, David Adelaide. In lane 7, he represents the Guelph Griffins, the defending champion and U Sports record holder, OUA champion, and the reigning 110 hurdle Canadian champion, Craig Thorne. In lane 8, representing the Alberta Golden Bears, he's the CanWest champion and now record holder, the reigning 400-meter hurdle Canadian champion, Justin Rose. In lane 9, from the Saskatchewan Huskies, he's the CanWest bronze medalist, Tiago Diamond. And rounding out the field in lane 10 from the Guelph Griffins, also an OUA finalist, Said El Awamle. This is the men's 60-meter hurdle final.
As you just heard, a really strong heat here. Once again, as a reminder, championship record 7.77. Clean start. Seems to be Adelaide out front. Adelaide and Thorne just neck and neck at the line there. Really hard to tell who took the top spot.
That was quite a close race in a time of 7.81.
Holy smokes. Unofficially 7.81 right there. Adelaide looked like out front, and Craig Thorne really came up in that last 10, 15 meters. You're getting a replay here. Looked like it might have been Craig Thorne from this vantage point, but it's always tricky with the cameras.
Super hard to say.
Yeah. We're going to see if we can get you a look, and as the results come up, we'll be sure to let you know. We'll see if we get a reaction out of these guys when the times come up. You can see in front of the score clock. It appears, if what we're seeing in the crowd, that might have been Adelaide who...
Oh, Craig Thorne.
Craig Thorne, there we go. Really...
That was some really close racing.
7.81, 7.83, an incredible performances. Third place, Lindo 8.02. Really strong performances from our 1, 2, and 3. Congratulations to them. A really strong showing. We're going to see if we can find you the results of the women's 60-meter hurdle finals now that our site is back up and running. And it appears that first place was Sienna McDonald.
No doubt about it.
No doubt about it, absolutely. 8.20. Haley Reed right behind her, 8.30. And in third, Maddie St. Germain of Sherbrooke, 8.34. Really strong races for both the men's and women's hurdles. Maddie, how did you feel about the hurdle performances this year?
No, I think the hurdle performances this year are the strongest that I have ever seen them in my time in U Sports, and it is fabulous to see.
Excellent. Yeah, some really great performances there. We're taking a look at Adelaide there, talking with this team. A really strong showing out of Toronto to get that gold medal. A real fight at the end of the line. And
just both men's and women's hurdling has really been progressing. And even on the world stage, when you're looking at the World Championships, it's just an event that is continuously getting better and better, and people are always pushing the margins.
Yeah. And we're watching the world champions of tomorrow here. You know, a lot of these athletes go on to have really successful careers, high-level track and field, and it's such a delight to get to watch them at this stage in their career.
Very exciting to see.
Some really exciting stuff coming up soon. That concludes the hurdle events for the weekend. Some really strong performances there. At 6 o'clock, so in about 30 minutes, we're going to be back on the track for the 300-meter heats, and then for men and women. And soon after that, we are going to finally let our heptathlon men wrap up their events as the 1,000-meter comes in just afterwards. Sorry, 6 o'clock, 300 meters, 6:15, 300-meter men, and then at 6:30 we'll have the 1,000-meter heptathlon. So that kind of kicks off our evening events as things get ramped up. We will take a short break here, and we will be back on the track for the 300-meter heats.
Josh Tam is over on the pole vault runway, just about to get ready. We'll see. Josh is just chalking up. The athletes in pole vault use chalk, just like gymnasts do. We often buy the chalk from the gymnasts, from the gymnastics clubs. So Josh Tam is chalking up.
So we have Taylor Schultz on the long jump runway.
Yeah.
Her season's best is 6:03, which I believe happened at Can West, if I'm not
Nice.
mistaken.
So it's recent.
Yeah, so it is very recent.
She
in the
might do it
season.
again.
Yeah, she could do it again. We'll have to see.
And here's Josh Tam going. They're both at the same time. This is like synchronized. Josh is not through at 560 or 460. Taylor had a clean jump.
Yeah, had a clean jump. That was a good jump for her. We'll have to see what the distance is.
Here she is. Good job, Taylor. And Josh really has a great jump here. The bar goes down, but that's all right. So 577 for Taylor Schultz. Is that
Yeah, 577. So that is
her
her best jump.
potentially up?
Yeah, her best jump of the competition so far, and that puts her in fourth.
Okay. Okay. This is where things get exciting.
Yeah, in the final. So, the first thing athletes want to do in long jump is get one in that
Yes.
secures them a spot
Qualify.
in the final. Yeah.
Just qualify.
So in the final, they'll be able to be more aggressive and just focus on executing and jumping well.
Yep.
And it takes a little bit of the pressure off
Yeah.
because then you only have to worry about jumping well. You don't have to worry about anything else. You have a little bit less stress. Some of the nerves have gone away from the first and second jumps. So
Makes sense. So we've got Malen Habash, Guelph on the runway. We have Kilty McGill on the runway. Let's see if they can sync up. Not quite this time. So Kilty for a personal best, up and almost over it. Just a little bit of touch on the way down. Has the hip height, will make some adjustments, and has 2 more attempts at 460. What a day for Kilty. How did Malen do there? I was focused on the pole vault for a moment.
it looked like she was a little behind the board. So we'll
Okay.
have to see what this jump is.
Oh, we've got a spec. Oh, are we gonna see it? Yeah. So the 539 behind the board.
Yeah, so her best jump of the competition so far is 574, so that could be, it's probably attributed to her just not being consistent.
Yeah. It can
with her
happen.
approach,
It's
yeah.
hard.
Yeah, it is very
To
difficult.
be consistent over 6 jumps, I would get so tired.
And it's very difficult. So you're trying to keep the precision down to a couple centimeters when you're sprinting essentially as fast as you can is very difficult.
All right. So Kilty McGonigal was not successful on his first attempt, but boy, was it a good one. He's going to give it another shot. Really only technical difficulties, nothing to do with the hip height or the height of the jump, just some technical changes, and he will have another personal best.
So that was just Joelle Welburn on the runway.
Okay.
She faulted that jump, but it looked like a big one. So it
Ooh.
looked a lot, definitely better than what she's put up so far.
That's exciting. So just a little over that toe board.
Yeah, you can see she had way better in the air. She had better pop off
Yep.
the board, better position.
Some height.
Yeah, definitely.
So we have Josh Tam getting ready on the pole vault runway. And Fiola on the long jump runway. This dual screen is a lot of fun to watch. I
Yeah,
can't
it
get
is.
over how much is going on at this track all at once. And this is the joy of track and field. We get to see so much. It's literally, I always feel like a 3-ring circus. Like there's something to watch all the time. There's always something happening. And if you understand the events and really follow the athletes, it can be so dramatic and exciting and heartbreaking, all of it.
Yeah.
Here comes Fiola. She may have been over the board as well. Yep.
Yeah. One thing about Fiola is she is very technically sound jumper.
Yes.
So her takeoff and what she does in the air is all very well executed.
Beautiful jumper. Here comes Josh Tam in the pole vault. For a personal best, potentially. No dice on this one. That's a second attempt. He'll have another shot. So seemingly losing some of that momentum off the takeoff. So he'll be focusing on strong acceleration towards the plant, rocking back quickly, rocking back into that vertical position as fast as possible so that he doesn't eat up that speed and momentum on that swing, as he needs that momentum to serve him when he's upside down, getting shot off the top of the pole, vaulted into the air and up and over the bar. He's talking with his coach. They're going to make some adjustments. Not much to adjust, really, only to make sure that that runway is coming through, fast acceleration through those ultimate steps.
So we have
Shalane,
yeah. Pritchard.
It's a
with
white
long jump.
flag. Good. So clean jump for Shalane.
She started a clap, so to hopefully to use some excitement from the crowd to.
We like
crowd.
a clap.
Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking back to Max Spicer's last pole vault there, and I was surprised on his third attempt that he didn't start a clap.
Yeah.
I wish he would have.
Yeah.
He responds well to a clap.
Yeah, he does respond well.
I'd be too shy to ask for a clap.
I mean,
I don't know.
Whenever I've done it, it's a lot more exciting. It gets a lot more energy to you.
Yeah.
But you have to be, for long jump anyways, you have to be careful because
Yes,
that
it can
excitement,
mess up your approach.
Yeah.
So I hear word in my earpiece that Shalane's jump was a 583.
Yeah, so she jumped 583, I believe. That puts her into second. So that also ties her jump that she did in her third round.
Good for her. And Sienna McDonald is going to take an attempt here. She's on the runway. And Kilty, over in the pole vault, had his second shot at 460. It was a no-go. He's going to have another try. I like to see PBs. So we'll see what Kilty McGonigal can do with his third attempt. Let's see if this is... Do we know Sienna's personal best? We can try to find it for you guys.
Yeah, we'll try and find it. We'll try
We
and
need
find
Madison
it.
Lawrence up here. They're very good friends, and Madison was helping announce yesterday. And Madison just had them all kind of on the top of her head.
Oh, yeah.
Just because she's so proud of her friend.
Yeah, they've competed together several times.
Yes,
So.
yeah. And I know they also compete with Team Canada member Nicole Ostertag. They're all really good pals, and they train together. What a good crew of Western Canadian field athletes.
Yeah.
And although Maddie couldn't be competing this year, we were so happy to have her broadcasting with us to bring us her insight yesterday. And she'll have a speedy recovery and back at it. She still has some eligibility left.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was our Pent champion last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we love those girls. They work very hard at their events. So did we get a number on Sienna? I don't know if we saw in the we think it may have been in the high fives. We'll see if our live results are back up. We have Miss Wiley on the runway right now. We'll see what we can bring you for Sienna's last jump there.
So her jump was 576, I believe.
Okay, so a little lower than what she's posted so far, but she's still got 2 more jumps left.
Yeah, still 2 more jumps, and she did just run the hurdle finals.
She really did, yeah. And an 800 last night. I don't know how, you know?
Yeah, that's
impressive. And not just an 800, an entire pent, but to me, the 800 is the one that sucks the legs of all their energy. We've got men warming up for what looks like the high jump coming up quite soon on the field. I see some long jumpers, some triple jumpers warming up. We'll see what kind of events are coming up here for you guys. We'll try to get a peek on the schedule. And in the meantime, we've got Sarah Saldudo back on the runway. We're 5:42 here in Winnipeg. For those watching in different time zones, we're 5:42, so if you're looking at the overall schedule, we'll be moving into that 6 o'clock hour very shortly when we have some other events taking place. Sarah Saldudo over in the long jump. Clean. Oh, red flag.
Yeah, so that's a fault. She's currently sitting in 8th right now with a jump of 562.
And Sarah coming in was ranked 12th.
Yeah,
so even being where she is at right now, huge accomplishment.
Yeah, for sure. So once you get into the final, you'll at least be getting points for your team.
Yes. We have to remember this as This is a team championship. Josh Tam so close on his third attempt. Had the hip height, brushed it on the way down. If anything, I hope y'all at home have learned that pole vault is an incredibly technical event, and there are a lot of moving parts. You've seen us talk about depth. You've seen us talk about takeoff. You've seen us talk about how many left feet they take on their runways. You've heard us talk about their acceleration to the ultimate step of their takeoff. We've heard about the resistance that the poles give us. There's so much to think about technically, all to get a bar to stay on 2 pegs while you launch yourself over it with a stick. So it's an incredible event. I am so lucky in my life to have been a pole vaulter for the last 25 years, starting at age 12. And I have to say that the pole vault community itself is a tight-knit group from not just across Canada, but around the world. Pole vaulters are welcome amongst each other anywhere you travel in the world. Here comes Kilty McGonigal for his. We also have our USAS jumper down on the long jump. We've got Kilty getting a clap for 460, third attempt. I really want Kilty to make this. This will be a second personal best of the day. Coming in, he was at 440. He's now going for his third attempt at 460. Go, Kilty. What a beautiful attempt. A very nice jump. The hardest thing about bar sports, bar events, high jump and pole vault is that we end always on 3 misses. And I don't like to call them failures because they aren't failures. While the bar comes down, we learn something from every jump we take. And even though that was a miss for Kilty McGonigal, that was an excellent attempt. And he has put together such good and difficult components of the pole vault today and has come home with a personal best of 450. Wonderful performance from Kilty McGonigal. We've got Mylène Habash on the runway for the women's long jump. Her season's best, 6:07. Today, so far, she's gone
574.
Let's see what she's got. Good jump. So just for everyone's awareness, the pole vault has now finished. The HEP men have finished up their HEP pole vault, and they will now move to the 1,000-meter race. Now, you can tell that I'm a field athlete because every time I say 1,000-meter race, I myself get a little scared.
Yeah.
Woo. I'll stay on the field.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's hard.
Yeah. So it doesn't. Looks pretty exhausting. When I'm watching them, I'm like, man,
it's hard.
Yeah.
5:63 for Mylène Habash. I often think about the distance races as the combined events. It's the thing, some people will say, well, I don't want to do combined events because of the pole vault. I don't want to do combined events because of the long jump. There's always something that sort of keeps them out of the mix. You have to be willing to try it all.
Yeah.
And the make or break for me is
the
800 meters or the 1,000 meters. It's terrifying. So, and I'm sure some of these athletes today will feel like that going in.
Yeah.
Say they just got to hold on.
Yeah.
All right, we're back to long jump.
So we have Joelle Wilburn on the runway. She currently is sitting in 6th with a jump of 576.
And a season's best of 6:08, which if she gets there could take the top
the lead,
spot.
yeah.
Let's see what Joelle's got.
So it looks like a good jump.
Okay. Let's see, the flag is white. Good. And she consults there with her coach, Kevin Cumming, former University of Saskatchewan Huskies. He has a few team championships under his belt.
Yeah, he's got
He was from the years of the dynasty where men just won every year, as did the women.
Yeah.
I will date myself for a moment here. So I competed with the Manitoba Bisons for the last 2 years while completing a master's degree at the age of 36, 37, 38. And in the early 2000s, I was on the University of Saskatchewan Huskies with Kevin Cumming, all of those teams, and was part of the championship team that won here in this building in 2005.
Wow.
Men and women took the championship that year.
That's exciting.
So track and field is near and dear to my heart.
Yeah.
And I was on that team with my sister, all three of us were University of Saskatchewan U Sport, as it was then CIAU champions.
Yeah.
Yeah, team champions.
So we have Fiola Tegiofo on the runway starting a clap. So
Oh, this is going to go well. She's getting the encouragement from the crowd. She is strong.
yeah, she's very strong on the runway and great execution, but it looks like that was a fault. So yeah, the difficulty with starting a clap is getting that excitement. You run, you push a little bit more, everything's a little bit faster, and then on the takeoff you have to pull things in a little bit, just try and get it under you, your takeoff under you, and that's a huge difficulty when you're running at a high speed.
Yes, yeah. Shalane Pritchard, she's within striking distance of that gold medal too. She's not to be counted out. So Shalane's currently sitting in
second with a jump of 583.
Yeah, with a season's best though that could launch her to that gold medal spot.
Yeah, so she currently coming into this was ranked first.
We'll see if she can get that back. Wait to see if it's clean. A white flag.
So what you'll see is the officials always wait to give a white flag until an athlete steps out of the pit, because if they step behind their mark, so closer to the board,
Yes.
that will essentially make their jump a fault.
So they have to clearly, and 5:52, so she was a little lower than before.
Yeah, and then now we will be moving on to Sienna. So
And we are on our
looks like our fifth round. So she is our last jumper in the round. So they reverse order them. So the
Yes.
person who's in first competes or jumps last in the order.
And that gives them that opportunity of knowing the exact marks that have come before them. They know exactly what's there on the field before they have to take their attempt. It's an advantageous spot to be at the end. So you've seen what's happened. You can decide if you want to pass, if you have to do more, if you're feeling tired or injured. There's an advantage to being later in the roster. So the first place spot gets to go last. She's close on the board. I think they might be reviewing with the iPad.
Yeah, so to make sure that
And getting a second opinion from another official. And this would have been done with plasticine.
Yeah,
in the day.
Yeah, but now they review it with a camera. At larger meets, they generally try to have video footage of it so they can review.
Yeah.
So currently, if you break the plane of the of the board, then that'll count as a fault.
Interesting.
So before you could break the plane, but if
it didn't make a mark.
Yeah, it didn't make a mark, it still counted.
Yeah.
So you would have, there was a little bit of controversy, so officials would call
shoes too.
Yeah, so officials would call
a foul for Sienna.
Yeah.
It looked very tight to the board.
Yeah.
And I can see why it was a close call.
Yeah.
So let's see here. The board obscured by our banner, but that's all right. It was still a very nice jump. She's got one more.
Yeah, they have one more in the competition.
We're now officially entering our sixth and final round.
Yeah, so it should be, the sixth round is I'd say the most exciting round of the competition. So
it really is.
Yeah.
Things can change. Shalina Wiley's our first up from the Spartans.
So Shalina Wiley, even though coming into the final was sitting in 8th place, she is currently in 3rd with a jump of 583. So
well done, Miss Wiley might be on the podium.
She might be on the podium.
So she's hoping to hold on.
Yeah.
And now being first in the rotation is a disadvantageous spot for her, because all she can do is watch. But really, that's all they can do anyway.
Yeah.
Here we go. That looks like a toe over. So the 583 is she's going to have to just see if she can hold on to that third spot.
Yeah, so we'll see. So currently Shalina is in third, but in fourth is Viola Tegiova with also a jump of 583.
Oh!
So with the looking back at their previous jumps,
that the officials will have to make the call using their criteria, looking back on a count back.
Yeah, so...
Well, let's see. It may be moot. Viola might come through with a bigger jump. So Sarah Saldudo's back on the runway. Her personal best, season's best, 577. If she's able to get in that range today, she will move up the rankings as well. She came in ranked 12th, and here she is in the final. So much to be proud of here for Sarah. She has definitely brought it, and she must be happy to be getting 6 jumps coming in that 12th spot. Sarah is a very strong athlete, has a strong approach. Let's see what she can do here. That looked good.
Yeah, it was definitely a good jump.
A white flag.
She looked like she probably was just either on the edge of the board. So that board is 20 centimeters, so she could have improved that a little bit.
Yeah. As a pole vaulter, we get to take off from wherever we can.
Yeah.
So it's a thing I don't think about. 20 centimeters.
Yeah, which is a large amount. Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah.
566. Good job. Coming from 12th to 8th.
Yeah,
excellent. Excellent
good,
finish for Sarah.
One thing about long jump is that anything can happen.
Really?
So it can be coming in 12th and place on the podium.
Yep.
So, and the reverse can happen as well. You can be coming in and be the top jumper and not even make the finals. So really anything can happen.
Here's Taylor Schultz. Her personal best, season's best is 6:03. A strong field in this women's long jump. 6 jumpers over 6 meters coming in with their personal bests.
Welcome back to the track, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about to get underway here with the 300-meter heats. Pardon me, we're still early in the day. What you're looking at right now is the women's long jump happening on the field broadcast. So make sure if you have a second, head on over there and check out the incredible athletes who are participating there. Coming up right away on the track, as we said, 300-meter heats here at the 2024 U Sports National Championship. I'm joined by Ty Coxiastro, who was with us yesterday for the 4x2. Ty, how are you feeling today?
I feel fantastic. I am very excited to see what these 300s have in store for us. Very similarly to the 4x2s, these 300s are very close, both on the men's and women's side this year. So we should be in for a very, very, very good show today.
Awesome, terrific. So for anybody who is unaware, obviously 300 meters, you're going to be running a lap and a half there all the way around. It is in lanes all the way around. Ty, what is something that viewers at home should be keeping their eye on in this 300 in terms of when athletes are going to start surging, holding? What are they looking for here?
So usually the race looks pretty even as you're coming through that first turn, but as you come around that second turn, you really want to look at who's making up a lot of ground on that back straight. So right around where you'll see the welcome to the James Daly Fieldhouse, you'll start to see people making moves there. But you'll even see it as late as the last straight coming home to the finish line. It truly, truly is up to the person and up to how they want to run it.
Absolutely. And this is another one of those events. I mean, we got into it a little bit yesterday when we were talking about the 4x2, but we have some short distance or short sprint athletes coming up to this 300. And then we have some people who are a little bit longer, maybe coming down from the 400. So you see that, do you see that kind of mix of that early start versus kind of that late finish in terms of athletes?
Very much so, yeah. A great example of it is Aaron Thompson from Western. He is a great 60-meter runner, has a season's best of 6:72.
So right here, you're seeing our top 10 performances. Obviously, our number 3 and 4 ranked seeds are in this first heat, so it's sure to be a very quick opening heat. We were talking a little bit about heats versus finals yesterday in the 6Cs and the 4x2s. Do you think that we'll hold here as the race gets underway? Quick start, that was Gabrielle Cole that we were looking at there.
And coming around this turn, you're looking to see who makes up the stagger on who. Looks like Nicole McKenzie is slowly making up that stagger in lane 5.
Really close with our 3 and 4 seed here. Like you said, we're starting to see that distance develop between the athletes as we round into this final stretch.
It's going to be a very close battle to see who gets that automatic qualifying spot.
Looks like that's Nicole McKenzie going through the line. Followed really closely behind by Favor Okapali. A really strong run by those 2 athletes. By all 4 athletes there, that was a quick heat.
Unofficially 38-28. That is a very, very, very good time for the heats.
Really strong. How does that first time send a message to the next couple heats coming afterwards? I mean, they might not see it from the other end of the track, but they'll know that a fast time was just run.
My coach G usually always says, like, send a message in the heats, right? Usually your best performance comes in the first race of the day. There aren't very many athletes who can run 2 PBs back-to-back, so you really want to send a strong message as well as it gets you a good lane draw. And yeah, you just want to send a strong message saying, hey, I'm here, this is what I got today. And yeah, you want to send that strong message with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just saw some, Alice Favor Okapali will seem to be very excited with how that first heat went. So we're really off to a quick start, and we have 3 more heats to go here. So we're sure to be in for a good show. Coming up next is going to be Heat 2, which includes, pardon me, it'll include another couple of very fast seeds, including Tegan Wallace and Grace Igbicki. Some stand-up performances here, some really strong athletes from across the country. And that's another thing that we're seeing a lot in this is a really spread out field from west to east coast, some really high competitors. These are athletes that might not have met at all during the season. Does that come into play at all? You know, you might have heard of these people, you know, way out in OUA or RSEQ doing these fast times, and now you're kind of coming face to face with them.
Yeah, it totally does play a part, just because, like, when you're racing people from your conference all the time, you kind of figure out how they race. You know exactly when they're going to make their move, where they're going to make their move, whether that's near the end or closer in the beginning. But when you're racing people from outside your conference, you're exposed to, even if you've kind of seen them or you've raced them before, you're not as comfortable with them. So you're not really, it's kind of unexpected. And that can, for some people, that really pushes people to find that next gear, because it's like, I don't know what you're going to do, so I'm just going to have to do what I can do.
Yeah.
And for other people, they don't like that as much. But I think it does definitely make a difference.
Excellent.
Lane 5, Saskatchewan Huskies, Grace Igbicki. And from the Ottawa GGs in lane 6, Doyen Ogunremy.
There's the lineup of Heat 2 here. The women's 300-meter heats.
Grace, a really big standout in this heat. She's had a wonderful year up to this point.
Absolutely, and that's lane 5's Grace Igbicki out of Saskatchewan there. She, I believe, is currently in our top 5, and she definitely is. She's in our top 3. She's our number 2 seed. Really clean start here from all the athletes.
Grace Ibicki out very well in lane 5, making up that stagger early.
Wow. That's Ibicki taking over the lead right at the start.
Tegan Wallace also making up a lot of ground in lane 4.
We're going to see kind of as they level out here.
Tegan Wallace really making up a lot of ground here.
Really strong run. This is Tegan Wallace in lane 4.
Unofficially 38-1.
A really strong performance out of lane 4 there. That is what you were talking about, that sort of back end runner. How mentally composed does Tegan Wallace have to be? You know, coming right off the hop, obviously Grace had a really strong start, really powerful lead. Mentally, what do you have to be thinking in those first couple 100 meters?
You just got to remember to run your race, right? The second you start running in someone else's race and go away from your game plan, it can really mess up the way your race goes, right? You got to go in with a plan, and you got to follow that plan. And the best racers are the ones that execute their plan every single time, no matter the circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely. A really strong performance here in that second heat. A reminder, the only auto qualification out of these 300 meters is the first place finisher, so top 1 from each heat, plus the next 5 fastest times will make it into our finals here. So Grace has secured her spot going into the finals. A really strong performance there.
And for those who don't know at home, there are 2 finals for the 300. There's an A final and a B final. The winners go to the A final, and then the fastest loser, if you will make it into that A final, and then the rest will be in that B final.
Absolutely. So anybody can win out of either of those 2 finals. A really strong, it's going to be a very exciting race. When we get to those finals, does that make an impact? Are the people in the second heat thinking about what's happening in that A final, or are they, again, just zeroed in on their own process, their own race?
So actually, the B final goes first.
Oh, that's right. I'm totally mixed up.
You can definitely get into the A final's head by running a fast time. I've seen it 1,000 times. I've been a part of it once or twice.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can put down a good time in that B final, really put something like scary down, you can definitely get into your other competitors' heads, which is, if anything, it's almost nice to be in the B final that way.
Get right out in front of it. So I'm interested, you know, as a distance runner, my background, you know, one athlete can really set the tone of a race. They can get out in front. We saw it in the 1,000 earlier. Max Davies really set the tone of that race. Does something similar happen in these short sprints, the 300 mid sprints, I guess?
UNB Reds, Shelby McIsaac. Lane 4 from the University of Calgary, Dawn Richardson-Wilson. Lane 5 from the Saskatchewan Huskies, Paige Williams. And lane 6 from the Montreal Carabin, Audrey Jackson.
Paige Williams, currently our conference leader, or not our conference, our nationwide leader, 37:36 is her time coming into the weekend. So expect a really strong performance out of that lane 5.
Paige Williams exploding out of those blocks.
Really strong.
Audrey with a great start as well.
Paige Williams coming up in lane 5, overtaking into the lead. Jackson right behind her.
Trying to just stay with her as long as she can.
I believe that's Dawn Richardson-Wilson.
Also coming through very strong. It is going to be Paige on the way home.
Unofficially 38.1, a really strong performance from the leader. Not an unexpected result. We've seen Paige perform all year, and she's just a really standout athlete in this event.
She's a very consistent athlete. Anytime she hits the track, you know what you're going to get with her, and that's a very fast time, more times than not.
Absolutely. That concludes the heats here of the women's 300-meter prelims. You can head on over to gobison.ca, click on that championship banner. That's going to take you over to the information page with live results. and you can find out who's going into the qualification. If we get that information shortly, we'll be sure to update you. But we're going to be moving right along into the men's 300-meter heats. I was asking before, can a single athlete dictate the tone of one of these 300s, or are you still kind of zeroed into your own, your own lane, your own focus?
I would say you're definitely more zeroed into your lane. Like I had said earlier, where say a good example is the 600. You can really run someone else's race very easily and be fine. I found a lot of success sitting on someone's shoulder. But in a 300, I think it's more beneficial to really run your own race and don't try and run with, not to say don't run with anyone, but really try and run your race. If that happens to be next to someone, for sure. But if that happens to be blowing by someone in the first 20 and that's how you're going to run your race, and that is exactly how you should run your race.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and so that you're actually touched on something very interesting. I find this 300 has a really versatile athletes who some go down to that 6 we were talking before, some go up to that 400. We expect to see a lot of these athletes competing in the 4x4. Some make it that extra step further, and we see a lot of really talented 300-meter athletes put up really strong 600-meter times. Back in the day, Matthew Fikowski, former Bison, was a really strong 6 and 300-meter athlete. You yourself have done a number of 600s. What's that like going up to twice the distance in those events?
Speaking from experience, it's very intimidating. Being a 400-meter runner and adding an extra 200, because I don't really equate the 300 and 600. One's a sprint, one is very middle distance.
Yeah.
It's very intimidating for sure. I tend to have a really bad habit, just sit in the back at that point, because I'm afraid of that pain. I've run a couple 600s and an 800 this year. It's very different. It's a lot slower, but the lactic acid is the same, and you still feel like you're sprinting, especially in that last 100 meters. Yeah, it's intense.
Yeah. Have you found that going back down to the 300s, going back to the shorter sprints, has that perspective of having gone up impact anything at all in how you approach those races?
100%. It definitely gives you that confidence. It's like, hey, I can go through these 600s and finish the race, and yeah, I'll be in pain, but I'm okay. So why can't I do it for a shorter race, giving it more?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are about to head into the first heat of the men's 300-meter prelims. What's something you're really looking forward to in this race, be it an athlete or performance? What's something you're looking forward to?
I'm just looking forward to seeing how fast these athletes are going to go in the heats. Like I said, everything is very close this year with every single athlete, which means if you want to make this final, you've got to go. Like there is no shutting down 20 meters early. No one is that far away.
Absolutely. Yeah, it is going to be a fast heat. We're looking at our times here. Our lead times here, obviously, our very own Tyler is ranked number 1. An unfortunate injury this season has brought you to the booth. But we have some really strong performances across the board. Who's one of the athletes that you think people should be keeping an eye on here?
You know what? We're actually going to go with Emmett Pervakis and Josh Lee, ranked 5th and 6th in the nation. But those two are very much competitors, and I've raced both of them. I've lost to both of them, even though my times have been faster than them before. They are great competitors, and they will come out here, and they will no doubt perform.
Yeah. And taking a step back, we're looking at the weekend as a whole here. We, obviously had you on yesterday when Jordan Sufi and Tyrell Davis went 1-2 in the 60. We just had another back-to-back medal win with Graham Wright and Joshua Solsley, going 2-3 in the weight throw. What's the energy building like here in the building? But not only that, we've also seen Laval take home a number of medals. We've seen Toronto capture a number. How's that impacting all these teams as they see their athletes here?
Like I said, momentum carries. The more momentum you can keep going throughout the weekend, the better performances they'll be. We want to see everyone do well, because not only is it entertaining for everyone else, it's entertaining for the athletes as well.
Absolutely.
You will take the winner and the next 5 fastest times to the final. In lane 3 from the Brock Badgers, Keyshawn Igbinison. Lane 4 from the Western Mustangs, Thomas Helland. Lane 5 from the Guelph Griffins, Marcus Penaloza Abanqua. And in lane 6 from the Toronto Varsity Blues, Emmett Pervakis.
Look to see Emmett and Marcus close this race out very well.
Marcus is our number 3 seed right now, and Emmett just behind him, number 4. Clean start here from all the athletes.
Very even start as we head into this first turn. Marcus slightly making up that stagger on the turn, heading into the back straight.
It's a really close race all the way through here. We're going to see the athletes start to even out around this bend.
Very even, but it looks like it's going to be Emmett Bravakis in lane 6 taking it.
A really calm finish as they come through the line. Very
Unofficially 33.95.
33.95 as an unofficial time.
That is a very, very, very statement race for Emmett.
Yeah. What do you mean by that?
Coming in and beating someone that you are seated behind sends a very early message saying, hey, I'm here, and I am here to compete.
The rankings don't mean anything. Today's a new day.
Exactly that.
Some very exciting stuff. As we have a moment here while the next heat gets set up, we'll just let you know current rankings team-wise on the men's side. Manitoba Bisons are leading 32 points. Laval close behind them, 23, followed by Guelph Griffins at 15. On the women's side, Guelph Griffins leads with 26 points. University of Calgary right behind at 23. And the Sask Huskies have made up some ground and are 22 points, so just one down from Calgary. So some really strong performances happening across the board. We also know Guelph tends to be a team that kind of starts to show up later in this day. We talked a little bit earlier. A lot of finals are happening later in the evening, both on the field and on the track. So really expect a lot of these placements to start shifting as these final times start coming through.
I always, at championship meets, I always get superstitious looking at the scores a little early. You know, you don't really start to see it really even out until day 3. That's when you can really start to tell who has that commanding lead.
Yeah.
Where is everyone at?
Absolutely, yeah. It is a long weekend. Lots can change. There have been some really strong performances from all the schools here. It's really exciting to see everybody, come together under one roof and ultimately just perform to the best of their abilities. That's what we like to see here.
Heat 2 has some very strong athletes. Aaron Thompson, who has recently burst onto the scene, has had a stellar year, running 6.72 in the 60. I believe he's gone 34.21 in the 300. He is a very strong athlete.
Aaron Thompson's going to be running out of lane 5, and Josh Lee, who you previously mentioned, will be in lane 6. So make sure you keep your eye there as the two competitors are going to go head-to-head. We also have Robbie Menzies of Western is going to be in lane 4, and Alex Rogel of Sherbrooke in 3. So another strong heat coming up here. What are the final thoughts going through their heads right now? What's the last thing before you get in the blocks?
I think lots of it might just be positive affirmations with yourself, telling yourself that you've got this, you're the best. Some people are empty-headed. Some people are thinking about everything other than the race. It is a very like individualized thing.
Yeah.
But I think most of them are just doing their final preparations to get themselves exactly where they need to be mentally and physically before this gun goes off.
And you can see the officials closing the lane, closing the track.
On the track now, in the men's 300 meters, in lane 3, Alex Larochelle from Sherbrooke et al. Lane 4 from the Western Mustangs, Robbie Menzies. Lane 5 from the Western Mustangs, Aaron Thompson. And in lane 6 from the Alberta Golden Bears, Josh Lee.
This is going to be a very interesting race as Josh is a closer, but Aaron is an opener.
Keep your eyes peeled on that last 50 meters. Really quick start there.
Aaron trying to make up that stagger early. Josh holding him off as we head into the final turn.
Looks like they're really fighting. Aaron might be overtaking just a step, but not by much.
Aaron Thompson looking really good coming home. Josh slowly closing that stagger. It's going to be very close. And I could not call that one.
No, we won't even try. That was an incredible finish there, right to the line.
Unofficially 34.74.
Quick time there. Really strong heat. What stood out to you, obviously, that end finish about those two athletes?
Aaron took it to Josh very early, but Josh seemed to stay very composed, which is exactly what you need to do. You do not let your race be dictated by somebody else. Yeah. And that is exactly what Josh needs to do, and he did that, and he did that well.
What is the importance of, obviously, holding physical composure? That last 50 meters can be tough for any athlete in any event. Those last few steps, you're really trying to just get through that line. What is going through your mind trying to remind yourself how important is it to kind of maintain that stature?
Technique creates speed, but the better your technique is, the further your steps will take you. And just staying composed for as long as you can is what needs to happen if you want those steps to take you very far. If you start falling apart, you'll start tightening up, and you'll really be able to tell. And some people start to calling it either the bus fell on your legs, or you'll start running backwards. Whatever it is, you'll definitely be able to tell.
There we go. You can see Josh Lee, 34.73. Aaron Thompson, 34.74. So they really wanted to make it close in these heats. We'll get some, these again, unofficial times. The official times will be posted shortly, but that'll take Josh Lee right into the finals.
A very, very, very strong race from both athletes. Looking forward to seeing them in the final.
Absolutely. And how much does that strong heat impact their mentality leading into the finals?
Like I said, you're racing the best athletes in the nation. If you can win a heat, you are definitely feeling great about yourself. Okay, like you're here, you're competing. I know mentally, it's just nothing but a good thing, especially if you win a heat. And even if you lose and it's close, like you know that you're in this.
Yeah.
And anything can change in the final.
Absolutely. We're just getting set up here for our third and final heat. Pardon me. Coming up very shortly. Ty, you've been hanging around the track all weekend. Outside of the 300s, because I know 300s are something you're very excited about. This is your event. What's something that's been happening on the track that you've just been really impressed by?
Max Spicer to the max. He has had nothing but a great weekend. He started off the weekend with 4 PBs in a row in the heptathlon, and I haven't had the chance to stay as up to date with him today, but I have been watching, and it looks like he's still leading and having a great competition overall. The heptathlon overall has been very competitive.
Absolutely, it was a really strong performance.
In lane 3 from the Dalhousie Tigers, Matt Neftanis. In lane 4 from the Western Mustangs, Alex Collins. In lane 5 from the University of Calgary, Devin Zukotsky. And in lane 6 from the Montreal Carabin, Brandon Smith-Dwayne.
Look out for Devin in lane 5, ranked #1 in this competition. He is someone that gets out and gives it everything he has.
Let's see their times. They're coming with a 33.55. Clean start by all athletes.
Alex Collins out very well, trying to make up that stagger early on Devin.
Really strong start. But a really tight heat here. Probably the closest we've seen so far.
Yes, this Alex Collins is really trying to get away from everybody here.
Coming around the bends, that appears to be Devin and Alex neck and neck.
Evan looks like he's just going to eke him out.
A really close heat here kind of to wrap things up.
Unofficially 34-44. That is a very quick time from every single athlete there.
See him smiling. That was a that was a competition from the very start. There was no one clear leader there. Really exciting stuff.
That is what we call a race there.
No kidding.
That is not a heat. That looked like a race to me.
Very exciting. We're really setting the stage for the finals. So once again, only the first place from each heat will advance, and then the next 5 fastest times will go on. Ty, you just now watched all 3 sections of 300s. What's something that you're looking forward to now, seeing these guys in the finals?
I'm just looking forward to seeing how fast they're all going to go. All of these athletes have come out here and put down their lives on the track, and I believe that is going to pay them very well in the final, and it's going to be very fast, very close. As we've seen, all heats have been very close. I think we're in for a very entertaining final on both the men's and women's side.
Absolutely. One last question. We're going to let you go here, and then we'll have you back on when the finals come on. You've been in the building the whole time. As we've been talking, this is the first time a lot of these teams get to interact with each other. This is one time throughout the year. What's the energy like between the teams here? And, you know, obviously you're competing, but there feels to be something more there.
It's competitive, but at the end of the day, we're also all athletes. There is a mutual respect with each other. Everyone that is here has worked very hard to get here and have made sacrifices and have gone through injuries and mental battles and a whole bunch of other stuff. All athletes that are here have worked to be here, and I think there is a level of respect, but there also is a level of competition. You know, it's a healthy respect, but at the end of the day, like, you're still my rival, you're still my competitor. I respect the work that you've done, but I also respect the work that I've done, and I think that I've done more. And I think it's just a dichotomy between those two things, and it's a respect level, but it's also still a rivalry, and I think that's what's really awesome about this meet in general.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Ty, for joining us. We're going to get you back on just in a couple hours when the 300-meter finals come up. Is there anything last that you want to add before we signal off for a moment?
You know what? Just keep your eyes on the TV, because you are seeing the best athletes in Canada right now, and there are still many, many, many more big performances to come from the field athletes and the track athletes.
Absolutely. We'll let you go, Ty. Thank you very much for joining us. We're going to have the men's heptathlon on here very shortly.
Thank you.
U-Sports on CBC, presented by les championnats U-Sport à Radio-Canada.
We're about to get going very shortly, soon, with the men's heptathlon.
Fox 40,
We're
celebrating
going to see if we
more
can
than
pull
a
up
decade of
some
the Fox
results
40
of where we're at
U-Sports
heading into
Coach of
the
Year
final.
program. Fier partenaire des prix de l'entraîneur de l'année U-Sport. Veraburn.
So the unofficial results here as we head into the final event of the men's heptathlon, the 1,000 meter. Max Spicer of the Manitoba Bisons is leading, followed closely by Mason Altrogi and Brendan Grumont in third. So a really strong performances across the board. It is a very tight races, I should say. Well, events. It's been a lot, mostly field. It's been a really tight competition across the board here. Max Spicer's leading with 4,518 points at the moment. Second place, 4,322. That's Mason Altrogi, Brendan Grumont, 4,251. So a really tight run. You know, we had the chance to talk with Madison Lawrence, obviously the pentathlete, a couple times over the weekend, and she was on our field broadcast. And, you know, a lot of these athletes are obviously exceptionally talented across a wide variety of events, but usually this final distance event is a mental battle as much as it is a physical one. So we're going to get to see these athletes finish out 2 days of hard competition here in just a couple moments. Looking ahead, coming up after the men's 1,000-meter heptathlon, on the field side, we're going to have the men's long jump and the women's shot put coming up very shortly. track side, we're going to go to a little bit of a longer distance. We are going to be starting to see the 3,000 meter women and men compete. You can see it pop up on your screens there. The 300 meter finals will be coming up shortly after that. And then we are going to finish out the night with the 4x800 meter relays, the longest distance event, I guess, if you combine them all 800s together of the meet. And it will be a really exciting way to cap off day 2 here at the U Sports National Championship. What you're looking at there on the infield is the men's high jump competition, just about to get underway. As they prepare. Once again, and then looking ahead, if we start looking towards Saturday, we have a number of final events to wrap out our 3-day competition. Trackside, we are going to see the 600 meter finals, as well as 4x200 meter relay finals, and the 1500 meter finals on the track, finishing it off with the 4x400 meters, which is always an exceptionally exciting event. Maxwell Fieldhouse is a really nice balance where there's enough space to move around and all the teams to set up, but it also is close enough that the crowd starts to go wild right on the edges of the track. Makes for a really exciting environment for all the athletes. Field side, we are going to be having the women's triple jump, men's pole vault finals happening, as well as shot put, men's shot put, women's high jump, men's triple jump. So some really exciting field events happening. And like Ty was saying, you know, these team standards that or team points that we keep mentioning, we're very early on in these competitions. So it's a good indicator of where teams are at, but it is by no means a lock for any of these teams yet, and the competition is still just getting underway. Reminder of a couple of events yesterday. We had the women's weight throw in the afternoon. First event to kick us off. Gold medal was Phoebe Price-Roberts of the Toronto Varsity Blues, who threw a distance of 17.98 meters. So a really strong performance. She was followed closely behind by Alexis Johnson of the University of Calgary, 16.94. Liv Sands of the Western Mustangs, 16.72 meters. So that was a wonderful event to get us going. The women's indoor pentathlon also finished yesterday. We've seen her a number of times today as well. Sienna McDonald took the gold medal in that event and has not stopped yet. She's been competing all day today as well. And here we go. The men's heptathlon takes the track here for the 1,000 meter. Max Spicer currently leading, looking to finish out the weekend with a strong performance. Men's 1,000 will also be a double waterfall start. For those who might have not been here for the 1,000 meters, double waterfall just allows a little bit more space for the athletes to spread out. Make sure that there isn't too much bumping and shoving. It'll be a one-turn stagger. So when they get to that first turn, there will be a break point, and the athletes on the outside will cut down. It's very important for these athletes to ensure that they get both the athletes on the inside to get a
Blake missing on his first attempt, but he will have 2 more attempts. Blake comes into this competition with a 2:03 season's best. Has the height. We'll make a few adjustments on the runway to make sure that's a clearance on the second attempt. This should complete our first round of attempts at 185. We have Blake Marchand speaking to the official and perhaps just confirming if he is going to, how much time he might have between attempts. He will take his second attempt here at 185. Blake Marchand's season best is 2:03. And he's up and over. With that, we'll move the bar up to 190. We'll have a few more athletes coming into this event at 190. We will have Corbin DeBlois from Guelph Griffins coming in at 190. David Fitzgerald is still alive at 190. Dax Turner coming in at 190, Manitoba Bison. We still have Eric Wall. We have Eric Wall on the runway from the St. Mary's Huskies on what we believe to be a third attempt at 195. All right, we're able to bring you some more live results here. The pole vault is moving up to 345. So far we have Olivia Walker from the Western Mustangs has cleared the height at 330. We've had a number of athletes pass, and we had Rosalie Lupien from McGill with 2 faults and maybe on to a third attempt shortly. We are on Rosalie Lupien right now, waiting to see if she can make it for her third attempt. Over in men's high jump, the bar is now going to 198. We have several athletes in the competition, several athletes still passing and waiting till higher heights to come in. The athletes that are still in: Louis Brosseau, Mason McGregor, Emile Olivier, Caleb Keeling, Blake Marchand, Dax Turner, Dominique Annamel, Corbin DeBlois, Tegra Janking. 9 athletes so far in the competition. We still have Aiden Grout and Noel Vanderzee still to come. The men are warming up in the long jump, and the women are warming up in the shot put. 6 minutes left on both of those warm-ups as we focus now on the vertical jumps, the pole vault, and the high jump. In the pole vault, the depth for this jump has moved to 70, so the athlete has elected to have the bar sit 70 centimeters away from the back of the box to get an optimal hip height for her potential clearance. And that's Rosalie Lupien who we're waiting for on the runway. Over in men's high jump, we have a successful clearance from Guelph Griffin Corbin DeBlois at 198. We're having a bit of a delay at the pole vault. And it looks as though, as there was consecutive jumps for Rosalie Lupien, she had taken her extra time to catch her breath, and she'll be giving it another shot at 3:30. In the men's high jump, the athlete from Laval, unsuccessful at 198, Louis Brosseau. Dax Turner unsuccessful in this attempt at 198. It's the first attempt. Come back for 2 more. Hopefully make it on the second. On the track, we have some distance races starting, the 3,000 meters starting soon if you want to head over to the track stream at all. Was Mason McGregor unsuccessful in his first attempt, Toronto Varsity Blues. There, a successful attempt for Aiden Grout, 198. He's in the competition. For those of you who watched the Pent last night, Aiden had a disappointing.
Josie, the AUS championship champion, Waverly Mulligan. From Laval, a perennial U Sports competitor. Her best finishes have been over XC, a 2nd and 3rd place medal in 2023 and 2021, Catherine Beauchemin. From Western, she was 2nd at OUAs and All-Canadian over cross-country, Olivia Roussel. From Trinity Western, was 3rd at Can West, Constance Nankiville. From McMaster, did not race the 3K at OUAs, stuck to the 15, Victoria Lamb. From St. FX, 2nd at the AUS Championships and All-Canadian over XC, Ali Sandluck. And rounding out the field, the OUA champion, Caitlin Trelevin from McMaster.
And we are back here with the women's 3K, just about to get started here.
All right, and they are off. So as you can see, the ladies are doing a double waterfall. We've got 4 athletes on the outside. They're coming in with higher ranked positions into this race, and they're going to cut in at the 50-meter mark.
Like any distance event right now, it's just about finding your position on the track, trying to get that spot.
Out in the front right now is Trinity Western, followed closely by Chloe Turner. And Chloe Turner was actually named U Sports Track Rookie of the Year this morning at the athletic banquet. That's an incredible achievement for her.
Yes, definitely. Congratulations to her.
So Simon, have you ran any 3Ks in the past?
I have, yes.
Do you have any experience as to whether this is going to be a very tactical race or whether these girls are just going to go all out the whole time?
Currently, this looks like it's going to be pretty quick. I don't see any tactics forming right now other than just going for it. Yeah, usually when this field starts to string out like this, it definitely indicates a quick pace. So we should probably be in for a good one.
Awesome. So still in the lead, Trinity Western, and who is that? Looks like Constance Makewelly, followed by still Chloe Turner, and closely behind her, Sophie Coots from the Vikes.
So yeah, usually in a 3K, what you're going to want to do is try and get out at the right pace for the first kilometer, and then that second kilometer is really where you got to start working.
Yes, it's definitely a long race, and I would say probably on the track, this is definitely the most mental race that there is, because it is so long and so grueling.
Yeah, I agree.
That's why I've never ran a 3K. Looks like we've got a Dalhousie athlete making a move on the outside there. Potentially wanting to push the pace, you never know.
They're about to get their first kilometer split here. We'll see what they come through in. Looks to be about 3:13. That's indicative of about 9:40 pace, which is very good. It's honest. A lot of these athletes do have quicker times, but as we know, championships never come down to just the paper. You got to race. So
Absolutely.
anything here could happen, but good on Constance for taking it out at a decent pace.
Absolutely, and all of these girls are still very connected. There isn't really much separation, so at this point, only a kilometer in, it really is anyone's game.
So it looks like our top seeded athlete, Chloe Turner, just tucking it into second place there. Closely followed by Laval, looks to be Catherine Beauchemin. She's just in third place right there. That's probably a pretty good spot. You definitely don't want to be leading right away. It takes up a little bit more energy, and you always want to be chasing, so this is a good spot for them. See a nice group of Western athletes. Looks like there's about 4 of them working together. Could be some team tactics going on. These Western athletes, they're training together every single day. You know, some of them, well, they see each other all the time. They know exactly how their teammates react in workouts. They could just feed off each other's energy in this race. Team tactics play a big part, in especially these distance races. So could expect something good out of those athletes, the 4.
It seems like these athletes are actually getting more bunched up. So do you think the pace is slowing down at all?
That could be, yeah. Like I said, that second kilometer, it's definitely the place you need to be working hard. So if they're not really picking up the pace right now, could potentially leave it up to somebody who maybe specializes in shorter distances, could have a better kick at the end. Okay, we're coming up with 6 laps to go. Still have Constance leading the pack here.
Now, Simon, she is doing a lot of work up at the front. So how does that affect an athlete when they're up at the front versus when they are falling behind the leader?
Yeah, it's not only tough physically, but also mentally. Being up at the front, taking all the load off the race, it's very difficult. Like I said, mentally tough for sure.
Absolutely.
See them going about 4 wide.
Looks like Sophie Coots might be wanting to make a move there on the outside. We'll see if she does this lap.
So I got all 4 Western girls running in the mid pack there. Good. All of our top contenders still in the mix.
So these athletes are now starting to spread out a little bit. So we've got a few people falling off that lead pack, and that is a good indication that this pace is now picking up. These ladies are ready to race.
Yeah, again, on the home stretch here, 4 wide. This is very indicative of a fast finish here. So expect to see some sparks fly on the last couple of laps.
Constance is still holding her ground really well here. So you have to give props to her to take out this race and still be in the lead. That is no easy feat for sure. Looks like Sophie Coots from Western is making a move. Oh no!
We have a fall.
Oh no, good recovery. She's back up, but that will definitely cause her some mental and physical challenges for the rest of this race.
Yeah, being disconnected from the pack like that, it's a killer. Sophie Coots moving into the lead now. Chloe Turner still holding that second place position.
Sophie Coots making a big push here. These ladies are starting to string out quite a bit, but she is followed closely by Laval's.
Yeah, Catherine Beauchemin moving into second place.
And then as well as Chloe Turner there in the third place, followed by the Dalhousie athlete.
We gotta believe this is 2 laps to go here, 400 meters.
And these ladies are moving now. They are kicking it. They're giving it all they've got for these last 2 laps of the race. Chloe Turner looks like she's making a move there on the outside.
Yeah, we got a lead pack of 3, possibly 4, really breaking away now. Shows that they're really kicking hard for home. About 300 meters to go. Bell lap 300 meters, or bell lap of the 3K. Who wants it more?
Ooh, Chloe Turner looks like she is gunning for Sophie Coots' position here. Followed closely by Laval, and Dalhousie still connected.
Chloe Turner's not done. Oh, Catherine Beauchemin moving on the outside.
Wow, that's a big push in the last 100.
Catherine Beauchemin coming in, 60 meters left. Could she pull off the win for Laval?
Chloe Turner giving it a nice big push as well on that home stretch, but it is Laval's Catherine Beauchemin who takes the lead.
Congratulations to Catherine.
And all these athletes still coming in here. What an incredible race from Catherine Beauchemin and Chloe Turner and all those other athletes up at the front there. Smo, how do you think they are feeling now that they are finally done that 3K race?
Definitely relieved. Yeah, it's like we've mentioned before, mentally tough. She just played it smart. Like we saw she was sticking to second, third position most of the race, put herself in a good spot to kick and to strike, not using up too much energy, and it just pulled her through. Had way more energy than the other ones.
Absolutely, her tactics there were really good. She stuck back, she conserved her energy, and then when it was time to go, she gave it everything she had, and she closed with a very good finishing lap.
Yes. The typical Laval chant after someone wins.
How would you describe the energy in here now, Smo? We've been in here for a couple hours today, and I would say it is increasing throughout the night.
Oh, definitely. You can see the crowd is starting to, well, the stands are packed for sure. It's just getting louder and louder in here. That was a very exciting 3K for the women. Now we got the men's, and only just to build up to that 4x8 at the end of the night. right. So after that very exciting Laval win in the women's 3K, we now have 3 other Laval men gunning for the victory in the men's 3,000 meters. Them being led by Jean-Simon Desgagnés, also Philippe Morneau-Cartier, and Jonathan Tedeschi. These 3 are definitely looking to continue the Laval win streak here in the 3K. Very long history of Quebec distance runners. So, going to be an exciting race. I also have with me here Derek Cornelson, used to be a distance athlete with U of M. How are you feeling today, Derek?
Hey, Simo. Thanks for having me. Really excited to be here for this race. We've got 4 guys running under 8:01 here, so promises to be an exciting finish.
Oh, definitely. I talked about it a little earlier in the men's 1,000 meter, but these guys are just unbelievably fast nowadays.
A lot faster than my days, that's for sure.
Looking at the list here, to qualify, you had to run 8:10 or faster just to get to the national championship. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, well, an interesting thing about the distance races.
Town of Tecumseh product, former St. Clair College alumni, Jacob Fitzpatrick. Coming in ranked 20th, he was 2nd at the OUA Championships. Former member of the Dow Wrecking Crew, Will Cox. Coming in ranked 12th, he was helped get here by his friends Pierre-Yves and Rudy Sal. It's from Laval, Jonathan Tedeschi. Coming in ranked 11th from Sherbrooke, he was 21st at the cross country championships in the fall, Felix Quirion. Ranked 10th from Victoria, he was 2nd at Can West. It's Daniel Damien. Coming in ranked 9th, he was 5th at RSEC, a stacked RSEC field. From Université Montreal, Thomas Laviolette. Coming in ranked 8th from the Alberta Golden Bears, the Can West champion, Ron McLean. Coming in ranked 7th from Dalhousie, he was 4th at the U Sports Cross Country Championships last fall, the AUS champion, Jacob Benoit. Coming in ranked 5th, he was 2nd at the RSEC champion. He was a bronze medalist in this event last year, Matthew Baudet. Coming in ranked 4th, he was a silver medalist here last year from Guelph, Nicholas Bannon. Ranked 3rd, he was a silver medalist at the U Sports Cross Country Championships in the fall, Philippe Morneau-Cartier. And coming in ranked 1st, he was 8th at the World Championships in 2023 in the steeplechase. The winner of this event at U Sports in 2020, Jean-Simon Desgagnés.
Here we go.
All right, and we're off in the men's 3K. We talked about this a little bit in the women's 3K, but Derek, you have definitely run a couple of 3,000 meters in your time. What do you think is the strategy that these men are going to use for the race here?
Yeah, the interesting thing with distance races in a championship is always whether they choose to go fast or hold back and run it a little more tactical, a little more technical. They seem to be off at a pretty hot pace right now. It might be in the interest of some of the top seeded guys to really push the pace early on here. And you know, some of the ones who just snuck in might be wanting to slow down the pace a little bit, let it come down to a kick. We're gonna see how things shake out here.
Yeah, definitely. And again, same thing with the women's race. We now see 3 Laval athletes right at the front. They definitely, do you think they talked about this before for a strategy?
Absolutely, right? With your teammates, you go over the race scenarios a million times, and it's an individual race, but at the same time, you've got the advantage of having 3 very fast-seated guys, right? You can work together a little bit here and let it come down to the last little bit before it becomes an individual race.
Yeah, definitely. We've got 4 Quebec athletes right at the front there. We've got 2 more from Guelph, so it looks like, again, team tactics are being used here. Right now, the top-seeded athlete, Jean-Simon Degagné, is sitting right there in that 3rd position. Again, I believe that this is probably a strategy, and it looks like they're just switching off again here, so they've definitely talked about this before.
Taking turns leading, so efficient for the energy and saving something for the end. Sharing the load like that is a huge advantage in a long race such as a 3K.
Yes, exactly. And we saw with the women's winner, Catherine Beauchemin, she was sitting in 2nd or 3rd most of the race. And like we said before, you save energy not leading. So there might be definitely some team tactics going on here.
Yeah, and I mentioned about some of the athletes maybe wanting to slow down the race a little bit here, and Laval is not giving them a chance. They are moving right now.
You know, their athletes are definitely at the top of the ranks, so their best interest is to make this race fast, to try and run the legs out of everybody else. If you make it slow, then you might have to race against the people that are more specialized in sprint events or middle distance events who can kick you down.
If you're one of the guys sitting in 3rd or 4th right now, Simon, what's your move? Are you waiting for a bit? Are you tucking on the rail? When are you making a move?
Oh, I'm waiting. Yeah, you want to use as little amount of energy as possible. You just kind of want to go to sleep in that race, wake up with 400 to go or 600 to go, and try and kick for home.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eye on that 400-meter mark left to go and see if your prediction plays out here.
So there were 2:45 of the first K, so again, pretty honest pace for them. We see the field stringing out a lot. What does that really indicate to you, Derek, when the field strings out like this?
To me, that means they're moving. You know, as soon as somebody pumps the brakes, you'll see everybody bunch up a little bit, and that is not the case here. That we're starting to have a bit of a lead pack here with the top 4, and Degagné is taking the lead here.
Yeah, it looks like the early leader from Laval has fallen back a little bit, so definitely, again, strategy there. Nick Bannon sticking to this group here. We got Jean-Simon Degagné, Philippe Monod-Cartier, Nick Bannon, and Mathieu Baudet.
And I'm sure Degagné is happy to lead this race right now. Fastest seated, it's in his best interest to keep it honest. But I will say, Simon, if you're Bannon right now and you're sitting there just waiting for a kick and you haven't had to lead at all, that to me is a huge advantage. That is very draining for Degagné right now.
He's in a very good spot. You know, it's tactically the perfect spot to be. You always want to be chasing, not being chased. So it's good. Unfortunately for a Dalhousie athlete, he's kind of in what's called no man's land. So he's got to work a little bit harder to try and gain that lead pack, regain that lead pack.
Yeah, you gotta make an earlier move than you'd like to right now to get attached again, because that is a very tough place to be.
We talked about this again in the women's race, but we talked about the 2nd kilometer being the one you really got to work in a 3K. If you fall asleep in that 2nd kilometer, it could be a bad sign for you.
Absolutely, and I just love Laval's work right now. They're going a little bit wide on the turns. They're going out 2 guys across the lanes here, and that is absolutely how you run a championship race. And they switch leaders once again.
Yeah. This is definitely a fast race. We've got a lead pack of 4, a runner catching up a little bit, then another pack of 4 in the chase pack.
And that's what we're talking about, the no man's land. You got to get reattached to that group if you want any kind of a shot, and he is closing that gap.
Yeah, that's Jacob Benoit. He's doing a really good job here. He needs to just work a little bit harder, get that pack, and then stay on them.
In that 2nd pack, we've got the best mustache in the West, Ron McLean.
Absolutely.
Never count him out of a race.
No.
And like we said, right attached to that front group, he had to work real hard to get there. So we'll see how he's feeling when the final kick comes around. But what a phenomenal job to make his way back here.
Yep. If I'm not mistaken, that's our U Sports cross-country champion at the front. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it is. And we got Jean-Simon Degagné again moving on the outside. Good job for Jacob to stick on that front pack. This looks to be about 3 laps to go.
And this is where you're really going to see them start turning up the intensity. I know you said 400 to go is the true kick, but this is where people start winding it up.
Oh yeah, this is where you twist those, or you turn those gears. Yep. You can see his stride opening up right now.
And this is starting to look like a two-man race here, Simo.
Oh, definitely. You got Simon Degagné and Mathieu
Baudet.
Baudet. 2 laps to go, 7:02.
Baudet seated, over 10 seconds slower than Degagné, but in a championship race, that really doesn't mean anything, especially when it comes down to the final kick here.
Exactly. What's written on paper doesn't always dictate the results. We've got about 250 to go. It's going to be a crazy last lap.
Let's see what these boys have left. And Baudet looking comfortable here.
He is not letting him go. He is right on him.
It is going to come down to that last corner, Simo. You've run championships before. How important is it to slingshot off that last corner and just go wide?
You're carrying your momentum, and yeah, you can try and pass, but it looks like Degagné is pulling away just slightly here.
Degagné is going to do it. Save the gear for the very end. And that was his race from the start.
Baudet in second. It looks like Nick Bannon secured that bronze medal position. Congratulations to all 3 runners.
And like we said earlier, Bannon was looking so comfortable, just tucked in, waiting, and that paid off with a bronze medal. What a race these guys ran.
Yep. Kudos to Jean-Simon Degagné for taking it early, taking that pace early, and just turning those gears, like I said, and cranking it up, running the legs out of everybody else in the competition.
Yeah, Laval completing the sweep from men's and women's. They have always loved the 3K out there, and they just continue to demonstrate how dominant they are in these distances.
Yeah, it looks like we had about 6 Quebec runners, and I mentioned in the women's race, there's a big tradition, like Charles de Berthiaudeau in the men's distance in Quebec. This means so much to them.
Absolutely, Simon. The culture out there just has not changed. They keep producing these really fast distance runners, and it's great to see. They know their bread and butter, and they stick to it.
Special shout out to our boy Ron McLean coming back from injury, qualifying for U Sports in the 3K. Super good result for him.
Yeah, he's got to be happy with that. And like we said, Ron McLean, just such a wild card. Every race is in, you can never count him out.
Yep. We got another one of the traditional or classic Laval celebrations. It's a good time here at the University of Manitoba.
Absolutely, and if you're another Laval teammate and you keep hearing that cheer at the finish line like that, that's got to inspire you, right?
Exactly. I was just about to ask, like, if you see your teammate do this, it's definitely going to help you when you're about to race yourself, correct?
I'm telling you, Simo, morale is high for Laval right now after these back-to-back wins, and I don't think that's going to be the last time we hear this cheer this weekend.
There you guys have it. That was the men's 3,000 meter final. An exceptionally exciting run there. That was called by Simone Berube and Derek Cornelson. A really exciting time there as we get to the twilight hours here of day 2. Only a few events left on the track, and the field events are still going strong. Remember, we have a few minutes here, so if you have some time, go check out the field events. Some really exciting stuff happening over there. There's a very short break here, but we're coming up. There you go. You can see the track schedule on your screens. We're approaching the second last track event of the evening, 300-meter finals. We watched the heats a little bit earlier in the day. Right after that is going to be the second, well, I guess the first official final relay of the weekend, the men's and women's 4x800 meter, which is going to be a very exciting time here. We are about to go into the women's 300-meter finals. We're joined again by Ty Coxiastro, who's going to talk to us a little bit. Ty, we had a little bit of a break there. A lot of stuff's been happening on the field. A lot of great events. We saw Max Spicer, the Bisons, take home that gold in the men's heptathlon. How's the energy building over the last couple hours in this field house?
We are seeing some great times, some great results, some far jumps and some higher jumps, and the energy is just building and building. The momentum is building for all the teams. We just saw one of Laval's athletes win the 3K, and we just heard the energy from their team. They're chanting, they're screaming, and that's every other team in this building right now. Yeah. And the energy just keeps building and building, and it's all going to come to a great climax soon. Yeah, absolutely. That was a terrific performance by Laval. They were a really fast 3K, and you love to see it. I'm sure Simone and Derek talked about it, but there's a lot of opportunities for those 3Ks to become a really tactical race, which is a part of the sport, but you love to just see some guys get out there and rip it as fast as they can. Men and women, both sides, just really run their races. We're coming up here to these finals. Talked to you a little bit earlier on. Ty, you've had a little bit of time to think about it. What's standing out to you about these upcoming finals? What's something that you're excited about? That you like if you look at Heat 1 and Heat 2, like the time separated by these athletes, there's not a very big margin between anyone. We're looking at the slowest time in the Heat 2, looking at 38.96, where the fastest time is 38.27. Like that is not a big gap, not in a 300 at all, and that is going to come down to just who wants it more in the moment, and that is something that I am looking forward to in the women's final as well as in the men's final. Absolutely, yeah. Very close heat that we're going to see here. Two very close heats. Ty, we've been gone. The 300-meter athletes have about a little under 2 hours, I would say, in between. What does it look like for them during that period? What's their processes? Process the race, but honestly try and be a goldfish about it, whether or not it's good or bad. You are at the point of the season where like there's no point in changing anything. You know what you know, and you can do what you can do. So you process the race, whether good or bad. Be a goldfish, get it out of your head. Maybe take a nap, eat some food, chat it up, you know, like try and be as normal as possible. Some people try and take it really seriously. Again, it can differ. But yeah, you're looking at just like doing whatever that athlete needs to do to get themselves ready for this final. And that's very different for some people. Absolutely. And yeah, I'm sure that the energy that's building in this field house really helps fuel them as they approach here. We're going to see here if we can get you some results of some field events very quickly while we have a second. Currently ongoing right now, we have the women's shot put happening, as well as men's long jump, men's high jump, and women's pole vault. There we go. And we're going to see some shot put on your screen just behind this schedule. Great throw there. We're looking at Manitoba's Anna McConnell is competing in this event as well. Currently, a strong showing here. They're showing the field stream as well. And it looks like the results are very even with this woman's shot put right now. Yeah, a really strong showing all the way through here. You know, we got the chance to talk to Anna a little bit earlier in the week, and she was just really excited talking about how talented the field is in the event across the country, and how excited she is to go up against these competitors and these women who are some of the best that, you know, U Sports has ever offered up. So it's been a very exciting time on the field there. And it's nice to see that athletes are really excited and embracing the competition through all the events. It's honest. Yeah, so what you're looking at there is women's pole vault and men's long jump, two athletes setting up.
Once again, if you want some in-depth commentary, you can head over to the field stream.
It's high jump. We're looking at high jump.
Pardon me, I said long jump, and that is absolutely not a long jump. That is a high jump that you were watching there. My mistake. That's that distance runner brain. I can only think in terms of laps and nothing else. Here we go. We're just getting set up on the track as we were talking. First heat. This is the B final, the women's 300-meter U Sports National Track and Field Championship race here. Some very exciting stuff coming out. Like Ty was saying, we're looking at the times here, and they are in this first heat. Everybody's running 39 to some degree. Really close times between. So is it going to be everybody's race? If there's a 10-meter stretch, a fan should be looking for to see if there's some kind of change. Where are they pointing their attention to?
I think if you're going to see something big happen, it'll be on this last turn. With how close this race will be, it will look pretty even up until we get to that last turn, and that's where you'll start to see some really big moves being made, some separation, or you'll see a battle right till the end of the line.
Excellent. And here we go, and this is the athletes taking their final few seconds before they lock themselves into the blocks.
This is the most nerve-wracking part of the meet for sure.
Absolutely. Those moments before the line, as we talked about before, it's kind of a balance between what are you telling yourself? Are you telling yourself anything, or are you just trying to live in this moment?
At this point, I don't think there is much you can tell yourself. Your heart's beating, your legs are shaking, regardless if you've been in this situation or not. It always feels the same in that final.
All you can do is run fast, turn left, do everything you've been doing all season long.
Yeah, definitely don't try and turn right.
No, not quite the race we would want to see here.
No, not on the bank anyways, for sure.
Again, that clappy here, that is the women's pole vault action happening. Head on over to the field stream, check all that action out. Men's high jump on the infield as well. Looks like the officials are just confirming a little bit of information. We want to make sure everything's ready to go.
Connor, what are you most looking forward to for the rest of the weekend?
That is great. I'll have to tell you afterwards.
Fair enough.
Oh, maybe we still do have a second. I'm a little biased, as it was the last event I got to compete in U Sports, but definitely the 4x8.
Yep.
I think there's a very storied...
Two finals for the women's 300 meters. In lane 3, from the Calgary Dinos, a CanWest finalist, Georgia Olan. In lane 4, she's the RSEC champion from Montreal, Carabin, Audrey Jackson. In lane 5, from the Calgary Dinos, the CanWest bronze medalist in this event, Dawn Richardson Wilson. And in lane 6, from the Guelph Griffins, the OUA finalist in this event, Gabrielle Cole.
There we go. First heat, women's 300-meter final.
Look to Dawn in lane 5 to get out very, very fast.
Clean start here in the first heat of the finals.
Gabrielle Cole out very well in lane 6, as well as Dawn in lane 5. Stagger made up very early by Dawn.
Just like you're saying, a really strong start there.
You want to look at Audrey on this back straight, closing down the gap on Dawn.
Here's where we'll see them start to even out a little bit. You see that appears to be Audrey Jackson.
Oh, but here comes Dawn.
Dawn fighting right to the line.
unofficially 38.99, a very fast time coming out of this final.
Really close down to the line, and that was a real push and pull, kind of give and take race there. There was definitely no clear winner or lead anywhere through that race. Really strong performance from everybody.
No, that was a fantastic race to watch from Audrey Jackson coming through in lane 4 on that back straight to Dawn Richardson getting out very early. And this time could definitely put pressure on the heat in front of them, just because like everyone's already had a long day, regardless if they ran faster in the heat prior. Everyone's had a long day, and they're definitely going to be thinking about that time going into this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Really strong performances. It's going to be an exciting follow-up. Once again, live results for both of these events can be found on goalbisons.ca. Click on that championship banner, that'll take you there. We're going to have to wait till after the second heat to find out who our champion will be. It's a timed final from any heat, so every second matters. It's very exciting to see.
And this is a very fast heat, as all these athletes are running 38 seconds, as well as we have Paige, who, like we said earlier, never fails to disappoint when she races.
Yeah. Really strong performances. A lot of these athletes we've seen a number of times over this weekend, and their skill and talent cannot be questioned, obviously, even just in being here. Obviously, they're the best in the nation at the moment.
I think someone I'm very excited to watch race is Favor in lane 3 from Western. She is actually one of the favorites in the 600 meter as well, so we will see that strength at the end of the race with Paige and Nicole and Tegan as well. I think it will be a very, very good race no matter which way it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. That's Favor Okapali of Western is going to be in lane 3 in this next heat. And yeah, like you were saying, a favorite we saw her in the 600, really strong performance in that long distance grit and kind of being able to maintain. It'll be interesting to see how that plays into this final section. The athletes are just getting into the blocks. We're getting a nice view of all the action on the infield as we head over to the start line. A lot of activity here, a lot of performances happening.
It has been a good day for all these athletes so far. There have been multiple PBs, multiple records, multiple school records, provincial records, U-Sport records, I believe, have been broken as well. It has been an amazing meet so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Just some tremendous stuff here. I think we're probably a little biased coming from the team, but the Maxwell track is definitely a fast track. That 200-meter bank is really good to get some strong performance out of everybody. So it's great to see that coming into action.
It's definitely my favorite track to run on in Canada, that's for sure.
100%.
2 of the women's 300-meter final. In lane 3, from the Western Mustangs, a OUA silver medalist and the 600-meter champion, Favor Okapali. In lane 4, from the Western Mustangs, she's an OUA bronze medalist, Tegan Wallace. In lane 5, from the Guelph Griffins, OUA champion, Nicole McKenzie. And in lane 6, from the Saskatchewan Huskies, she was the #1 seed coming into this championship and the CanWest champion, Paige Willems.
There we go. There is your second and final heat, the women's 300-meter finals.
Set.
And they're off. Another clean start.
Looking pretty even through the first couple of meters.
Yep, everybody dead in line, looks like.
Looks like Nicole McKenzie in lane 5, slightly making up the stagger, but here goes Paige down the back straight.
Really fighting off that advance. That looks like McKenzie and Willems really battling it out here.
We are in for a close finish here as Nicole McKenzie is slowly making up that stagger.
Coming down the line.
Paige is going with her. It is going to be close.
Whoa.
And it looks like that's Nicole McKenzie celebrating at the line. Unofficially 38 flat.
Whoa, really strong fight right to the end there. You can see her team there celebrating with her. Some really exciting stuff. Congratulations to all 4 athletes. That was a really incredible heat.
That was a close race, start to finish from everybody, and congratulations to Nicole McKenzie for what seems to be a great race.
Yeah, and a really strong fight from Paige Willems there. You know, I think people who are unfamiliar with Paige might have thought that Nicole had her coming much earlier on that stretch, and you really saw her fight down that last 50 meters. Didn't leave anything held back, right? All left on the track. And there goes up the cheer from the team. I believe we got the official, or the unofficial results posted on the board for them to see.
I think I'm seeing 37.99 there for Nicole and 38.10 for Willems.
Really exceptional stuff. Really close finish there.
A very, very, very close race.
Once again, the results for the whole section, so that'll be 1 and 2 together, will be on GoBison.ca very shortly. What was your main takeaway from those 2 heats? What did you see that was really impressive?
Like I said, they were just close. They were fun to watch. They were racing, and I think that's what I love about championships so much. Is like it's not so much. You're not trying to see a time. You're not trying to make a team. You're not trying to do this, that, or the other. You're racing.
Yeah.
Right? It goes back to when you're in high school, when you're in elementary school, racing in the field during recess. Like it's just that. It's just fun. It's just what you're here to do now. Times don't matter. None of that matters now. But what matters is winning.
Yeah. Getting on that podium, getting those points for the team.
And that's the way I've always looked at it, was just have fun with it as much as you can.
Yeah. Exciting stuff happening in the field house today. We can see the gentlemen setting up for the first heat, the 300-meter finals coming up right away. We're talking about it a lot. Give me an athlete fans should be keeping their eye on from this first heat.
From this first heat, I think you're looking at, ooh, that's a tough pick. All these athletes are great. Alex Collins, I believe, is in this. Yes, Alex Collins in lane 5 had a great race. As well as Thomas Helland? Yeah, Thomas Helland in lane 6 also had a great race. Those 2 Mustangs. Aaron Thompson, again, is a wild card. You never know what he's going to do. Also from Western in lane 3. And Brandon Smith. Oh, I'm going to pronounce that last name wrong.
Druin. Brandon Smith Druin.
Druin, awesome. He is also an athlete who has competed before in youth sports, has that experience, and if he puts together a race, which he very well is capable of, can run very, very, very fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and you have to run against her, as everybody usually has to. It's tough to have your teammate in the final with you. Obviously, you want everybody on your team to do well, but right now, you know, between Alex Collins, Aaron Thompson, they're focused on their own race. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, for sure. I think it can provide a little bit of comfort. Some athletes know how they compete with other athletes, so there's a point in the race where it's like, hey, I should be here with you because that's where I always am when we race.
Yeah,
right?
like a marker almost.
Yeah, so it can be comforting at times. Some people really like it. I know others that don't.
Yeah, absolutely. A personal preference like it is with everything. Just getting set up here. We're going to hold on, see, maybe we're lucky, and we might have some official results for you here. Who wins 300 meter? Nicole McKenzie, first place, 37.99, followed right behind by Paige Willems, 38.10. So like we said, an incredibly close finish there. Third place, Favor Okapali of the Mustangs, 38.46. Really incredible performance from all of our athletes here. You know, fourth place, Dawn Richardson-Wilson, right behind her, 38.97. So close top to bottom in this entire section.
And I know that the Guelph women's team are going to enjoy those points that they were not supposed to get because Paige was ranked first going into this, and Grace Abiki was ranked second going into this meet. So I think to grab those points from Saskatchewan, who is, if I'm not mistaken, ranked first in the nation, it's the overall team score. They'll enjoy those extra points for sure.
Absolutely, and it's what we've been talking about all weekend. You know, I love track. Coming into the championship, everything that happened before Thursday afternoon no longer matters. It's on the day who's coming to compete, and it just brings a real excitement to the entire event.
You know, I said it yesterday, your 4x2 time can really send a statement into these 300s and any other race you might be running, but also at the same time, as you said, none of that matters anymore.
No.
Thursday is yesterday, today is the present.
Yeah.
Today is what matters now.
Yeah, right here, you can see it on these gentlemen here. They are just focused on what's happening right in front of them. Once again, just a reminder, we have a number of field events happening on the infield. Shot put, high jump, pole vault, long jump. The whole field is packed. Make sure you get over there. Check out that action. Some incredible results are coming out of that field side. So head on over, give them some love, give them some cheers. Just getting set up here for the first section of the men's 300-meter final. Some really strong performances coming out of the women's shot put.
Standout athlete lives.
The men's final for the 300-meter. 2-time finals running tonight. In lane 3, from the Western Mustangs, going away silver medalist, Erin Thompson.
The L'Oreal Academy, Brandon Smith-Duray.
In lane 5, from the Western Mustangs, OUA finalist, Alex Collins. And in lane 6 of the Western Mustangs, also an OUA finalist, Thomas Helen.
There you have it. First section of the men's 300-meter final. Some exceptional athletes. We're about to see some really high-level track and field.
Look for Alex Collins to get out very, very, very hard.
Absolutely, that's Alex Collins, lane 5, Western Mustangs. Very busy Western heat for this first one.
Very much so. It's what makes them so strong in the overall team rankings.
Set.
Start.
Very even through the first turn. Alex Collins is making up the stagger on his teammate on the outside.
Collins overtaking.
As well as Brandon Smith-Duray, also running very, very well.
Really close here coming into the final turn.
And here comes Brandon Smith through that last turn, looking to make a move on Alex Collins. And has made a move on Alex Collins. She's racing against the clock now. Unofficially 34-26.
Holy. That was Brandon Smith-Duray. Passing the line first, a really strong performance. I believe that was Alex Collins coming in right behind him and Thomas Helen following very closely behind him.
And that is a very, very, very fast time.
Absolutely.
And that could very well be a winner of today.
Yeah, some exceptional stuff happening here. Once again, athletes can win out of either heat, obviously, so it's not just about placement in this. It is running your own race, really laying it all out there, and you can see it by the look on Brandon's face. He put everything on the track.
You can see his team also very happy with him. Really laid it all out there.
Nothing better, hey, than finishing a hard race and having your team celebrate with you.
Yeah, no kidding. It's honestly an amazing feeling.
Getting a look there. The Calgary athlete preparing to go in the blocks. Right now, he is the leader in the event. We'll see if he can hold on to that going into this final. What are you excited to see out of this second heat? As we were talking before, Josh Lee Emmett Bravakis, two really talented athletes we were mentioning before.
I'm excited to watch Devin. As I said, he's a very strong athlete through the first 250. As Emmett and Josh really turn it on through the back half of the race. Same with Marcus Penaloza in lane 3. We have two athletes who leave it late, and one athlete who goes early, and 3 athletes that leave it late. So we'll see how that race looks.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to see how this shakes out.
Yeah, an exciting event here. This is also kind of the last, on track, sort of the last individual event of the evening. So it always brings a crowd out, just prior to the relays, which is always exciting. And we will likely see a number of these athletes again tomorrow in that 4x2. We saw them yesterday as well.
As well as the 4x4.
As well as the 4x4. The curse of being a good 300-meter athlete, you're running every relay.
And you're running every day at this track.
Yeah. You're getting your money's worth. You're here for the whole long haul.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Get a good look at section 2, final section of the men's 300-meter final here.
All of these athletes have been in this position before. They're used to it. They're ready to go. They've prepared for this. I think we're in for a very, very, very fast, very good, very competitive race.
Final shakeouts. You hear that clapping coming from the infield. The men's high jump is underway. Just getting set up here. I got to imagine after this all shakes out, we have a winner at the end. That relay team is going to be fired up, having the gold medalists on their team.
Yep, that definitely makes a difference with all relays, but it also sets a fire under some of those other ones.
I was going to say, does it paint a target on their back also a little bit?
Can be a double-edged sword at times for sure.
100%. Yeah, looks like we're about to close the track. Second final heat, men's 300-meter finals.
Now on the track, 2 of 2 of the men's 300 timed finals. In lane 3, representing the Guelph Griffins, last year's bronze medalist at the Youth Sport Championships, Marcus Penaloza Abanqua. In lane 4, representing the Alberta Golden Bears, the Can West silver medalist, Josh Lee. In lane 5, representing the Toronto Varsity Blues, last year's Youth Sport silver medalist and the OUA champion, Emmett Bravakis. And in lane 6, representing the Calgary Dinos, the Can West champion this year, Devin Zukowski.
Look to watch lane 7, Devin get out very hard. Sorry, lane 6, not lane 7.
On your marks.
You really hear that energy coming from the crowd around them. People are excited.
Set.
They're off. Clean start. Appears to be pretty even right out of the blocks.
Looks like Devin is heading down that back straight with the lead, but Emmett is slowly making up that stagger.
Really even between the two of them. Looks like Emmett just overtook on the bend.
And here comes Marcus and Josh on the inside as well. It looks like what could be a close finish.
That appeared to be Emmett Bravakis really taking over in the last 50 meters there for a really commanding finish. Congratulations, a really strong run there.
I could not tell you who got second, third, or fourth.
That was a really tight 2, 3, 4, 100%.
Yes, it was. An unofficial 33-74 to win.
Terrific performance there. What really jumped out at you during that run?
Emmett's composure. Devin took him out hard, and where Emmett could have gone with.
I'm going to get a quick replay here. Yeah, there's that composure you're talking about as he approaches the line.
And it looks like it's Devin, followed by Marcus, followed by Josh Lee.
Really tight finish there, and fighting for every step.
Yes.
You were saying composed all the way through.
Yeah, he was composed all the way through, and he really just worked to get there. And he could have gone with Devin out of the way, but no, he ran his race, which is what I was saying. You need to stick to your game plan, no matter what happens. It is you and only you on the track. If you're not in anyone else's lane, you're in your lane. And if you stay in it, I promise you, good results will come.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's that mental edge. You know, track athletes always are talking about. You know, track's 50% athletic, 50%. All upstairs, and being able to run your own race when you're side by side with the best athletes in the country. Ton of work.
A ton of work. One thing I would like to mention that Brandon had an unofficial 34-20 something, so he could have snuck into second as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna have to wait to see those final results as they're compiled. We're seeing a lot.
I'm hearing a lot of screaming, so.
Yeah, you never know what's happening down on the track and how teams are reacting. A crowd is forming there in front of our scoreboards as they wait to get some official results. You can see that camaraderie between these athletes.
Everyone is just super happy and super pumped up for one another, and that was one close race, I will say.
Absolutely.
That silver medal spot's going to be one close spot to grab too. I'm really excited to see who grabs it. And it looks like on the scoreboard, it looks like it is up there, and it looks like, oh no, I might be wrong still.
That looks like that heat. Some information we've seen. Once again, live results, gobison.ca.
Oh man, I'm just excited to see how these times update.
I know, we got our eyes peeled on that screen. What an exciting finish here. Ty, we're going to be hearing from you again tomorrow when we see a lot of these guys again that we were just saying at the 4x2. Do you have anything you want to add before we transition into these 4x8s?
No, I just wanted to say congratulations to all the 300-meter athletes. That was one incredible race to watch, and I had a blast watching it. I was very quiet for that second heat of men.
It's tense.
I was focused. I lost my composure there a bit. I just had to stay quiet. It was a very good race. Congratulations to all the athletes that have competed well today, and best of luck to all the athletes that are competing tomorrow.
Perfect. Awesome. We're going to see Ty again tomorrow for the 4x2 finals. We're going to take a short 2-minute break here, and we will be back for the 4x8 finals.
Four field events going on all at once. So you'll see that this broader scope camera right now has us covering both high jump and pole vault, just the bars, so we can bring you clearances, while our second camera is now going to reposition from shot put over to the men's long jump, where we're going to be entering, we're still on the third round now for men's long jump. All done. We've finished the third round. They'll be calibrating to see who the 8 athletes are who advance to the final, and we'll bring that to you on our second field stream. Track and field championships here in Winnipeg, Manitoba. My name is Hilary Tash. I'm joined with Kristen Hurdle, who is our long jump aficionado. She's going to walk us through some long jump as we move our cameras over that way, and we'll bring you more live coverage from field events. We've got women's pole vault, men's high jump. We have a third attempt coming for Noel van der Zee at 2:15. He's coming into screen now. And it's a clearance. We'll see more from Noel tonight. There he goes, 2:15. We know he's the gold medalist, but we'll see if he can better that mark of 2:15. And in the pole vault, that looks like Alina Blanco on the runway, coming down now. No dice for Alina on her first attempt at 380. Alina has a Winnipeg connection, has spent lots of time in her youth here in Winnipeg. So we are very proud of her. We're very proud of Alina. We trained, our pole vault group trained with Alina for a short period of time through 2020 and 2021. And she is a wonderful kid and with a sharp sense of humor. And it's so good to see her now entering university and competing on this national stage. We competed with her when she was in high school as such a promising athlete. We're really, really proud of you, Alina. So Noel Vanderzee will take a little bit of a moment while they move the bar up, and we'll let you know what he has chosen for his next height. It sounds like he's going to 220. He's not messing around. He's going all the way to 220. This will be just 2 centimeters under his personal best if he's successful. And he's taking a little break now. We have a Windsor athlete on the pole vault coming into frame. A successful jump. And that was a Windsor Lancer, Grace Alford. Well done, Grace. And Peyton Seriglia will be next on the, look at that, we've got a long jump camera. This is fantastic. Thank you so much to our technical crew. What a job it is to cover 4 events all at once. Wonderful job. And so we have the men's final in long jump coming up.
So we have some...
Let's see who's in the field.
Yeah, we have some results to... so in 8th place, we have Bolu Ario.
And he's from which university? Alberta Golden Bears, great.
675. Armand Shazadeh with a jump of 690. Matt Indome from Western, 670. Skeets Green, Dalhousie, 668. Okiyoma Okumu, 682. Solomon Arrays, 710. Kenneth West, 692.
Relay, 4x4 is definitely a close second, but yeah, really excited about this race. This should be awesome.
100%. We are watching the women take the field now. 4x8, obviously, it is self-explanatory, but just in case anybody might have never seen a track event and they happen to stumble into this stream, 4x800, 4 athletes, each one running 800 meters. It is a race that anything can happen at any point in time. You might be leading out of the first leg, and you might be trailing by the time you finish your second leg. So some really exciting stuff here. The Bisons there, obviously a little extra love to the Bisons, who managed to clinch that silver medal at Canada West just a couple weeks ago to qualify here. Really exceptional performances, some strong teams across the board.
At the OUA Championships, they were 7th last year, McMaster University. Coming in ranked 9th, they were 4th at the Can West Championships, University of Victoria. Coming in ranked 8th, they were 3rd at the Can West Championships, the University of Manitoba. Ranked 7th, they were 4th at the OUA Championships, the University of Toronto. Ranked 6th, they were 3rd at the OUA Championships, Queens. Coming in ranked 5th, they were 3rd at the RSEC Championships and have been 4th in this event the last 2 years, Université Laval. Coming in ranked 4th, they were 2nd at the Can West Championships, silver in this event last year, University of Alberta. Coming in ranked 3rd, the returning defending champions, they were 2nd at the OUA Championships, University of Guelph. Coming in ranked 2nd, they won the Can West Championships, University of Saskatchewan. And coming in ranked 1st, the OUA champions, gold here in this event in 2022, bronze last year, Western University.
Once again, if you're wondering why you're only seeing a handful of those athletes who are listed, this is a double waterfall. Our faster seeded teams are on the upper bank and will be cutting down after the first turn. Some really exceptional stuff. Really exceptional teams here. Obviously, your 1, 2, 3 seed, Western University in 1st, University of Saskatchewan in 2nd, and Guelph Griffins in 3rd. Those are going to be some of the teams to watch. Simone, what should fans be keeping their eyes on in this race?
Yeah, so the 4x8, it's definitely a tactical affair. As a first runner, you just want to get in a good spot. It's not really about winning necessarily, but being up there and being competitive.
Being in contact with the teams around you.
Yes, exactly.
We're seeing Laval come out in front. I believe that is Waterloo in second.
That is actually Dalhousie in second.
Dalhousie, pardon me. Montreal in third.
Université Laval first, Dalhousie second, Université de Montréal in third. So we see the field here stringing out. This is very, very quick. Very quick start to the women's 4x8.
Well, and on the times, the other thing that people might, throughout the season, they won't always run their A-team 4x8s, and a lot of the times, the real race happens today and only today.
Yeah, so I was going to mention that about the men's side, but that is a possibility. You know, a lot of teams don't run all their best runners for their conference meets, so what's on paper doesn't dictate the winner here.
Absolutely not. That is Laval, Université de Laval, out in front. Sask Huskies making a move up to second.
Yeah, it looks like still everybody's kind of connected. One long line of runners. It's okay. If you're a first runner, like I said, just try and stay with it. If a gap opens up, it could become a problem for your second runner.
Absolutely, and that is exactly what it looks like Sask is trying to do. Give their second athlete a real good shot at having a little bit of that space between them and the rest of the pack. Really opening up some space coming into the first exchange here.
So they're going to line up the runners on the exchange zone according to where they are at 100 meters to go. So we see Sask about to exchange first here, Laval second. It looks like Western third. Coming first through that first exchange zone. Oh, the clock is a little different. I saw 2:13 there. It's still very, very quick.
Yeah, just a reminder, the clock that you're seeing on the screen here might not be 100% accurate. We're definitely seeing a gap open up here for Sask. Can also at times be a bit of a challenge. You're running by yourself, so you don't quite know what's happening in the race behind you. But the athlete goal is the same. Just keep putting on distance.
It's difficult. Sometimes in the running world, they call it running scared. So you go out too fast. And then, especially in 800, that lactic sets in and it hurts. That last lap will hurt. So hopefully our athlete out in front here from Saskatchewan is pacing herself correctly.
Yeah, you're seeing the pack there. Sask, Laval, Dal, McMaster, Western, all in contact.
Looks like our defending champions from Guelph are sitting in about 6th place.
Some really strong second leg here. That gap is starting to close.
It is.
Really closing in the second leg here.
Yeah, that Laval runner in second is doing a really good job at just not speeding up too fast at the start to try and close that gap immediately, but taking your time and pacing yourself correctly.
Yeah, 100%. This is what we're talking about. You can see the fans all along the track here really cheering on the teams. This is getting everybody involved. Laval making a pass over Saskatchewan.
We got a lead group of 3 here. A couple teams behind it. We got another chase pack. Montreal, Guelph, Victoria, Sherbrooke, Queens, and Toronto.
Manitoba and Alberta battling. Second exchange coming up, third athlete on the line here. Laval, Sask, Dow, Western, all in contact. That's what matters at this stage.
Yeah, so his top 3 or 4 teams should be okay. A little bit of a gap, maybe not the cleanest handoff, but again, it's an 800, it's okay.
Yeah. We talked a lot about the blind handoffs and the close handoffs during the 4x2s yesterday. Handoffs, still important. Don't drop the baton, obviously, but you're not losing too much time.
Yeah, so you're kind of just grabbing that baton from the runner who's coming in.
Yeah.
It's the last lap of the 800. They're hurting, so you kind of want to just grab it and go as fast as possible.
So we're seeing another pack develop. Our 1-2-3. Dow trailing just a little bit here. Laval still holding on to first. Sask right behind. Western right there. come through the home stretch.
Runner's still looking good right now. Nice and comfortable. 400 in, third leg.
Sask trying to take that lead back. Western moving ahead of Laval.
Looks like I have a trace back of about 7 teams here fighting for that fifth position.
Dow kind of trapped between the two packs, a little bit of distance. Still fighting. Sask, Western, Laval, 1, 2, 3, shoulder to shoulder here. Western making a push, Sask responding. Not going to get around her that easily.
Yeah, it's a nice move by the Sask athlete to not let her pass. You don't want to give up that inside position.
Oh, really responded to the move there.
Everybody kicking home for the last lap of the 800 of their leg.
Really want to set this last athlete up with the best opportunity.
Yeah, it looks like we got Avery Pearson, our U Sports 1,000 meter champion. Going to anchor for the University of Saskatchewan.
Quick handoff there, and she's off. Western right behind, Laval right behind her.
So now if you're Western and Laval, you just got to try and work together here and catch Avery Pearson at the front here. You don't want to do it too fast.
Looks like Laval's going right out, trying to get ahead of Laval. Laval's getting ahead of Western. Coming through.
3 laps to go.
Sask, Laval, Western, 1, 2, 3. A little bit of space between each. Laval making up the distance, catching up to Sask.
Yeah, Laval runner again doing a very good job. Seems like they know what they're doing tactically.
Coming in, this is 400 meters.
That gap has closed, Connor. Laval's looking dangerous, ready to strike.
We're going to see this start to unfold in the next 200 meters as Laval starts to make their push. Western a little farther off in third.
Battle for fourth here between Dalhousie and Guelph.
Sherbrooke and Vikes fighting fifth and sixth.
It's going to come down to one big last push here on the last lap.
The athletes really trying to remain composed.
1 lap to go. Laval's moving to the outside.
Does Sask respond? So Laval coming just ahead of Sask. Sask 7 to the outside. Looks like they're going to make a move in response.
Avery Pearson's not done.
100 meters, Avery Pearson turns on the jets. Can she hold it for the final 50 meters? And that is the Huskies coming through, Laval right behind. Terrific finish by both athletes. Western in third. Guelph coming through line in fourth.
Sherbrooke in fifth. Vikes come through for a good 6. Toronto, yeah, what a great race.
Really, really stellar performance. The final athlete there for Sask really remained composed. You know, Laval made that move coming into the final 200 meters. They didn't panic. They maintained and really came out in that last 200 meters. Some stellar stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So if we're talking about racing that smartly, she didn't go out too fast. Let the other runner catch up, save some energy for the end of the race, and kicked it home for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. Right in front of the crowd. You see him celebrating there. That is some hard work. Not an easy event, obviously. Incredibly challenging. Every athlete has to perform to their best ability to really take that home. So congrats to them. It's a really stellar performance.
If I'm not mistaken, I saw 8:45 on the clock. That's a new leading time for the nation. So very, very fast race.
We will get results up for you as they come through. We're trying to look at the board here.
That does look like 8:45.
8:45.
Great job to the University of Saskatchewan.
That is the face of relief on a few athletes there.
That 4x8 is a very nerve-wracking event. We talked about races that are very difficult mentally, but that relay, it's difficult with other runners too. You don't really want to let them down, you know? So it's tough, not only physically, but very mentally.
Absolutely. And so, you know, track, obviously, individual sports, we've been talking about it all weekend. You're running by yourself, but at competitions like this, it is an individual. You are running for a team. Like you're saying, that pressure. What's that doing to the athletes while they're on the track?
Well, you want to run not only for yourself, but like in a 4x8, you want to run for others on your team. You know, training day in, day out, seeing them work just as hard as you are. You want to try and deliver for them, right? So, yeah.
Absolutely. We're about to get going here into the events. There we go. We're getting a look at all of our athletes there. Some incredible performances, top to bottom. A wonderful heat. You can see the Manitoba Bisons there. Congrats to them. An incredible race all the way through.
Yeah, a lot of new faces on that team. So I'm proud of them just for being here. Honestly,
Absolutely.
That's a great accomplishment for them, and they should be very proud.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, a lot of these teams, like any university team, there are kind of new eras when new athletes all kind of start at the same time, and getting to experience this major kind of event all together at once really can help shape the future of a program. So super exciting stuff coming from a lot of teams in the next couple of years as well. We're about to get underway. Men's 4x800 meter. Some incredible performances have been put up as well, just like the women's all year round with these athletes. Simone, what are a few sort of storylines that people should be keeping in mind here? You know, we've kind of had a battle of the prairies a lot of the time, Manitoba and Regina facing off against each other. Currently, Regina is coming in as our #1 seed with a time of 7:29.65. They're followed by the University of New Brunswick, the UNB Reds, 7:31.93. And then the hometown University of Manitoba Bisons, 7:31.96. Those are close 1, 2, 3. What can people expect?
Yeah, so traditionally or typically the prairie teams will race their A teams immediately. Try and get that fast time, get that auto qualifying knocked off the checklist, and get ready for the championship. I've seen time and time again universities, maybe on the east, that don't run A teams at conference. So it's really hard to just rely on the paper here. 4x8s, there's a lot of falls. Anything can happen. Bad relay exchange. There's a lot of people on the track.
Yeah.
So it's a very complex race.
The
and,
RSEC champion, McGill University. Coming in ranked 12th, they were 4th at the OUA Championships, Western. Coming in 11th, 5th at the Canada West Championships, University of Victoria. Coming in ranked 10th, they were the OUA bronze medalists, McMaster. Coming in ranked 9th, they were the OUA silver medalists, Queens. Coming in ranked 8th, the AUS third place, bronze medalists. They were 5th here last year, Dalhousie. Coming in ranked 7th, 4th at the Can West Championships, University of Calgary. Coming in ranked 6th, Canada West bronze medalists. They were the champions at this event when it was at their home stadium in 2020, University of Alberta. Coming in ranked 5th, they last won this event in 2022. They were 3rd last year, the OUA champion, Guelph Griffins. Coming in ranked 4th, they were the RSEC bronze medalists, Université Laval. Coming in ranked 3rd, the Canada West champion. They last won this event in 2019 when they hosted this last, University of Manitoba. Coming in ranked 2nd, the AUS champion. They were 7th last year, University of New Brunswick. And coming in ranked 1st, top time in the country, 2nd at the Canada West Championships, 4th last year, University of Regina.
Really strong heats. Once again, double waterfall start. Those faster seeds are going to be on the upper bank. Teams to watch, Regina, UNB, Bisons, 1, 2, 3. But as we've been saying, what's on paper will not likely be what the final result is here.
You cannot sleep on any team in this race.
No, it is a deep field top to bottom. And we've been in this race before, and the athletes are amped up, and it is a lot of physical contact from top to bottom here. They're going to really have to watch that breakdown line.
Last year we saw a fall from the University of Manitoba Bisons in the first leg. Luckily he was able to recover, but that's something to watch out for.
And they're off. Some bumping, baton drop already.
And that's Queens who lost the baton.
And it looked like it bounced out. There were 2 baton drops, and the Manitoba athlete got jostled on that upper bank. This is what we were talking about, that physicality coming right out of the gates.
And I already saw the McMaster, I believe, athlete at the back trip as well. This race is not for the faint of heart.
Nope, that is Regina, UNB, Dow, Bisons. You're saying
you got your top contenders right away, right to the front, you know, trying to get out of that mess. If you're stuck in that middle of that pack, it's going to be very physical and very hard to get around runners.
But then you have those athletes who are waiting for that final 200 to really just make it up and put their athletes into a tight spot in that final lap. It looks like Regina, UNB, Dow, Bisons, Alberta coming on the outside. McGill coming on the shoulder of the Bisons. Guelph making contact here.
Bisons moving into 3rd place, McGill following. Excuse me, not McGill, that is Guelph.
Guelph making a move. Overtaking here. Once again, we said it in the women's, this is all about remaining in contact in this first leg.
They are not holding back on this first leg.
No, UNB, Guelph really battling it out, putting a little bit of distance on them between them and second.
Coming into the first exchange zone, it's going to be UNB and Guelph in the Manitoba 3rd.
Send it off to Cal Reimer of the Bisons, fighting with Dow. Guelph really putting on a show here.
Looks like another fall at the finish line. Lucky those runs were done.
Yeah, they laid it all out there. That was a battle.
Trying to see who's in the front there. I know that runner from UNB is Will Boyle.
It looks like Guelph, UNB, Regina, Dow, Bisons, Calreimer, Western, Alberta. 1 and 2, and then a couple meters, 3, 4, 5. A little bit larger of a gap. And then we start seeing the rest of our pack fall at 6, 7, 8 and on.
Good job from the Regina runner, Braden Mytopher, working to close that gap. Again, you want to stay connected. You don't want a gap to open up right away. It looks like he's going straight to move around the UNB runner and the Guelph runner.
This is a fight.
Dalhousie's definitely still in the mix. Bison's hanging on.
A lot of these athletes, classic 800-meter runners, love that sit and kick maneuver. We're likely going to see some big pushes coming in the final 200 here for this leg.
One lap to go for Braden from Regina. Will Boyle moving into 2nd place. Guelph, Dow, Manitoba again. Alberta, Laval, U of Vic.
There you can see it. They're really starting to push. Bisons overtaking Dow, trying to remain in contact for this handoff.
Looks to be Wright Brailsford going to get the baton for Regina.
Regina hands off. Laval, Guelph really taking off out of the line. Dawson Mann of the Bisons. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit bigger of a gap for him than Dalhousie, 5th. Dawson Mann immediately jumping into 3rd place.
Not waiting around, good move. You got the momentum, go around. You got to go with the lead pack. You have no choice.
Regina, Guelph, couple steps, Bisons. 1, 2, 3. It's all about composure here. Just knowing what you have to do. Like we've been saying, contact. You want to get that baton to your last runner as close as you can to everybody else so that you can have the best shot in this last 800 meters.
Exactly.
Coming through 400 meters to go. Dawson Mann from the Bisons, making up a bit of that gap. Guelph looks to be passing Regina here on the back stretch, making a move. Coming in, 200 meters. We're going to see a lot of kicks happening.
Looks like Alonzo Ryan from Guelph. My apologies, not Rhett Brailsford. His brother from Regina, Dawson Mann, in third.
UNB back in it after disappearing for a little bit. Dawson Mann really making a kick.
He's making a bid to win his leg. This is great.
We'll see if Guelph responds. There we go. Dawson Mann overtaking. Guelph not giving up an inch, though. Final handoff. Bisons come out on top in the final handoff. Guelph, UNB, Regina.
It's going to be Tristan Allen, Max Davies, Jared Howes, Jonathan Podbielski. This is a very crazy ending. This is shaping up to be very good.
This is anybody's race. It might look like we have a 1, 2, 3, 4 lined up here, but we do not.
Coming through here, 3 laps to go. 3 laps to go.
Really close. That pace is slowed down just a touch. It looks like they're still going fast. Bisons, Guelph, Regina, UNB.
Last time Bisons had a 4x8 in this Fieldhouse in 2019, they came out on top. So hopefully Tristan Allen can repeat.
We're hoping for history to repeat itself here. Similar battle between Guelph and Manitoba took place then, 2019. 2 laps to go, 400 meters. This is where we're going to start seeing things start to develop. It's like Davies making a move, wants to get ahead of this. Regina responds.
This is your 1 and 2 from the 1K earlier. Making a bid for the win right here.
We know Tristan Allen likes to finish in a big performance in the last 200 meters.
Last lap.
Can he catch? Real gap being put on here by Guelph. Can they respond?
Guelph runner Max Davies is running away with this race right now. Jonathan Podbielski doing all he can just to keep up.
Coming in the last 50 meters, Guelph, Regina, Manitoba in third, battling with UNB.
Oh.
Guelph, Regina, and it was tight. That was UNB and Manitoba battling.
I believe UNB got the 3rd place there.
It looked like he might have edged him out right at the end. An incredible performance by all of our athletes there. That is the excitement that we expect from that 4x8. Some tremendous runs. Nobody's race was decided until that last 200 meters.
Exactly, like we said earlier. Guelph was probably 5th or 6th on paper, came out on top.
Came out on top, and even during the race, Guelph was back for those first 2 legs, or first leg at least, first couple hundred. UNB too, disconnected for almost the entirety of that 3rd leg and reconnected for that 4th. So unlike a ton of relays where you can kind of see stuff start to develop over the course of the race, it's push and pull this whole time.
Oh yeah, and our 1, 2, 3 runners here were also our 1, 2, 3 for our 1K. So winner from the 1K, 2nd place from 1K, 3rd place, all pulled through at the end there.
Yeah,
and secured the medals for their team.
Absolutely, and you know, we don't have official results up. They will be up shortly.
I am talking a little bit ahead of myself, but seeing their reaction.
We have to imagine that UNB knows something that we don't.
Yeah.
Guelph, Regina, UNB, Manitoba, a really tight finish, 7:28.99, 7:30.60, 7:31.51, and 7:31.56. An incredible performance, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well done to those athletes. Some really exciting stuff happening here. .731, an incredibly fast time there. Again, these are all unofficial times. You will have to go check out GoBisons.ca, find the live results there, and we'll let you know Unofficially, we can tell you, however, on the women's side of things, 4x8 Sask Huskies 8:45.60, Laval in second 8:46.30, third place Western Mustangs 8:50.79. Some incredible performances from those women in the race before this. Simone, how would you describe the last 2 races you just saw?
It's crazy. Like I said, 4x8 unfortunately has to be the best relay event. It's never down to on paper. You never know what's going to happen when you're watching this. It's peak track and field.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, again, we are biased, both Simone and myself, part of the 4x8 team. Some happy fans in the crowd there. Loving track and field. We love track and field.
How can you not love that race you just watched?
That's track.
Those 2 last relays are amazing.
Track at its best there. We obviously, again, biased. We were part of that 4x8 team here in 2019. We know the excitement that can come in this track, and you all just got to see it here live. What an incredible finish on the track to these events. Don't forget, field events still happening, and we're actually going to pull you up really quick here. We want to get you the results of some of these. Women's shot put unofficially. Liv Sands in first place of the Western Mustangs with a throw of 15:32. Second place from the Bisons, Anna McConnell with a throw of 14:84. An amazing performance there. Anna, who is just finishing out her years with the Bison. Incredible capstone to an incredible career. Caitlin Brooks of the York Lions, 13:81. Congratulations to her. Some really exciting stuff happening there. From high jump, men's high jump, we're going to get you the final results, unofficial final results here. It appears that it was Noel Vanderzee of Calgary, 2:15, followed by Aiden Grout, Toronto, 2:07, me, Olivier, 2:07. So some really incredible performances there. That will do it for us here on the track today. Simone, do you have any last thoughts as we kind of come off this high of these 2 really exciting events?
There is a big team battle going on right now on the men's side. I believe the Bisons are fighting for their first victory in over 20 years for a U Sports title.
Absolutely.
On the men's side. That is something to keep your eye on. Currently, after 6 events, we're sitting in 3rd place.
Absolutely. Men's ranking, just so everybody's informed. First place, Guelph Griffins, 39 points. Second place, Laval, 38 points. Third place, Manitoba Bisons, 32 points. On the women's side of things, University of Calgary, 56. Guelph Griffins, 54. Western Mustangs, 53.
Very tight on the women's side.
Very tight on both,
tomorrow.
yeah. As we've been saying all weekend, you know, these team battles really can be decided by the final event, that 4x400, right at the end of the day. Technically, it's the final. Usually there's a field event that still has to be clocked. But really exciting stuff. Simone, what are you most looking forward to tomorrow?
Being a distance athlete, 1500, I'm really looking forward to it. Lots of crazy fast runners in that race. Should be really fun to watch. Yeah. What about you, Connor?
Absolutely the same. You know, I got to tell you, I'm really excited to see that 4x4. I thankfully never really had to run the 4x4, but it is an exciting event to be in the stands for. It is the culmination of this whole weekend. The crowd is going crazy, and it just ends the event on such a high note. And we are going to see you guys there tomorrow for those events. But for now, head on over to the field stream. Check out the last couple of events going on there. Give them your love, and we will see you tomorrow.
Unsuccessful there on the first attempt.
So for men's long jump, 3rd place will be Solomon Arrays from Guelph Griffins.
Wonderful.
Second is Kenneth West with a jump of 7:30 from Western. And first place is Jonathan Jacob from Guelph with a jump of 7:35.
Well done, men. All right. So heading over to the women's pole vault now. This is our last remaining field event for the night.
Yeah, for the night.
And we've still got a lot of pole vault to go. We're at 395. Let's check here to make note. We're now at 4 meters. Ella Foster passed her 3rd attempt at 395. to give herself a shot for 4 meters. And she's done it. She came into this competition, Peyton Seraglio came into this competition with a personal best of 375, and now she is in the 4 meter club. She is holding back tears because she is still in this competition. She cleared that by a lot. This is an incredible feeling for a pole vaulter to jump 4 meters for the first time, especially coming in with a 375. What a performance from Peyton. Now she's holding back tears because she still has more in her.
That is just amazing.
What a performance.
Yeah, coming in at 375, 25 centimeter PB at U Sports. That is incredible.
It is an enormous, enormous jump. All right. Now, Ella Foster had passed her third attempt at 395 to give herself a shot at 4 meters and unsuccessful on her third attempt. But great job today, Ella. A best of 390. Really wonderful performance today. So much to be proud of. Ella Foster from the York Lions. And so we have 4 competitors still in the competition. Peyton Seraglio, Rachel Granke, Alexandra Tronson, Jennifer Elizaroff. So we don't know our podium yet, but it will be 1, 2, 3 of these 4 women. And up now we have Rachel Granke, the University of Alberta. She cleared 395 on her first attempt with a very clean jump. Psychologically, 4 meters can be very difficult for women pole vaulters, as it really is one of the first steps towards more elite jumping.
Especially knowing that going into the jump that it's at 4 meters is...
Yeah, it's a nice round number.
Yeah.
I think you get a t-shirt.
Probably.
Quite literally.
Yeah.
So let's see if she can do this. And she can. Rachel Granke has been over 4 before. Her personal best is 4:11. And so we have several athletes coming in with personal bests over 4 meters. And now we have Peyton Seraglio, who came in ranked 10th with a 375 and has now joined that 4 meter club.
Yeah, that is great. I feel, is it just me, or I feel like through all of the events you see more and more competitive fields throughout, and it's great to see.
It was a difficult few years for universities to put together competitive teams through the pandemic. It's really nice to be back.
Yeah,
and seeing really good results.
Yeah, it's great.
It was a challenge for university athletes, for everyone.
Yeah,
for university athletes in particular. We only have so much time in university.
Yeah, and trying to even stay during lockdown to try and find a way to still do training was very difficult.
Yeah. And not know if your season was going to go ahead or not. So many of these athletes didn't get a normal sort of university experience. So having championships like this is really an exciting thing. So we've got U of T, Alexandra Tronson back on the runway. Second attempt, 4 meters. And she's over. She got some love from the bar.
Yeah.
Every once in a while you get lucky. So she skimmed that one, but it stayed up, and that counts. She'll be very happy with that result. Well done. Her personal best coming in, 4:08. So our next height, when we do inevitably move the bar up, will be 4:05. But right now, these athletes are working on the 4 meter mark. We have 3 athletes now over the bar: Rachel Granke, Peyton Seraglio, Alexandra Tronson, and now Jennifer Elizaroff is the favorite for today, but has been having some struggles with first attempts, second attempts. She's more than capable of this height, so let's see what she has here on her second attempt. So 3 athletes over 4 meters, 2 still giving it their best in their second attempts. This is Jennifer Elizaroff, Guelph Griffins. Her personal best, 4:22. It's a depth issue. So the athletes set their depth at a distance away from the back of the box, usually somewhere between 50 to 80, 90 centimeters back. So the bar itself moves on a lateral plane to give the athlete depth. So Jennifer had her depth at 70, it looks like, but was unable to get that depth and came short of the bar. And so she may be moving her depth in, or she may be making other adjustments to have that jump go more smoothly. She may be keeping things exactly as it is and just going back to basics. So we have Ella Foster and Jennifer Elizaroff still looking to make this 4-meter mark. Jennifer Elizaroff has elected to pass to 4:05 for her third attempt, so she will have 1 attempt at 4:05, only 1, as 2 have been taken at 4. And she has passed her final attempt to 4:05. We have Ella Foster still in the competition and will be taking her second attempt at some point here. I don't see her on the one-way. First we have Alexandra Tronson. So perhaps our live results are a little off. We're seeing if I'm not seeing Miss Ella Foster on the runway. And from the York Lions, we'll see if she returns to the competition. For now, we have Alexandra Tronson. And it appears as though the bar has moved up now to 4:05. Unsuccessful in her first attempt at 4:05. Next on the runway, Peyton Sraglio, Western Mustangs. Coming in today with a personal best of 3:75. She is currently over the 4-meter mark and will be attempting 4 meters 5. Given that this height is higher than she's used to, she will have made the appropriate adjustments with her coach, and now it's a matter of staying calm mentally and going back to basics, just doing what she knows how to do and not letting this new height intimidate her in any way. She was very clean over 4 meters, so she's very capable of 4:05. She is the surprise of the night, coming in the 10th seed with a PB of 3:75, now attempting 4:05. Great speed. Just a little off technically on her probably on her takeoff there. Perhaps a little inside with the excitement of the evening. She'll make adjustments, go back to basics, chat with her coach a little bit. Oh, it seems like there might have been, she might have known what's wrong and is going to make the fix. And we've got Rachel Granke. She was clean at 4. She was clean at 3:95. She passed 3:90. She was clean at 385. She passed 380. She was clean at 370 when she came in. She has not had a miss yet. Rachel Granke has been entirely clean. First attempts all through the competition.
That is impressive.
It is. And beautiful jumps.
Yeah, they are beautiful jumps.
Yeah. I believe Rachel has a gymnastics background as well. Many of these female pole vaulters in particular do have a gymnastics background. A lot of crossover. So we'll see Rachel Granke at 4:05. And she's over. She's high flying tonight.
Yeah, she is over that by a good amount.
And just calm on the runway. She may sneak in for a podium finish here. She may take the whole thing.
Yeah, she definitely has a chance to just take the whole thing.
She has a great personal best, 4:11. She's clean through the night. It's going to get interesting over at women's pole vault.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's not over. It's not over. Scrappy jumpers can win too. You can come in with misses and
then
make it count when it counts.
Yeah.
And if we know an athlete who can make it count when it counts, it's Miss Elizaroff. She is a fantastic pole vaulter. 4:22 personal best. She hasn't broken the plane, so she will get to try again. And again, often in pole vault, I often think whenever I am nervous as a pole vaulter, I go back to basics. I know how to pole vault. I go back to the fundamentals, and it all seems to work out. So we hope that that we can do that here today. Jennifer Elizaroff is a fantastic pole vaulter, and if anyone has nailed the technique of pole vaulting, it is Jen. And so we'll see if she can do what she does best here, clear her mind and just jump. 4.5 meters. And technically a third attempt. And she is up and over, staying alive. It's a clean slate. It's a clean slate for her. She'll have a clean slate at 4:10, and she has just as many attempts as everyone else now, and she skied that.
Yeah, she was over that bar by a lot.
Great hip height. And her hip height aligned quite well with the depth, her chosen depth. On her last jump, she came in shallow. And that can be very scary for an athlete, because when you're shallow, the path in which you're falling is right over the box.
Oh, yeah.
And that's when we get injured.
Yeah, that is.
It can really mess with you.
Yeah.
I know many pole vaulters, including myself, that have had pretty significant tailbone injuries coming down into the box. And so we all hold our breaths when there's a shallow jump. It's really, really scary. So it's really nice to see Jen get the depth that she needed to clear that height, especially after that shallow jump before. She really did go back to basics there. That's how she knows how to jump. Now we've got Miss Tronson on the runway, Alexandra, University of Toronto. Great attempt. She could stay in that vertical position a little longer, in that upright, upside down position a little longer. Staying in her rock back position with a little more patience will give her more time for her body to get up and over the bar instead of kind of coming into it and brushing with the hips. Now, this is a 4.5 meters jump. That's a hard thing to do, to stay in that vertical position. It takes a lot of strength, a lot of proprioception in the air. And Alexandra is capable of that. Now we have our star of the night, 375. She wins MVP no matter if she's on the podium or not. In my books, she's really had a phenomenal performance, coming from a 375 personal best and now to 405. She may need. She may need another stick, to be honest. She might need a pole that gives her a little more resistance, but I would have liked to have seen a more complete jump to get an accurate read on that. There was a lot to work with there. She
definitely has potential to do 405.
I think 405. So. And it is a first attempt, so she can make adjustments and bring that energy. I know it was a really emotionally, probably emotionally draining to jump that 4 meters and still have to keep going.
Yeah, for sure.
After having a few tears of joy. So she has to dig deep now and still remember that she's not done yet. I think she can do it. And you can see her competitors cheering for her too. I think everyone wants to see. This is what I like about the pole vault community. We celebrate personal bests. If it's 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters, 6 meters, the excitement that we have for the athlete, as long as it's a personal best, we are very excited for our athletes. I remember joining the 3 meter club when I was in about grade 8 or grade 9 and being so excited. I've never jumped 4 meters. I would love to jump 4 meters, but I think that's past me now. And but I have celebrated along with other pole vaulters as we've reached these milestones, and I'll tell you, a 250 personal best is just as exciting as a 450 personal best when you know that athlete is giving it their all. Here comes Alexandra Tronson. And just missing a few components. And that is a second attempt at 4:05 for Alexandra. Third attempt, I apologize. Third attempt for Alexandra at 4:05. And so her best of the night, 4 meters. No, I might have been right. I think that might have been a second attempt. Our indicator board down on the ground said third. So we'll get some clarification on that. So we have Peyton Saraglio back on the runway for her third attempt, and no, unfortunately out. Yeah, Peyton's a gymnast, I'd say. Yeah, that's often how we bail out of our the gymnasts. That's how we bail out of our jumps if we don't quite make it. It ends up in a flip.
Yeah. I must say, I love the Westerns bodysuit.
I do too, okay? Stylish.
Yeah, it is very stylish. I love it.
It reminds me a lot of the Husky bodysuits from the 90s and early 2000s. You'll see some old photos of, Coach Carlin Serby running the 300 meters in a really lovely suit that we used to have for the Huskies. We were very much well known for our excellent, we had a tailor who would custom make them for us. But I would say that since that time, these Mustangs are now the most stylish of all.
Yeah, they are very nice. It would be, I would love to see more bodysuits.
When you think about how, like, say, Legion Nationals where we trade suits,
yeah,
or at national competitions how we trade suits, sometimes we can't do that with our university suits because we're supposed to keep them. But boy, if suit trading was a normal thing, I'd love to have a Western suit in my collection.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So we're having fashion hour with Hillary Tash and Kirsten Hurdle. We'll get back to track in a moment, but we have to say, Western Mustangs, your style is absolutely on point. So we've got Rachel Granke. She's been clear all night. She has been really just quietly working away at all of this and just jumping clean, no drama. She's calm, she's collected.
Yeah, she is very composed and focused.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's just doing her job. So we'll see where the bar goes up to after this. I think we've got a 4:10 next, and we have 2 athletes still in the mix. It looks like Peyton may be on the podium.
Yeah.
She may be in the bronze medal spot. We'll see how the count back goes down. But it looks from the results that we're seeing online, Peyton may have gone from 10th to bronze.
Yeah, that's amazing.
All
that
right,
is great.
MVP of the night in the women's ball. It's not even done yet, but I think our medalists would agree.
Yeah.
I think even the girls left would agree.
Yeah,
Peyton's the real winner here tonight.
Yeah, that is a crazy personal best.
Just wonderful.
Yeah, and when it counts too at U Sports.
Really,
yeah.
Really true. What a way to cap the season. I can't wait to see what she does if she's going to have an outdoor season. Pole vaulters often do really well outdoors, especially if there's a little bit of wind from the back. It's really helpful. Wind from the front, not. But if we can catch a tailwind, it can add energy that we can load into the pole, and we can get on bigger poles that give us more resistance, and which always translates into bigger heights.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see if she may have a summer season in her. That's often when we see athletes go from the 4 meter mark to more the 4:10, 4:20, 4:30 with that little help from the wind.
Oh yeah, that's great. It'll be super exciting to see that.
Yeah. So we still have Rachel Granke and Jennifer Elizaroff in the competition. We're moving the bar up to 4:10. Peyton Sreglio in third place. She finished the night with 4 meters. Alexandra Tronson also finishing the night with 4 meters, but with a few more attempts than Peyton. And so on count back, looks as though the bronze will be going to Peyton Sreglio, who came in with a 10th ranking and ended up in the bronze medal spot with a 25 centimeter personal best. We've got Rachel Granke. Rachel has cleared 4:05, 4 meters, 3:95, 3:85, 3:70, all on first attempts. She has not missed yet tonight. This is getting close to her personal best with just 4:11, and we'll see if she can stay as calm and composed as she's been all night on this first attempt at 4:10. Rachel Granke. Fairly good. That's her first miss of the night. So we know that Rachel is at least going home with a silver medal, but it may be gold. This competition is absolutely not over, and rankings are on paper.
Yeah.
Papers don't win championships.
No, they do not win championships.
It comes down to the day, and both of these competitors have a clean slate here at 4:10. Rachel missing her first attempt, and we'll see what Jennifer does with her first attempt. She has a personal best of 4:22. Rachel a personal best of 4:11. Jennifer's going to dig deep here where it counts. She had a huge clearance at her last height. Lots of hip height. All right, a little less depth on that one. She was, I believe, at a 70 depth, but her hip height was more at around a 50 or 60. I doubt she will make adjustments on that, because that problem can also just be fixed by a little bit more acceleration on the runway and a little bit more speed coming in. So she may keep her depth at 70. We'll see if she makes any changes.
Yeah, because it looks like she has lots of height over the bar.
Yep.
So
see how she reaches her peak, her pinnacle just before, and then brushes it with her quads. To me, that says it's more of a depth issue than any part of a technical jump. But depth issues, you don't always fix them by moving the bar. Sometimes you fix them by bringing a little bit more energy, a little bit more takeoff, a little bit more jump to those to the final step, and a little bit more speed through those penultimate steps. So she knows what to do, and her coaching staff is excellent. So they'll know her, they'll know what to do, they'll make some fixes, and if she can implement those tweaks, she'll be well over this 4:10 mark. Now we've got Rachel Granke, University of Alberta. She also comes from a program that has just fantastic coaching. So we want to thank Kirsten Hurdle for being here with us for the field events. She's going to head off and I think join us again for some events tomorrow.
Yeah, I will be with you guys for women's triple jump tomorrow morning. So
it was so great to have you with us, and all your insight for long jump and helping us track as we went through 4 events all at once.
Yeah, definitely lots of excitement. So hopefully we'll see lots of more excitement tomorrow.
Wonderful. We'll be so happy to have you back.
Yeah,
all right, you have it.
Me.
You go get some sleep.
Yeah.
Okay. Good night. Good night, Kirsten. All right, we're still here. This is the last event, the women's pole vault. We have 2 athletes left. My name is Hillary Tash. You're watching the 2024 U Sports National Track and Field Championships. I myself am a retired pole vaulter. I pole vaulted with the University of Manitoba Bisons last season and the season before. And I'm going to date myself because I also pole vaulted with the University of Saskatchewan Huskies in 2003, 4, and 5. I came back to do a master's degree with the Bisons to use up that final eligibility. Here goes Rachel Granke. A depth issue as well, so she'll be making adjustments for depth. So Those athletes are consulting with their coaches, making minor changes. Now we've got Jennifer Elizaroff on the runway. And we'll see how she does. On this second attempt. So we have Rachel Granke unsuccessful on her second attempt at 410 and Jennifer Elizaroff unsuccessful on her first attempt. This is her second attempt. We'll see if she can do this. Second attempt, better. She has fixed her depth issues. Really a good jump. Really a good jump. Lots to work with there, lots to pull together for a third attempt. She's technically a wonderful vaulter. Now she brings excellent speed through these last steps, and that really made the difference with the depth. Her hip height is still a little bit under where she could be, but still pretty good. Better on the depth on that second attempt than the first. Again, she'll make minor adjustments. But the good news is she has the hip height to clear the height. So the possibility is absolutely there for Jennifer to pull this off on the third attempt. Pole vault is all about minor adjustments, knowing where your body is going through space, which is very hard to do, and making those minor adjustments, unfortunately, on many different complex aspects of a jump. But these athletes are very experienced, and they know how to make the minor changes required to be successful. So Rachel Granke has had a very successful night, clean throughout until this last height, and she's now on her third attempt, but incredibly clean performances. Calm and composed, clearances throughout, first attempts. Now on this 410, she is now on her third attempt. Let's see if she can dig deep and do this. Just giving herself a little positive talk. And she's holding right on the cap of this pole, so I think she's on what looks like a 13 and a half meter pole. She may be on a 14 meter pole. Looks from here to be a 13 and a half. Taking a couple handholds down from the top. We try to keep our handholds as close to the top of the poles as possible. Poles come in different lengths and also different flex ratings, which give a different set of resistance depending on the energy you're able to put in it through your speed, your strength, and technique. And if you're able to bend the pole to get that proper resistance, that will then provide you energy to get over the bar once you are inverted. Here goes Rachel Granke. She's up and over. That may be her gold medal. And we'll see if Jennifer Elizaroff can answer that third attempt. She may have won herself a U Sports Championships with that jump, but we won't know until we see Jen's answer. Rachel Granke. Great plant. She's inverted, pushing the pole away. I think she may have gone up a stick on that one that gave her a little more resistance. It looked like that was the absolute right pole to be on. It really gave a lot of pop off the top of the pole, propelling her up and over the bar by having that resistance. Now, you can only get on a stiffer pole or a pole with a more resistant flex rating if you're bringing in a lot of speed and if you are technically proper in your jumping. You need to be able to load that energy into the pole to bend it. The pole does not want to bend. The pole wants to stay straight. So in order to get the pole to bend, you have to load it with energy. And it wants to straighten. And so as you work through the jump, it is fighting the athlete. And if all goes well, it pops that athlete right off the top. All of that energy is unloaded, pushing the athlete up and over the bar in a vertical, upside down position into that handstand position. And leading to higher and higher heights. it's physics. Of all the track and field events, there is so much physics that happens in pole vault. And people can study the science of pole vault for a lifetime. So Rachel Granke is up and over. She's chalking up, getting ready for her next height. It looks as though Rachel's up again because we have a pass. So we have another pass from Jennifer Elizaroff. Jennifer Elizaroff is not getting up on the runway. It's Rachel Granke again. She is second in the flight. So Rachel Granke is the first jumper from the top of the order, and so by passing, Jennifer Elizaroff has pushed matters back into Rachel Granke's hands. But Rachel Granke still is in an advantageous position because she does have a clearance over 410, whereas Jennifer Elizaroff has passed her third attempt at 410. So what that means for Jennifer is that she will only have one shot at this height, whereas Rachel will have 3. So we have gone up to 415 now. Jennifer Elizaroff has passed at 410. Her best so far, 405. Rachel Granke is over at 410. She has 3 attempts at 415. Jennifer Elizaroff will have 1. So a confident move from Jennifer Elizaroff, and we'll see if it pays off. Again, so staying in that vertical position a little longer will help Rachel. Coming out of that vertical position early on that jump. Falling out of the tube, as we like to call it, pole vaulters, at least Western Canadian pole vaulters. Maybe just Saskatchewan-bred pole vaulters. Coming out of the tube. So her, if she can stay in that vertical position longer, she will certainly have that 415 jump. And she did it on her 410, so she's capable. So this is technically a third attempt, but at a new height. So this jump will determine gold and silver definitively, or the athletes may still be jumping. We'll see how this chess game plays out. The pressure is back on. 415 successful clearance. And we had a quick talk there with an official who we'll see what has gone on here, but we may have another. I believe our next height is, we're still at 415. Okay, so the change with the official may have been something else, a depth or I don't think we're doing a pass or anything like that. I think we're still at 415 for a second attempt. Rachel Granke chalking up. So we have Jennifer Elizaroff with a strategic pass on the third attempt at 410, then clearing that third attempt at 415, putting her back into the top spot. Rachel Granke has missed the first attempt at 415. It still has 2 more to go, but the pressure is on because the clearance from Jennifer Elizaroff on a countback would put her potentially in better standing for that gold medal position. And Jennifer is more in her own territory with a personal best of 422, whereas Rachel will be setting a personal best here at 415. Rachel has had a wonderful night tonight, jumping very, very clean. So we hope that she can dig deep and stay in this competition, because I want to see more pole vaulting, personally. I'd like this to go all night. Perhaps they'll jump 4:30, 4:35, 4:40. But that's me being selfish and loving the pole vault. So Rachel Granke, pressure is on for her here. And with that little bit of strategy, her path to a gold medal has changed somewhat. But boy, has she shown up tonight. Her teammates are there cheering her on. .415, Rachel Granke, second attempt. Very close. Very, very close. She has another attempt. And we do want to see her reach that personal best. She has a personal best of 4:11. We really want to see this 4:15. We've had wonderful performances all night. The story of the night, really, this is Peyton Saglia. Peyton Saraglio had a 25 centimeter personal best coming in to the competition with a 375 personal best, leaving the competition in the 4-meter club. Just a wonderful performance. MVP Peyton. So we're at a 70 depth for Rachel Granke. She's going to take a little bit of a moment, get gathered, chat with her coach. So this is the end of the night here for the University of Manitoba Bisons, hosting the 2024 U Sports National Championships. This is day 2 of competition, and we've had quite the day. At one point, we had 4 field events going on all at once while relays were going, but that is the nature of the U Sport Championships. It is a tight weekend, an action-packed weekend, a tight schedule with lots of events going on all at once. We run Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. On Saturday, the team championships are decided, and 2 of these teams, one men's, one women's, will be going home with national championship trophies. They'll be drinking champagne from those trophies and celebrating an excellent season. All of these events are scored. The top 8 athletes score points for their university. And at the end of the meet, those points are added up for the team championship. So while these individual performances are very important, the spirit of this meet among university students, university athletes, and coaches is really about that team championship. Individual performances are obviously excellent and celebrated, but the chatter around the track for many of these teams is often, how many points can we get out of this event? So athletes like Peyton, who went from 10th in not a scoring position all the way up to 3rd, really gives her school a better shot at winning a national championship. I want to give a shout out to the 2005 University of Saskatchewan Huskies team in this building. I was a member of that team along with Kelsey Hendry in the pole vault, and we won the national championships in 2005, the University of Saskatchewan Huskies, as well as the university women's and men's team. So many of the coaches that are on the University of Saskatchewan team are here. Carlin Serby, Jason Reindl are also members of that championship team from 2005 when the Huskies won that championship here in the James Daly Fieldhouse, Max Bell as it was called then, and the championships were the CIS championships. They have since changed their name to U Sport Championships. Ivan Tam, who is still coaching with the University of Saskatchewan Huskies, was our head coach that year. Back to pole vault after the little history lesson. We've got Rachel Granke going for a personal best. 3rd attempt, 4:15. Wonderful jumping from Rachel tonight. She has so much to be proud of. close. What a phenomenal performance from Rachel Granke. Just a fantastic night of jumping. She did so well and nearly reaching her personal best. Her best tonight was 4:10, her personal best 4:11, and she is our U Sports silver medalist. A fantastic performance from Rachel. So our winner will be Jennifer Elizaroff. Now, she has a chance to set the bar where she wants it. And we'll see what she chooses. Personal best is 4:22. And she'll have 3 attempts at this height. It's very common that the women's pole vault is the last event of day 2, going late into the night. Pole vault takes a while. This is going to be a record attempt. Let's take a look at our records. They're setting the bar for a record. I just had the official come holler my name up in the announcing booth here, Joe, our fearless leader in the pole vault officiating. He's our pit boss down on the ground. The record for pole vault, women's pole vault, is 4:24, set by Robin Bone of Western in 2015. So we're going to 4:25. Why not? I think the officials are just excited as the athletes. We like to see this now. So they will make sure they have their measurements clean at 4:25 so the official paperwork can be properly done. They'll really want to make sure that this is done well. And this is what the officials train for as well, to make sure that everything is done properly. And if anyone is interested in becoming an official, there is an apprenticeship model that goes on. And we always love to have officials come and help out in these events. It's really exciting. And there are travel opportunities for officials. You'll see right now, not on screen, but just in the pit, we have officials joining us from Saskatchewan and from Ontario this weekend. So if anyone out there is interested in becoming an official, please reach out to your local track teams. It's something that we really welcome. It's an exciting role and a vital role to the track and field world. I'm currently a level 1 official, and I'm very proud of myself for that. You work through levels through an education system, and there's training and mentorship available. And the higher you get in your levels, there's opportunity for international travel to support our athletes. And you get to wear crisp white shirts and nice navy slacks. And if you're lucky, you wear a red armband. So our official crew, they really do take their time with record attempts. It's very important for us to have this done properly, as records are set around the world. And we want to make sure that we do things properly here. So our officials are making sure everything's all centered, measured properly. checking and double checking the work as we move up to 4:25 for Jennifer Lazaroff in the women's pole vault. She knows she's the gold medalist, but she wants a bit more. She's going after Robin Bones' 2015 record. Robin is still actively pole vaulting in Canada and in the States. A real nice athlete, a wonderful, wonderful person, and such a competitor. So Robin Bones set that in 2015. Almost 10 years later, let's see how we do. A depth. So she'll make some adjustments. A bit of a balk. So that's attempt number 1 at 4:25. So we've gone up 10 centimeters from the last jump. She cleared successfully 4:15 for the gold medal. And she's just going for it now. This is the cherry on top if she can get a record at 4:25. So they're conferring about an issue. Not sure what it is. We're very lucky in Manitoba to have both French and English speaking officials as well. Mr. Bazin there on the screen is one of our French and English officials in the pole vault who just walked off screen. He's the father of former University of Manitoba Bison Danica Bazin, pole vaulter. She's still pole vaulting with the Winnipeg Optimist Club, and she's volunteering today. A lot of the officials get involved in university sport and in track and field through their children, or because they were once athletes themselves and have children coming through the track and field system. But even if you're just a former track athlete or interested in it, feel free to come and be an official and give back to the track and field community the best way you can. So Jennifer is consulting with her coach, taking a look at things. They're taking a look at her takeoff there. She may have been a little bit inside, so they'll make appropriate adjustments. Yeah, from his gestures, it looks as though he wants to see her rock back confidently, get into that vertical position instead of clenching. We sometimes call it sort of hanging like Donkey Kong kind of feel, where you're crunching your arms in like a chin-up instead of letting them flow long and tall and then rowing into that inverted position. So as athletes consult with their coaches, many of us have sort of a pantomime that we use, a body language that we use with our coaches. So even from way up here in the announcer's box, we can kind of tell what adjustments are being made. And I think right now it's just a talk of committing to the jump, getting into that inverted rock back position as fast as possible so that when the pole does release its bend and its tension and its resistance, the energy is going straight vertically and pushing Jen up and over this 425 height. A lot of physics at play in pole vault. So everyone's sort of taking a look and doing some analytics. We're at a first attempt at 425. All right, here goes Jennifer Lazaroff. Second attempt, very good. Despite the dramatic bounce from the bar, it was a good attempt. She might have caught her shins on that. Let's see if she's feeling okay after that. The bar is sometimes painful. You can rake your shins along the bar when you come down without enough depth. I think that's what she's done. I think she's raked her shin And we'll see if she does take her third attempt. So if we see on the playback, we might see where that contact came. I think it was a shin, and that is painful. The shin injury that comes from pole vault can even go down sometimes to take a layer of skin off as you come down on the bar. And that happens when the jump is shallow. That can happen when the jump is shallow. So the hip height is far ahead of the bar. I see what they're up to now. They're going to measure. So what we're doing right now on the pit is the officials are calibrating to make sure that the 0 mark is proper, so that those depth analysis is the depths that we have set. So the 60 centimeters back from the back of the box, 80 centimeters back from the back of the box is accurate and calibrated. So we are checking to see, to make sure that those jumps have been proper from a depth perspective. So they're just checking and recalibrating, and if there is recalibration to take place, it may be that some of those attempts may be nullified, but we'll see that on the indicator board shortly if any of those apparatuses were off. You can see why pole vault is a technical event. The uprights move, unlike high jump, they move back and forth depending on the athlete's preferred distance from the box. And the box, when I say the box, is the sort of pyramidal shape that goes into the ground, an inverted pyramid that goes into the ground and has an abrupt stop where the pole is planted. We plant the pole in the box, which stops the forward momentum of the pole, allowing it to bend and initiate the pole vault sequence. So the back of the box is what we call our 0 mark. And an athlete can choose how far back from that 0 mark they want their bar to sit. If their ultimate hip height, if their best hip height is around the, say, 80 centimeters back mark, they will set their depth at 80. If it is closer to 60, they'll set it at 60. So they're checking that now for Jennifer to make sure that those depths were properly calibrated for those first 2 jumps. And she will have a third attempt. As long as she's feeling okay on that shin, because on that last attempt, we know that bar had a big jump to it, which means it had force put on it, and that force seems to have come from her shin and or knee. And I can tell you, I have done that. Many vaulters have done that. It is a painful way to come down on the bar. We saw earlier in the day in the men's heptathlon, Jackson Turner come down on the bar on his lower back, also a very common pole vault injury, coming down on the bar on the lower back. We also have had, sometimes we have broken noses, sometimes we have broken teeth. It's a dangerous event. So Jennifer's last jump had her shins quite vulnerable against the bar, and a lot of force was put on it. She seems to have shaken it off, though, and she's back on the runway for her third attempt. This is a U Sport record attempt at 4:25. Set by Robin Bone, 4:24 was set by Robin Bone in 2015. Third attempt. Again, the shin. So a depth issue, a wonderful performance. Again, like I say, with all of the vertical jumps, we end on 3 misses, and that can be heartbreaking, but it is the nature of the event. Congratulations on her gold medal, Jennifer Elizerhoff, and a fantastic performance at 4:15. A shaky start, but she pulled it together. Really a commendable performance. She dug deep, and she put it together for a 4:15 for gold. So next we're going to be moving to medal presentations, and so we'll have my voice over both the track and field stream for now. This is Hillary Tash, 2024 U Sport Track and Field Championships. We're live still now, ready to present medals to our medalists, and we'll see what we can do to get the best information to you possible. I've got to get myself a list of medalists so I can tell you who are the medalists. So we'll be coming back to you shortly. I'll go see if I can't get that information and come back. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back shortly for the medal ceremonies.
goodie bag, I want your goodie bag, baby. Give me your goodie bag, I want your goodie bag, baby. Big package, hey. How do I manage? Hey, you gon' make me turn savage. Hey, body cause damage. Hey, Joanna, Joanna. How you do me like Joanna? Joanna. How you gonna do me like Joanna? Joanna. Hey, Joanna. Hey, Joanna. Joanna. Ay, ay, ay. Hey, how you gonna play me like Drogba, who? How you gonna do me like Drogba, who?
All medalists from today, please marshal in at the 60-meter start line. All medalists, please marshal in at the 60-meter start line. Please welcome your medalists from the men's weight throw.
We're here with the start of the medal
With the
presentation.
bronze medal, with a throw of 17.77. With a throw of 21.22, Hazar Abdallah from Laval Rouge et Or.
What a great performance from these men. That was an excellent competition to watch. The men from Laval, the four men from Laval were excellent sportsmen and just gentlemen about their performances. And we've got our two Manitoba Bisons on the podium there as well with Abdallah. Abdallah originally coming from Morocco, studying now at Laval, and just a fantastic performance, all around wonderful group
Please
of
welcome
guys.
your medalists for the women's 60-meter hurdle. With the bronze medal, running a time of 8:34, Ali Saint-Germain from Sherbrooke. In the silver medal position, running a time of 8:30 from the Guelph Griffins, Haley Reed. And your 60-meter hurdle champion from the Calgary Dinos, running a time of 8:20, Sienna McDonald.
This is Sienna's first gold medal of the day, second of the competition, and we'll see her again. We'll see her again with a third later on in the ceremonies. Very great
Please
performances
welcome your
from
medalists
Sienna
for the
McDonald
men's 60
and all of the
meter hurdles.
hurdlers today. The 60-meter
With
men's
the
hurdles
bronze
was such a
medal
wonderful race.
From the York Lions, running a time of 8:02, Tamari Lindo. The silver medalist running a time of 7:83 from the Toronto Varsity Blues, David Adelaide. And your 60-meter champion running a time of 7:81 from the Guelph Griffins, Craig Thorne.
Great performances all around for these men. And they'll get a photo together.
Your medalists in the men's high jump, we have a tie for silver medal. Emile Olivier from the UQAM Citadine with a jump of 2:07. And Aiden Brute from the Toronto Varsity Blues with a jump of 2:07. And your 2024 U Sports champion in the men's high jump from the University of Calgary with a jump of 2:15, Noel Vanderzee.
Noel Vanderzee was also the Can West gold medalist in the men's high jump, adding to his hardware here with a U Sports gold. And our 2 silver medalists. It was a wonderful competition to watch. Very exciting. Excellent jumpers. .215 and 2:07 for the 2 silver medalists.
Please welcome your medalists for the women's long jump. With the bronze medal, jumping 5:86, Fiola Tiefo from the Val Rouge et Or.
Fiola moved up in the
Silver
rankings
medalist
to
with
hit
a
that
jump of
podium.
5:87
Congratulations.
From the Guelph Griffins, Meline Habash. And your gold medalist jumping 6:04 from the Calgary Dinos, Sienna McDonald.
A familiar face to the podium, Sienna McDonald with her 3rd gold medal of the weekend. Fiola, Milan, Sienna, congratulations.
Please welcome your medalists for the men's long jump. With the bronze medal, jumping 7:26 from the Guelph Griffins, Solomon Arazi. The silver medalist from the Western Mustangs, jumping 7:30, Kenneth West. And your gold medalist from the Guelph Griffins, jumping 7:35, Jonathan Jacob. Please welcome your medalists for the women's shot put. The bronze medalist from the York Lions, throwing 1381, Kathleen Brooks. The silver medalist from the Manitoba Bisons, throwing 1484, Anna McConnell. And the gold medalist from the Western Mustangs, throwing 1532, Liv Sands. Do we have her name? The gold medalist from the Western Mustang, Natalie Thirsk. In the women's 300-meter para. Please welcome the medalists from the women's 300. The bronze medalist from the Western Mustangs, running 38.46, Favor Okpali. The silver medalist from the Saskatchewan Huskies, running 38.10, Paige Willems. And your gold medalists from the Guelph Griffins, running 37.99, Nicole McKenzie. Please welcome your medalists for the men's 300 meter. The bronze medalist from the Calgary Dinos, running 34.28, Devin Zukowski. The silver medalist, running 34.25 from Montreal Caravan, Brandon Smith-Druin. And the gold medalist from the Toronto Varsity Blues, Emmett Bravakis, running 33.72. Please welcome the medalists from the women's 1,000 meter. The bronze medalists from the Guelph Griffins, Julia Agostinelli. The silver medalist, also from the Guelph Griffins, Cameron Orman. And the gold medalist from the Saskatchewan Huskies, Avery Pearson. Please welcome your medalists in the men's 1,000 meter. The bronze medalist from the UNB Reds, Jared House. The silver medalist from the Regina Cougars, Jonathan Podbelski. And the gold medalist from the Guelph Griffins, Max Davies. Please welcome the medalists from the women's pole vault. The bronze medalist from the Western Mustangs, Peyton Seraglio. The silver medalist from the Alberta Pandas, Rachel Granke. And the gold medalist from the Guelph Griffins, Jennifer Elizarov.
Please welcome your medalists in the women's 3,000 meter. In third place from the Western Mustangs, Sophie Kutz. Your silver medalist from the University of Calgary, Chloe Turner. And your 2024 champion from Laval Rouge et d'Or, Catherine Beauchemin. Please welcome your medalists in the men's 3,000 meter. Your bronze medalist from the Guelph Griffins, Nicholas Bannon. Your silver medalist from McGill, Matthew Baudet. And your 2024 champion from Laval, Jean-Simon Desgagnés.
We'll ask Jean to please remain on the podium for a quick presentation. Following a doping scandal from the 2019 FISU World University Games held in Napoli, Italy, we are proud to declare that Jean-Simon Desgagnés of Laval has been rightfully upgraded to a bronze medal in the 3,000 steeplechase. This achievement is not only a testament to Jean-Simon's remarkable talent and dedication, but also to the unwavering commitment to fair play and integrity in sports. Please join us in celebrating this incredible accomplishment and acknowledging the importance of upholding the values of honesty and fair competition in all athletic endeavors. Congratulations. Please welcome the medalists for the men's heptathlon. The bronze medal from the Trinity Western Spartans, Brandon Grimaud. The silver medalist from the Saskatchewan Huskies, Mason Altrogi. And the gold medalist from the Manitoba Bison, Max Spicer.